Illustration of Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301 X-Men. After flipping through half of the comic book, Wayne closed it with satisfaction and placed it on the coffee table in front of him. At the same time, he also had a little covetousness for this comic book that was like a gold mine. There are too many characters that can be filmed in this comic book. Marvel not only sold its own son, but also sold its father. In North America, if we talk about the most well-known superhero, there is no doubt that Batman Bruce Wayne is invincible in popularity. There are also Superman Clark Kent, Spider-Man Peter Parker, Wonder Woman Diana Prince and the like, who are almost at the same level. If we look at it from a global perspective, the heroes of Marvel Comics are not very famous. The most well-known are the DC Justice trio headed by Superman. However, when people mention Marvel Comics in North America, they think of more than just Peter Parker. The Green Fat Man and X-Men are also popular. Sadly, these first-line superheroes have been sold or mortgaged by Marvel. In Wayne's opinion, even the most popular Peter Parker is not as good as the X-Men in his hand. Other heroes exist at most individually, but this X-Men can build a universe on its own. As long as it is planned from the beginning, this is a completely different style of movie universe from Marvel's funny style. Think about it, 20th Century Fox has produced 8 X-Men series since the year 2000, including X-Men, X-Men 2, X-Men 3, The Last War, etc. This does not include the first-class popular Wolverine series and the Deadpool series that created a box office miracle. As long as these films are remembered one by one, Wayne is excited. Unfortunately, human energy is limited. He can't abandon the DC heroes who have laid a good foundation and have invincible potential and turn around to reshoot this series. How is it? Is it particularly suitable for your production style? From the moment Wayne put down the comics, Townsend Rothman saw the emotional fluctuations on his face. Yes, some stories are indeed suitable for production in my style. Wayne nodded. There is nothing wrong with admitting this. Unfortunately, Townsend, my work schedule is very full, and it is impossible for me to direct Fox's movies again. However, after he habitually refused, he looked at the eyes of the 20th Century Fox executive and gradually had a hint of other ideas. Yes, he couldn't direct this series himself, but it didn't mean that he couldn't get involved. Some things might have to be done before we know if they work. To be honest, if it weren't for the current situation, some characters in X-Men really made him very tempted. That is Wolverine. This character can be said to be the hero with the highest appearance rate in X-Men. Although his strength is not the first tier, he is indeed an indispensable member of the mutant universe. Almost every critical moment, he stood up and reversed the situation. So Wolverine has always been the backbone of the mutant universe. This kind of character who is both good and evil and complex happens to be the type that Wayne is best at and likes. Wolverine also has another unique feature. He is a hero who has killed people in the true sense. This is a very tragic mutant. He has spent his whole life in misery. He is definitely a representative of deep hatred and bitterness. Almost anyone who gets close to him will die miserably. Or this is like a curse that accompanies him throughout his life. This kind of character is born with dramatic tension and is the favorite type of all directors with aspirations. You have enough time to think about it, Wayne. Townsend Rothman was not in a hurry. He saw that the other party was already tempted. 20th Century Fox has discussed that this series of movies will not be launched in a short time. Of course, if you are willing to take over this series, we can start preparations at any time. At the company's senior management meeting on Monday, 20th Century Fox did discuss it. Almost all executives and directors did not think that this was a good time to start this series. There are actually only 2 truly successful superhero movies in Hollywood now. One is the world famous Joker and the other is Batman Begins, which is currently being screened. The revenue generated by these 2 films is indeed amazing, but they have one thing in common. That is, they were shot by the same director, and the background and style of the movies are relatively unified, which makes the successful examples become single. Everyone was wondering whether superhero movies were more popular or director Wayne Greenberg was more popular. This doubt would remain in everyone's mind until more specimens appeared. Once this kind of comic book movie was launched, the investment would not be less than $100 million, and it would more or less have the most expensive special effects work. No one dared to joke about hundreds of millions of dollars rashly. The executives of 20th Century Fox finally agreed that they should either invite Wayne Greenberg to direct it personally, or continue to wait for those film companies that could not help but imitate it to produce a finished film, to see the market response. Until there were enough successful specimens, they would copy the success themselves. I will seriously consider it. Wayne's eyes moved back and forth between the comics and Townsend Rothman many times, but he did not say it firmly in the end. Hearing that the other party was not in a hurry to make it, he became more certain of the plan in his heart, but everything needed to be laid, and this time might last for a long time. But this series is too attractive. In his mind, it is a large money printing machine. If there is an opportunity to get involved, he will never let it go easily. Even if there is no opportunity, he will find a way to create it. Seeing that Wayne did not seem to be perfunctory, Townsend Rothman understood that the basic purpose of this visit had almost been achieved. Things themselves cannot be done in one go. It is never a matter of one day or one night to invite directors of this level, such as Wayne Greenberg or Steven Spielberg. Even if a director of this level really agrees, there will be negotiations that will last for several months. It is possible that the negotiation of the salary alone will take a long time. Directors of this level are basically no different from superstars. Their personal treatment contracts are finally a pile of thick books, and all the clauses will be clearly marked. In fact, Townsend Rothman felt that the ultimate purpose of coming to Wayne was not just to try to invite him to direct. As the next CEO of 20th Century Fox, he still has many considerations of his own, and sees things much further than most people in the industry. Of course, it is the best result to invite this young man. Even if he cannot invite him, he must plant the seeds for him. According to his own observations, these two DC superhero movies are just the beginning. If the subsequent success can continue, and a movie universe with the same worldview is really established, then it will be the right time for him to invite Wayne. It doesn't take much, just one or two more movies. He can infer most of the market prospects. Once this kind of movie universe works, inviting Wayne will not be a director, but a more suitable position for him, which is also the most suitable job for him in Townsend Rothman's mind, that is, producer and general planner. At most, he will give some long-term benefits and let Wayne plan the mutant universe, come up with a unified worldview, power system, etc., and then he can completely copy the successful way of DC. Both of them have their own thoughts, but they don't know that some of their thoughts and their hearts do overlap. Just when Townsend Rothman rushed to visit the farm in Ventura County, there were other people in Los Angeles who set their sights on their own superheroes. The essence of Hollywood has always been the assembly line style replication of success, and many companies are indeed jealous of the profits of such movies. At this time, in a meeting room of Universal Pictures, CEO Ron Mayer and others were also discussing the possibility of making their own superhero. They owned the copyright of a very popular hero, the Invincible Hulk. Speaking of these scattered copyrights, I'm afraid that Marvel Comics would have no place to cry. I suggest that we try to contact Wayne Greenberg, a senior executive of the production department said to CEO Ron Mayer. There are many news now, claiming that he and Warner Brothers have a conflict. Give up this stupid idea. Before he finished speaking, Ron Mayer, who was sitting at the front of the conference table, interrupted him directly. This news can't be true, and we can't ask him to direct. Maybe we can ask Bill Becker to come back and make a new Invincible Hulk. Now when it comes to superhero movies, everyone first thinks of Warner Brothers, and then thinks of Tim Burton and Wayne Greenberg. But they forgot that the Hulk was brought to the big screen as early as 1988. At that time, Bill Becker, as a director and producer, produced The Return of the Hulk for the first time, and The Trial of the Hulk the following year. So when it comes to superheroes, the first person that Universal Pictures CEO thinks of is Bill Becker. I will talk to him and come up with a project plan as soon as possible. Brian Taylor, the head of the film and television production department, said immediately after hearing the CEO's words. He is very optimistic about the prospects of making a Hulk movie. Batman is reaping box office revenue in the market, and the peripherals have been sold out several times. Anyone in the industry will be jealous of this situation. Now they also have the opportunity to replicate this success. Although the popularity of the Hulk is not as good as Batman, he is also a popular hero in Marvel Comics. As long as the production level is not bad, with the current fanaticism of movie fans for superheroes, the box office will definitely not be bad. It is not just Universal that has the same idea. Sony Columbia has also been discussing the possibility of bringing Spider-Man to the screen these days. They are obviously more confident in Spider-Man. Peter Parker is a real first-line hero. Warner Brothers would never have thought that a movie by Wayne would suddenly open the seal on superheroes. The film is still in theaters, and many people are already gearing up to replicate this success. Chapter 302, Shooting Yourself in the Foot. Film Noir. Black Films and Warner Brothers. With the hot release of Batman Begins, it has once again sparked debate in North America and around the world. Whether it is North American movie fans or movie fans around the world, people have begun to focus more on the director behind the film, Wayne Greenberg. Just at 8 o'clock last night, a special column was broadcast on the CNN evening program that is broadcast, Live to the World. The host took us to review a special video. The picture changed from black and white to color. Different movie colors have the same strong contrast of light and shadow. From Humphrey Bogart and Rita Hayworth in black and white light and shadow to Nicolas Cage and Naomi Watts in color light and shadow, they are so unique in the night and full of strong contrast. These movies have a special name, black films. In 1946, two French film critics noticed that many American crime films, gangster films and detective films released in France in the 1940s all had strong black or dark themes. They named the films with this characteristic black films, film noir. Although black films are still classified as genre films, in the eyes of audiences, media, and film critics, they have always been a carnival for niche movie fans. But since Hollywood entered the 1990s, this situation has changed a lot. This has to mention a young college student. In early October 1990, Wayne Greenberg asked his father for an investment of $1.2 million when no one was optimistic about it, and he made Happy Death Day without hesitation. Even if no distribution company was willing to release the film, Wayne Greenberg took it to the St. Denis Film Festival to try his luck. But after the audience of the St. Denis Film Festival was enthusiastic, the distribution of the film was still far away. Faced with various difficulties, this young college student who had not yet graduated did not give up his efforts, and his persistence finally moved God. 20th Century Fox called him and decided to release this low-cost alternative horror film. As soon as the film was released, it immediately gained the favor of countless young people and easily earned more than $100 million in box office worldwide. It was this debut work of a novice director that completely opened up Wayne Greenberg's directorial career and also opened up a dark rose in Hollywood. Wayne Greenberg, who was extremely energetic in creation, was unstoppable from then on. For several consecutive years, he used his unique shooting style to gradually turn black films from a niche genre into one of the choices of the general public, bringing it to a position comparable to mainstream films. In the following Hollywood, a large number of imitators appeared every year, successfully enriching this type of film. It was like a fate. After Wayne Greenberg cooperated with Warner Brothers, the second film he made was Joker, which could be recorded in film history. This film frightened the current theater market and set off a dark whirlwind around the world in a short period of time. It was not only a film that made Wayne Greenberg a god, but also a hammer that hit many overseas markets. Joker made movie fans all over the world crazy about black films for the first time, and also made movie fans all over the world see the charm of the Hollywood film industry for the first time. So after the 1994 Oscars, countless media and fans complained about the film. Everyone agreed that, even if we only look at the contribution to the promotion of Hollywood movies, the Oscars owed Wayne Greenberg a little golden man. Now, although the large-scale shots of Batman Begins can be controlled, its core is still a Greenberg-style black film, which no one can deny. Perhaps this is God's arrangement. The earliest black films came from the gangster films of Warner Brothers in the 1930s. When they first appeared, they were deeply influenced by the German expressionism of the 1920s and the poetic realism that permeated French films in the 1930s. The suspense film The Maltese Falcon, invested by Warner Brothers Pictures in 1941 and shot by John Huston, is recognized as the first representative work of black films. It laid a series of characteristics of black films from narrative methods to image styles, and at the same time, created the first period of black films. A series of classics followed, such as Sunset Boulevard, Double Indemnity, Under the Gas and so on. Wayne Greenberg's sudden appearance and his partnership with Warner Brothers arranged by God. All these phenomena indicate that another, greater era of film noir will be opened by this young man. Looking at the entertainment section of the Los Angeles Times in his hand, which was a whole page dedicated to this long column, Wayne shook his head helplessly, took a deep puff of his cigarette, and threw the newspaper on the coffee table. How about it? Did I write well? Sitting opposite the sofa was Bella Grant, who had rushed over early in the morning. She and her agent Jimmy were in the same car and ran to the farm together. You don't know, Warner Brothers is lifting a rock and hitting its own foot with it, and then it hurts like crazy, but it has to endure it silently. What? What happened? Before Wayne could speak, Anna Greenberg, who came over with coffee, and Nina, who was holding waffles, came over together, put down the things in their hands, and asked curiously, "Thank you." Bella Grant took the coffee with a smile and thanked her politely. Wayne's parents liked her image very much. Her fair skin was the most important point, and she had a delicate face, a slim waist and a sexy figure. In addition, she always wore a professional suit and tied up her hair. She exuded the aura of a strong woman. The most important thing was that she was not really an insider. Although she worked in the media related to movies, she did not have the chaotic private life of a female star. This immediately won the favor of Anna Greenberg. In the heart of Wayne's mother, although she did not want to interfere with her child's private life, she could be sure at the first time that this was the most suitable candidate for her son's girlfriend, since she saw the beautiful editor this morning. After taking a look at Wayne and seeing that he had no intention of objecting, Bella Grant said, "A few days ago, a gossip tabloid took a photo with a strange angle and published a rumor that Wayne was about to break up with Warner Brothers, which caused a lot of reactions from film companies." "That's right," Jimmy suddenly said with a wry smile. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he shrugged and said, "Suddenly, at least 20 film companies sent me calls or invitations, but Stan and I had no idea what was going on. Until now, many unreliable invitations are still being sent to the studio. Those should be just trying their luck, or testing the waters." Bella Grant took a sip of coffee, pointed at the newspaper that Wayne had just thrown away, and said, "In the end, Warner Brothers found out that the one who hyped this news was actually the tabloid under its parent company Time Warner. They just wanted to increase the topic as a routine. Originally, no one should believe this kind of thing. This kind of gossip appears many times almost every year when Wayne's movie is released, but he just happened to withdraw from the promotional activities." In addition, yesterday, the media took a photo of Townsend Rothman visiting the farm, which touched the psychological defense of Warner Brothers. This report and the program reported by CNN Global were urgently made by Warner Brothers in order to prove to the outside world that there was no problem between you. In Bella Grant's opinion, Warner Brothers is not overly nervous. Since the old fox Townsend Rothman has made a move, he must be sure to seduce Wayne. They can't do nothing now. And the executives of Warner Brothers can't call Wayne just because of the gossip tabloids. Doing so will make them seem even more distrustful of him and easily cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Although this way of expressing one's position occupies some media channels and costs a little money, it can clearly tell many people that there is no problem between Warner Brothers and Wayne, and everything is groundless. Wayne. Jimmy rubbed both sides of his head and said with a headache, "I suggest you take some time today to call Jeff and talk about anything. Otherwise, I'm afraid the CEO of Warner Brothers will come to the manor tomorrow. You have to let him know that you don't have any other ideas in your mind." "Okay, I will." Wayne actually didn't care about these farces at all. He just took them as a joke and thought they were a bit absurd. In his heart, those film company executives were all shrewd people and would definitely not believe such fake news. He didn't expect that someone would actually send an invitation to Jimmy to test his reaction. Then again, even if Wayne really parted ways with Warner Brothers and sold Warner Brothers shares to get out of it, he would not choose to cooperate with those small and medium-sized film companies. Even if he didn't shoot the DC movie universe, he had a lot of movies that suited him in his mind. Small and medium-sized companies couldn't afford to play with these movies, and they couldn't give Wayne the media resources and sky-high remuneration he wanted. This was the reality. Don't blame Warner Brothers for being nervous. The box office performance of Batman Begins is too strong. Wayne. Jimmy could understand Warner Brothers' feelings of worrying about gains and losses. This opening work of the DC universe had such good results that people couldn't keep calm. Have you never cared about your own movies? You won't really throw away all your work after returning to the farm, right? Exclamation mark. Yes, basically, it's enough for me to know that the film has done well. I'm enjoying this peaceful state now, but I haven't completely abandoned work. Wayne waved his hand and picked up another newspaper they brought, which reported the latest box office trends of Batman Begins. During this time on the farm, he really didn't deliberately learn about this aspect. Except for occasionally writing a project plan every day, he spent the rest of his time watching TV with his mother and cleaning guns and hunting with his father. He was basically in a state of vacation. The condition of the golden retriever Fendi was getting worse and worse. Most of the time, he slept next to him. Wayne knew that his good friend didn't have much time left. He cherished this rare peaceful life and knew that there was not much time for him to relax. When the crew who were promoting the film outside came back, he would not be able to ignore everything like this. Chapter 303. 200 million, the blackmailed Batman. This week, Batman Begins once again topped the list, winning the third summer box office champion after its release. After winning the weekly box office champion twice in a row and earning more than $150 million in a short period of time, Wayne Greenberg's film performed exceptionally well this time, which was far different from the state of it. Batman Begins seemed to bring people back to the summer season 2 years ago. It was no less than the market-crushing trend of Joker that year. The box office trend was extremely stable, and each decline remained healthy. In the first 4 working days of the weekend, the film closed at the box office of $6.62 million, $5.4 million, $5.5 million and $4.47 million respectively. After 4 working days, it earned $21.99 million at the box office thanks to its strong reputation. When another weekend came, there was no big production released this week. Batman Begins completely dominated this rare weekend. The box office on Friday saw a strong rise, easily winning $8.26 million. With the increase in the number of people on Saturday, many young people chose to watch the film repeatedly, and the box office rose again, earning $10.66 million on the day. Although it declined on Sunday, earning $8.65 million, this box office trend is definitely very strong. In the third weekend, it raked in $27.57 million. After 2.5 weeks of release in North America, Batman Begins successfully broke through the $200 million mark. As of press time, the total box office has reached $219.9 million. According to the current market situation, the large-scale screening cycle of this film will continue for a long time. According to the latest forecast released by Edmunds, a third-party forecasting company, the final box office of Batman Begins will definitely not be less than $300 million. Ranked second in this week's box office rankings is Die Hard 3, produced and released by 20th Century Fox. Bruce Wessler's box office appeal remains undiminished. The film has also been released for 2.5 weeks and has successfully escaped the squeeze of Batman Begins, occupying a part of the market share with great strength. This popcorn movie with a good reputation, in the face of extremely strong competition, was not completely defeated, but was extremely strong, and continued to suppress the newly released Braveheart, unexpectedly earning a total box office of $70.58 million. The third place is Braveheart, Mel Gibson's ambitious work, which was spurned by fans as soon as it was released. Many fans strongly expressed that they did not like this film about the history of Scottish resistance. Many fans also found out through detailed investigation that the protagonist Wallace in the film was a thorough informer in history, which aroused the public's disgust. The film was released for a week and a half and only received $27 million. Paramount's investment is destined to require overseas market screenings and offline operations to recover. This premiere analyzes the prospects of each film in detail and gives a North American box office forecast at the end. Wayne's eyes jumped directly to the end of the article and found that their North American forecast for Die Hard 3 was familiar, between $100 million and $120 million, and Braveheart was about $50 million. As for Batman Begins, they directly use the data of a third-party company, indicating that the final box office of the film would not be less than $300 million. This figure is consistent with his expectations. After several years of hard work, the audience has already had a very high acceptance of this type of non-funny film. At least in North America, the world's largest voting base, the audience has definitely regarded his film as a mainstream commercial film, and will not habitually regard it as a cult film or a genre film. This is a very big progress, and it is also conducive to the promotion of superhero movies in the future. Everything actually still needs time. Wayne himself is very sure that, as long as it takes 1 to 2 years to settle and brew, when the fans' expectations for superheroes are full, Batman 2nd will be able to cross the preparation period and start the prelude of its own DC method. In his memory, Marvel and Disney used to start with Iron Man without rushing, and then filmed one movie after another. After more than 20 movies, people have successfully recognized Marvel's film production. No matter how well it is filmed, as long as it is released, it will become a box office feast. He was going to use the successful experience directly. Since he already had the most successful model, he was not going to take any risks. The situation was very different now. He had already worked out the superhero movie of this time and space. Although it faced high special effects costs, it was indeed initially successful. The DC movie plan would definitely be implemented, but it was not certain whether Marvel would be able to form its own universe style, or even whether Iron Man could appear smoothly. Wayne was making a fool of himself. Now even if he did not reach out recklessly, Marvel might be powerless. The value of superhero copyrights was revealed in advance, while Marvel's copyrights were scattered everywhere. The higher the value, the less likely they were to take it back. And from Wayne's bottom line as a person, it was impossible for him to sit back and watch the rise of Marvel movies. Unless he was given enough benefits, he could easily dig 2 pits in advance and make this comic company destined to be brilliant difficult. "Hi, honey?" Bella Grant stretched out a hand and shook it back and forth in front of Wayne's eyes a few times before he recovered from his trance. "Well, you don't just look at the flattery, do you? Now you are the darling of the media and film critics. I'm not that superficial." Wayne rolled his eyes and leaned back on the sofa. He happened to see old Greenberg and Sergey coming back with guns. The Russian bear was holding 2 grey rabbits in his hands. After a few people greeted each other briefly, old Greenberg took Sergey and hurried into the workshop to continue tinkering with the guns together. "Unlike what I imagined, your father is not strict at all." Bella Grant's eyes followed old Greenberg's back until he disappeared on the 2nd floor stairs, then turned around and looked at Wayne jokingly. "I thought your usual serious working attitude was learned from your father since childhood. You know, every child will be influenced by his father on his growth path, especially boys. He is sometimes very strict, especially when I make mistakes, but this situation is not common." When Wayne mentioned his father, a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. From the bottom of his heart, he loved his parents in this life. "But I'm lucky. I've been able to feel his love for me since I was a child. He has always been a good father. I can achieve my current results because of his support for my studies since I was a child." As long as Wayne mentions his relatives, he will take off all the masks, and he is grateful to his parents from the bottom of his heart. From the American education that he was not used to at the beginning to the existence of being good friends with his father, whether it was Reuben teaching him how to be a man or constantly telling him to be a good man, He could clearly feel the father's love during the process of growing up. Wayne shook his head and said with a smile, "Well, if you are willing to stay for a few days, you will feel the enthusiasm of old Reuben. I only have 3 days of vacation. I hope I can have a good time here." Bella Grant raised her eyebrows and licked her red lips secretly. "Jimmy, you came all the way here. Is there anything else you need me to solve? If you have nothing to do, we can prepare a barbecue together." Mom asked the cowboy to knock down a calf. "Believe me, the beef on our farm is great." Wayne ignored the teasing of the beautiful editor-in-chief and cast his eyes on the agent. "Two things. There is already too much money in the account of Greenberg Studios. Universal Pictures has also paid for the buyout of Blair Witch. You need to make arrangements, or avoid taxes, as soon as possible." Jimmy seemed to be talking to Wayne, but he was looking at the assistant who was flipping through the magazine. He didn't continue until Nina nodded slightly. "There is another little trouble for you. Batman Begins was sued, and it was sued by 2 different people." "What? Sued?" The agent's words aroused his interest. "It is very common for Hollywood film companies and film directors to be sued. Almost every popular movie will have someone who can't help but jump out and want to get a piece of the pie. It's just that Wayne's previous films were either produced by himself from beginning to end, or the copyright was clear, and he really didn't encounter such a weird thing. The key is that the cost of this kind of thing is very low. As long as there is a slight possibility of winning the case, those people will hold on to it and add negative news to the film being released, and then wait for a settlement with the film company and collect the settlement money." Yes. Jimmy saw that he was not in a hurry at all, but showed an expression of watching a show. He also showed a complicated expression, because this kind of lawsuit of the nature of fraud was too weird, which made him laugh and cry. "I received a letter from a lawyer yesterday, and then I contacted the other party's lawyer with your lawyer on. The person who sued you is the mayor of Batman City in Turkey. The reason is that Warner Brothers and you have never obtained the permission of Batman City and stated that there is only one Batman in the world, but you use their city name without permission." Hearing Jimmy's narration, Bella Grant, Nina and Wayne couldn't help but open their mouths and couldn't believe that such a weird thing would really happen. Mother F ***fer. Hey, Wayne. Don't swear. Anna Greenberg, who was busy in the kitchen, heard her son's loud swearing and immediately stuck her head out to scold him. "Okay, Mom. Oh, I mean I know." Wayne raised his hands to his mother and made a gesture of surrender. When she looked back, he looked at his agent with surprise. "Does it feel ridiculous?" Jimmy shrugged and made an expression that I knew it a long time ago. "What's even more ridiculous is that the Los Angeles International Court has decided to accept this lawsuit. Warner Brothers has already dispatched the legal department to fight the other party. It's impossible for the other party to extort a penny." To be honest, Wayne thought of many reasons for the defendant in an instant, but he didn't expect it to be so weird. Batman appeared as early as 1939. Bill Finger created the story and Bob Kane drew it himself. The original artist Bob Kane is still alive today and has always had a close relationship with DC Comics. In this kind of lawsuit, doesn't the other party have a brain? Or is it just to extort a little money, so he is so jealous and shameless? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304. I need a new assistant director. The people in the living room were a little amused because they were sued because of the name Batman. Why did they think of suing now? The name Batman was born as early as 1939. No matter which country's relevant laws are, after such a long time, the objection period has long passed, which sounds ridiculous. However, what is even more ridiculous is that the Los Angeles International Court has taken over this lawsuit because of its international influence. Normally, the court will not accept such an outrageous request, and whether Warner Brothers can receive a subpoena is a question. After all, their ultimate goal is to make money. With Batman's current hot status, even 1% of the revenue of the entire series can make an unrelated person rich. That's not the most outrageous. Jimmy shrugged, and in the eyes of several people who couldn't believe it, he continued, "There is a man named Stephen Terry in Los Angeles who said that the story of Batman Begins was created by him in 1987. He told it to his friends orally that year. Then he thought that this story was spread out and adapted into Batman Begins after you heard it. Otherwise, there was no story of Batman's growth in the comics and movies before. What the F *** K. Wayne was just listening to it as a joke, but he was still shocked by the shamelessness of these people. He knew that he didn't need to show up for these things. The legal department of Warner Brothers could handle it. Such people would not get the results they wanted. But Wayne remembered clearly that he did back up the script framework in advance. He was not on guard against these messy people, but Frank Miller. Now the whole movie is in theaters, and it has created a huge viewing trend. If Frank Miller wants to draw The Dark Knight again, he must first get permission from Warner Brothers or DC Comics. Nina. Wayne knocked on the coffee table, and when the assistant looked over, he said, "Please help me make a copy of the earliest certification document and fax it to Warner Brothers. Don't let this weird person think he has a chance to tear flesh from me." Nina nodded. "No problem. The novel you published before and the script framework you noted in the association are all in the safe in the manor study. I'll make a copy when I get back." "Wait, Jimmy." Bella Grant looked at the agent with curiosity. "What is the claim of this Mr. Stephen Terry? Is he trying to prove that Wayne used his story?" Jimmy raised his eyebrows, took a big sip of coffee and said, "I don't think you will believe it. He wants 3% of the box office revenue of Batman Begins and $100 million in compensation." "Oh my god, is he still asleep?" The beautiful editor shook her head. She felt that this person was just messing around. He had no basic common sense and dared to blackmail the media group. Who knows? Wayne didn't take the other party seriously at all. This was just a bit of fun for him. After the advent of the internet age, he did see many such lawsuits. Almost every popular movie was involved. Sadly, many people succeeded and received a lot of settlement money. Of course, there are many more bizarre cases than this. Now, James Cameron forced the two giants to change directors for Titanic, which will be sued in 2012 by a woman named Princess Samantha Kennedy. She insisted that the film Titanic plagiarized her personal biography that she had not yet published. That is, the experience of the heroine Ruth in the film came from her, and she asked the distributor Paramount Pictures to destroy all copies of the film, and all the box office revenues belonged to her alone. This matter was a sensation at the time, and various gossip media kept reporting it, but the court felt that this woman who was not a princess at all sued a movie that was 15 years old without any evidence, which was really outrageous, and she was ignored. Many people know that the background of the movie is in 1912, and the prototype should be hundreds of years old. This woman called a princess had no evidence at all except for oral narration to the media, and the lawsuit soon came to nothing. Only a group of tabloid media were left, and they were crazy about hyping this matter to get the popularity of James Cameron. In 2011, after the release of a movie called Drive, a female fan sued the movie, saying that the movie trailer was seriously misleading because the trailer was full of exciting racing scenes, just like the Fast and Furious series, but the main movie had nothing to do with racing and extreme sports. The female fan felt that she was deceived by the film company and demanded a refund of her movie ticket money and certain spiritual compensation, and also received support from women's rights organizations. However, such cases suing movie trailers will not even have a chance to go to court. The court and the film company did not even bother the fan and the rights organization. The question is, if the trailer is really convicted of deception, then Marvel and Disney at the time would have to pay a huge sum of money, and they would also have to be sentenced to life imprisonment. So there have never been many such bizarre cases. Since the development of the Hollywood film industry, such cases have always been with film companies. Their ultimate goal has always been only one, that is, to get money. What are Hollywood film companies made of? That was the backyard of a group of real Jewish capitalists. Even if someone could produce evidence and get a settlement, basically no one could spend the money quietly afterwards. Hollywood film companies even cheated the money of the century vampires on Wall Street, and even the Wall Street financial companies couldn't win the lawsuit. There was no place to complain, let alone ordinary people. Okay, let's go prepare the barbecue. Just listen to these things. Jimmy, leave all of this to Warner Brothers. Wayne stood up and called a few people to go to the backyard together. It was rare for the farm to be so lively, and he was in a very good mood. When encountering such a mess, the legal department of Warner Brothers is professional. There are many big lawyers there for a long time, and they have signed a special litigation contract with the big law firm. In the open space in the backyard of the villa, there is a big iron stove for barbecue. Wayne and a few others worked together to fill the bottom of the stove with charcoal, then put the prepared beef on it and covered it with a lid. This barbecue method is more common in North America. The stove uses the principle of high pressure, and even large pieces of beef can be roasted. Beer? Sergey brought a bag of beer, put it on the open space, and gave each of them a bottle. Shall we put a lunch here? We can have a small party. Of course, no problem. Just ask my mom to bring the food over later. Wayne and his friends sat on the steps, each holding a beer in their hands. Nina and Bella Grant sat together, discussing topics about fashion magazines. Jimmy, I think I will need a new assistant director soon. Can you help me get a job offer? What's wrong with Zach? Jimmy raised the bottle and clinked it with him, asking curiously. After taking a big sip of cold beer, Wayne almost groaned in comfort. He hadn't experienced this completely relaxed state for a long time. When they come back from Europe, I will arrange for Zach to shoot a film alone. Luke will also become a producer. My team needs fresh blood. In his imagination, Zack Snyder must lead the filming independently. This is the main factor in whether the construction of the DC universe can be accelerated. Moreover, everyone has their own desires, and it is impossible to always let Zack Snyder be the assistant director. I'll spread the word when I get back. Believe me, this position will be very popular. Jimmy nodded. Wayne's core team has been very stable in the past 2 years, otherwise many positions would be popular. Now that a deputy director position is vacant, Jimmy believes that there will definitely be people who have proven themselves to compete for this job. Following such a director who has achieved continuous success and a stable and first-class professional team behind the scenes is the best learning opportunity for many young directors. Even some small directors who are just starting out will be willing to join in. While Wayne was hiding in the farm for vacation, the battle for the summer season continued. Batman Begins dominated all the schedules from June to early July, and the box office has maintained a healthy decline. Just when all the media and film critics thought that this film would be popular until mid-July, Universal Pictures' Gremlins snatched the weekend championship from Batman Begins in its first weekend of release in early July. This unexpected work, without large-scale publicity, was surprisingly popular among children. Family moviegoers became the main force of the box office, and it earned $3,780 in box office in 3 days. Although Batman Begins has gone through a period of popularity among moviegoers, it also earned $4.01 million, $3.72 million, $2.57 million, and $2.63 million in the first 4 working days, with a slight increase of $4.57 million on Friday, $5.67 million on Saturday, and $5.35 million on Sunday. Although the film fell to second place on the list, it also successfully received another $28.52 million. The total box office in North America has reached $230.51 million, and it is still a big box office in the theater market. Also this week, the Theater Alliance headed by the 3 major theater companies tacitly reduced the screening scale of Batman Begins, and the number of theaters in North America was reduced to 1,988. Warner Brothers and Wayne both knew that this was just a normal business adjustment. It was a miracle that this film could occupy large-scale screening resources for 4 weeks in the fiercely competitive summer season. Now that another dark horse has emerged, it is normal to vacate theaters for it. Unlike it, which made a quick buck, this film will have a long run, and it is not a short-term film. The strong box office performance has already explained a lot. Chapter 305 Wayne wants to use superheroes to intimidate fans all over the world. When Batman Begins took second place in the North American cinema market, the film officially entered a state of large-scale public release in overseas markets. In addition to the early release in the 5 English-speaking countries, the film has also been screened in many remote markets in recent weeks, and the number of countries and regions where it has been screened has reached more than 70. Such films that are first popular in North America and then screened on a large scale around the world generally achieve good results. North America, the world's largest box office, is the best market to test the quality of films in this era. With the current speed of network transmission, the overseas box office figures of Batman Begins have always been lagging behind in statistics, and this problem cannot be solved by large companies like Warner Bros. According to the data sent back by overseas branches, the latest box office has reached more than $350 million, which is only a relatively conservative statistic. The actual box office figures will only be higher. Faced with a film that has once again caused a craze overseas, entertainment media in various countries have mixed opinions, especially European film media. They almost followed France in unifying their caliber and collectively rejected this Hollywood blockbuster. In order to protect the last piece of European film, both film critics and film colleagues are accusing Wayne of insulting the great art of film with superheroes full of money. As we all know, since the release of Joker and Jurassic Park a few years ago, the Hollywood film industry has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and Europe, the birthplace of film art, has fallen to the bottom in the hearts of movie fans. The only fig leaf left is the so-called art film, so these European filmmakers must accuse every large-scale Hollywood blockbuster to preserve the last bit of dignity of European films. Wayne Greenberg, the young director, wants to use the superhero movie of great Americanism to force fans all over the world. This is the entertainment headline of the well-known French media Le Monde. The whole report lists the logical flaws of the film and accuses the film of being too depressing and dark at the core of the story. A good movie can always bring happiness or enlightenment to moviegoers, but Wayne Greenberg's movies are too dark. If you count his works over the years, it is not difficult to find that almost all of the themes are negative, which is abnormal. Not only is he exporting negative emotions to moviegoers around the world, he always uses inflammatory plots to promote the so-called great Americanism and save the world through superheroes to show this kind of weird film spirit. However, no matter how these media and film critics criticize, they have not been able to stop the enthusiasm of domestic moviegoers. In recent years, Batman Begins has always been the first choice for moviegoers. At the same time, Warner Bros. Is also using its perfect-to-flying channels to start frantically dumping movie peripherals overseas. Batman's armor, mask, cape darts and other things have achieved very good sales. Not only the movie peripherals produced by itself, but also the authorization of the film image is also a very terrifying income. From a pen, a pencil case and a school bag to various co-branded clothes and household appliances, they are all marked with the Batman icon when the film is released. When time gradually came to mid-July, the main creators of the crew who had been flying around the world ended their promotional activities in Australia and were about to rush back to Los Angeles to enjoy the rewards brought by the success of the film. Wayne also ended his wholehearted vacation life. After saying goodbye to his parents, he returned to Greenberg Manor in advance to prepare for the grand celebration party prepared by Warner Bros. The movie has not yet been removed from the theater. The peripherals and authorizations not only allowed Warner Bros. To recover their investment early, but also easily made more profits. Therefore, this time Warner Bros. Was very generous and directly booked a beach villa in Malibu. They had already hired a party company to start decorating the beach a few days in advance. How is it? Faced with the accusations of the European media, do you feel furious? On the afternoon of the day, when Wayne returned to Los Angeles, John Gray, who had been promoted to a senior executive in the production department, immediately ran to the manor and also brought various news about the film overseas. Wayne sat under the awning on the lawn, gently stroking the golden retriever's head while reading the European newspapers brought by the other party. Hearing John's teasing, he curled his lips slightly and said in a mocking tone, "What exactly is the art that these European filmmakers are talking about? Who of us doesn't know? I'm afraid that what they call art is just filming naked women, right?" Facing the accusations of his European film colleagues, Wayne really didn't take it to heart. The decline of European films was almost all their own fault. The film art in the eyes of these people has gradually lost its market even in their own countries. In his eyes, those so-called immature shots, naked women, and all kinds of perverted men and women messing around are basically unrelated to art. These old school European directors seem to be unable to make movies without long shots and large-scale erotic scenes. John Gray shrugged and ignored his ridicule of European films. Okay, let's talk business. Are you sure you won't direct the new project The Matrix that you asked Jimmy to send to the company? The investment budget for this project is as high as $70 million. In the minds of Warner Brothers executives, it is more appropriate for Wayne to direct it personally. Now it seems that blockbusters with investments of hundreds of millions of dollars are frequently released. In fact, an investment of $70 million is already considered a first-line production in Hollywood. No, I won't do any specific work on this film. Wayne shook his head and gave an affirmative answer. If you have any questions after reading the project, you can directly raise them. Okay, then I'll say it directly. John Gray observed his face and said uncertainly, the main problem is not the investment, nor the conditions proposed by Jimmy, but we don't understand the script at all. Your story is too philosophical. Originally, the projects initiated by Wayne himself would basically not be stuck in the review process at Warner Brothers, but all the executives were confused when reading the script of this film. What Matrix? The future? It's a mess, so no one knows what he wants to say. But this does not affect the review of the project. John continued before Wayne explained the script. Someone has proposed an idea. It's fine to let Zack Snyder shoot the film, but you'd better be one of the directors and join the production of the film in the later stage. John's meaning was very clear. The script was already very mysterious. Warner Brothers really couldn't rest assured to let a novice director lead the production of the film. This is a big budget science fiction film with an investment of tens of millions of dollars, not a few $1,000s. Wayne thought about it and shook his head firmly. No, I can't join in the specific work, even if I join in the later stage of the film. This film is produced by Greenberg Studio and Warner Brothers, each contributing $35 million. I will serve as the producer of the film and control the direction. Okay, I will convey your meaning when I go back. John nodded. He had thought of this result a long time ago, but he still had to try to communicate what needed to be communicated. That's right, this first part of The Matrix will be jointly invested by Greenberg Studio and Warner Brothers, and distributed by Warner Brothers. The copyright of the film belongs to Warner Brothers, and Greenberg Studio will enjoy normal investment returns. Warner Brothers is willing to accept this model because Wayne gave up the producer's fee and a large amount of upfront funds such as the project initiation bonus, which also helps the film to use all the investment in production and ensure the quality of the film. Wayne also has his own considerations. There is still $50 million of funds lying on the Greenberg studio. It would be too stupid to invest this money in the stock market or repay the bank loan. Moreover, through such cooperation, he can also participate in other projects in the future. Even though he is a shareholder of Warner Brothers, he is very clear about this kind of business. There is also a very important point. Warner Brothers wants him to take over the film production later, which will indeed save him a lot of working time, and can also use the name of Wayne Greenberg's film to attract more fans to watch the movie. But he must consider Zack Snyder's feelings. Of course, there are many benefits to doing this, but it is a kind of harm to the director, who presides over the filming of the film. This kind of thing was very common in Hollywood before, but in order to protect the rights and interests of film directors, the emergence of the Eastwood rule has reduced this kind of thing a lot. This matter was caused by old cowboy Clint Eastwood. When he was filming The Westlaw, he was jealous of the film director Kaufman because of the heroine Sandra Loke. So when the filming of the film was about to end, he took advantage of Kaufman's absence from the crew and directly filmed the film by himself, and also changed the director's name to his own with the producer. Afterwards, Kaufman had nothing to say, and finally the Directors Guild could no longer stand it and stood up and issued the Eastwood rule, stipulating that after the film director was fired for any reason, the crew producer, the male lead, and others were not allowed to serve as the director. This kind of bad things gradually decreased a little, and at the same time, the method of adding the name of a famous director after filming a film gradually became a taboo. John Gray went back with Wayne's opinion, and the next day, the Matrix project officially entered the review stage, and Warner Brothers began the preliminary market research. On July 15th, the day before the crew returned to Los Angeles, the animated feature film Pocahontas, produced by Walt Disney Animation Studios, officially landed in the North American theater market. As soon as it was released, it successfully stole all the limelight from Casper and Batman Begins, earning $25.7 million on the first day, officially igniting the war in July. Chapter 306, the youngest of the three Mexican heroes. At Los Angeles International Airport, a plane from Mexico landed, and a Mexican man hurried down from the plane. He had a chubby figure, a short beard on his round face, and curiously observed the busy terminal through the small glasses on his nose. While walking out according to the sign, he took out a piece of notepaper from his inner pocket, and looked down at the address written on it. After walking out of the airport hall, he bought a newspaper at the newsstand, carried a small travel bag, opened the door of a taxi, and sat in the back seat. The black driver in the taxi saw that there was a business coming, turned around and greeted him enthusiastically with a unique rap tone. "Hey, brother, you came to one of the biggest hells in the United States to watch a movie. Where are you going?" Just a glance back, the black driver could see that this Mexican must be in Los Angeles for the first time, and he must have come in a hurry. His clothes were full of wrinkles from the journey. From the small amount of carry-on luggage, it can be seen that this person should be on a short stay for a business trip. This kind of fat sheep who knows no place is the favorite passenger of all taxis. Hi, I'm going here. Do you know him?" The Mexican man was obviously not used to the enthusiasm of the black man. After stammering in English to greet him, he handed over the note he had been holding. The black man took the note casually, glanced at the address, and hailed the car directly. "Okay, no problem. Fasten your seatbelt, buddy. It seems that you are going to meet an important person. Ordinary people don't live here." "How?" Facing the talkative black driver, he nodded lightly, did not respond to the other party's words, and had no desire to chat with him in depth. Although it was the first time to cross the US-Mexico border to come here, he had heard of the great reputation of the group of Nego many times. This group is more dangerous than the contraband trafficking on their side. Those who sell contraband at least murder and arson are for the purpose of profit. He has heard more than once that the reason for this group of Nego to kill someone may be just for $20. Most of them are brainless. Moreover, he had specially asked his friends before coming here. His friends advised him not to contact these people unless necessary. Always carry a few dozen US dollars with you. If someone wants to borrow some money, just take it out. This can avoid a lot of trouble. After all, he himself doesn't know how long he will stay this time. Let alone other things. Who doesn't know about the famous Los Angeles riots 2 years ago? The destructive power of this group is simply infinite. $0 shopping activities are definitely traditional skills. Whenever social contradictions arise, they will spontaneously cause a storm. Such $0 shopping activities are very popular with everyone. The Nego group got things for free and left with satisfaction. After the riots, the authorities diverted social contradictions, harvested the votes of this group, and continued to govern with satisfaction. Even the shop owners who were smashed and looted would watch happily. The shops cleared out the backlog of goods, and all the damaged old shelves and environments could be renovated. After all, the insurance company would pay for everything, right? The only ones who were unhappy were probably the insurance companies. Every time this happened, it meant a large amount of expenditure. Looking at the monotonous scenery of Los Angeles from the car window along the way, the Mexican man was full of trepidation about the purpose of coming here this time, wondering if he could stay smoothly. Although he had achieved good results in Mexico, these brilliant achievements were completely useless in Los Angeles, which was separated by a wall. At most, he had more work experience than a newcomer, which made his resume look better. The black guy saw from the rearview mirror that he had been silent all the time, opened the newspaper in his hand, shrugged and stopped talking, and the car slowly fell into calm. Pocahontas, produced by Disney Animation Studios, topped the weekend box office as soon as it was released on Friday, with a box office of $65.7 million in the first weekend, becoming another winner of the summer season. This film not only performed well at the box office, successfully overwhelmed the previously strong dark horse Casper and the stable box office performance of Batman Begins, but also performed very well around the film. The glory of Disney Animation Studios continues, and animated feature films are still a strong revenue point for Disney. In second place is Universal Pictures' Casper. This film unexpectedly has achieved a high box office of more than $60 million without large-scale publicity. And the third place in the box office this weekend is undoubtedly Warner Bros. Batman Begins, which once again took a strong trend this weekend and received $20.79 million. The total box office in North America has accumulated $251.3 million. Although the screening scale of this film is shrinking, the screening time will continue for a long time, and it should not be a problem for the North American box office to exceed $300 million. It is worth mentioning that this dark masterpiece of Wayne Greenberg's return to the summer season has temporarily ranked first in the 1995 North American annual box office list with a total box office of $251.3 million. So far, no work has appeared that can threaten the status of this film. Flipping through the Los Angeles Daily Entertainment in his hand, his eyes were burning in the backseat of the taxi. Only the world's largest film industry base can achieve such an amazing result after a movie is released. Every film practitioner hopes to come to Hollywood and integrate into this circle. As long as you succeed here, not only will your name be constantly spread to the world by the developed media, but you can also earn a lot of money. All kinds of fame and fortune are incomparable in Mexico. Wayne Greenberg, Wayne Green. He whispered this name in his mouth, and he also prayed in his heart that he could successfully join the other party's team this time. This is a shortcut to integrate into Hollywood and achieve success. Wow, yes, Greenberg Manor, the person you want to see, is indeed a big shot. We are brothers. The black driver stopped the car at the door of the manor and turned his head to remind the absent-minded Mexican. "Oh, Oklahoma, thank you." After paying the fare, he opened the door with his bag and walked out. He looked up at the retro manor gate. Facing the vigilant security guard, he politely explained his purpose. At this time, the manor also received the news. Nina trotted from the main building of the villa to the lawn and came to Wayne, who was wearing sunglasses. "Boss, the Mexican Jimmy said is here." Seeing the boss take off his sunglasses and open his eyes to look at her, she pointed in the direction of the gate. "Hella has gone to pick him up. Do you want to go back to the living room to look more formal?" Waving his hand, Wayne sat up cross-legged from the recliner, stretched and said, "Just stay here, no need to toss." Not long after, the housekeeper Hella came over with the man. It can be seen that after seeing them, the man's expression immediately became nervous, and the flesh on both sides of his face was very tight. "Hello, nice to meet you, Mr. Greenberg. I made an appointment with Jimmy before and just flew here directly from Mexico." "Hello, nice to meet you. You're welcome. Take a seat." Wayne looked at the familiar young man and pointed to the beach chair next to him. "What would you like to drink? Ice juice or ice beer? The damn weather in Los Angeles is always so hot." "Thank you, juice." After taking the juice handed over by Nina, he immediately opened his backpack, took out the prepared resume from it, and put it on the white plastic table in the middle. Wayne moved the dog head lying on his legs, and under the unhappy eyes of the golden retriever, he picked up the resume on the table, but did not rush to look through it. Instead, he stared at the nervous young man with interest. "Jimmy briefly told me about you before. Why don't you introduce yourself first?" "Sorry, I'm a little nervous. This opportunity is too important to me." The man wiped the sweat from his forehead, raised his hand habitually to touch his beard, glanced at the two people opposite him, and said, "I'm Guillermo del Toro. I have shot several films independently before. Here are the videotapes." As he said that, he took out 3 videotapes from his backpack, put them on the table and continued, "I learned about your recruitment of assistant directors when I was on the phone with a friend here, and then sent your resume to your agent." Looking at the young Mexican in front of him, even though he had seen too many familiar faces in these years, he still felt deeply moved in his heart. Who would have thought that the youngest of the 3 Mexican heroes would appear in front of him like this? Regardless of whether he was fan to Hollywood in advance because of his butterfly wings, he was not going to let this person leave. This kind of director who is destined to prove his ability, even if he is still very green now, will be of great help to his future work. As long as he saw the small glasses on the other person's face, Wayne's mind flashed several sets of images in succession, from Blade, Hellboy, Pan's Labyrinth, to Pacific Rim and the Oscar-winning human-animal Love the Shape of Water. The most important thing is that this young man, who is only a few years older than himself, not only showed outstanding talent in directing, but also became unstoppable in Hollywood, acting in movies, writing screenwriters, supervising producers, and other jobs, and he did very well. It's just that his outstanding reputation as a director overshadowed his achievements in other aspects, whether it was starring in 007, Quantum of Solace, or directing the animated film Monster Hunter. His performance was a mess. After the other party briefly introduced himself, Wayne silently flipped through his resume. There was absolutely no problem with this candidate. At most, they could cooperate on a movie first. If the shooting style really didn't match, he could recommend it to Warner Brothers to shoot other movies. Chapter 307 Hollywood is always Hollywood. Nina sat aside and didn't say anything, but based on her understanding of her boss, this lucky Mexican should be able to stay. Her intuition in this regard has always been accurate. She had long discovered that her boss was a little different. He seemed to be calm and serious, but in fact, he was sometimes mysterious when doing things. Sure enough, what Wayne said next proved her guess. Guillermo, okay, can I call you that? Putting down the resume that didn't mean much to him, Wayne's eyes revealed undisguised admiration. Guillermo del Toro nodded. Of course, I mean this title is fine. My next project will take a few months. If you want, you can stay in Los Angeles first. There will be a celebration party for Batman Begins in Malibu tomorrow. You and I will go there and get familiar with the rest of the team in advance. You mean? Guillermo's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the so-called interview to be so simple. He thought there would be a long conversation to understand. It seems that all the understanding of filming that he prepared would be useless. That's right. Wayne stood up from his chair and extended his right hand with a smile. Welcome to join my production team. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Gilmore stood up in a hurry and extended his right hand, saying excitedly, of course, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Okay, we will talk about work later. Now you may need a formal suit. Observing the other person's dress, Wayne knew that he must be a casual person, so he reminded him that tomorrow's party would be more of a formal cocktail party. By the way, do you need my help with where to live? Gilmore shook his head. I will live in the Beverly Hotel first, and then find a house through real estate experience. That's it. I will find a suitable place to stay first. Okay, Nina. Wayne turned around and called the assistant. Let Sergi drive him and help him find a suitable hotel. By the way, Guillermo, I have a suggestion for you. It's okay to go around Beverly after dark, but don't go to the city center if you have nothing to do. The city center of Los Angeles at night will become a different world. If a foreigner like this breaks in, he is really not sure whether he can come out intact. After the Mexican left, Wayne tapped the videotape left by the other party with his fingers, thinking about the arrangements for the future. Is Nami still sleeping? Thinking of the Australian girl who had been sleeping soundly since she got off the plane, he asked curiously. Nina shrugged and said, yes, I went to see her just now. She was sleeping very deeply. It seems that this round-the-world trip really exhausted her. Forget it, let her sleep. Wayne put the sunglasses on his face again, and the man and the dog lay down again, facing the bright sunshine of Los Angeles, and began to relax from the inside out. There is not much time left for thinking about anything. After the party tomorrow, there is still a lot of work that needs him to arrange. The film The Matrix will be approved soon. Even if he doesn't need to participate in the preparations, he still needs to make a decision on the shooting team and actors. At 6 o'clock the next night, when it was just getting dark, the Rolls-Royce Silver Thor drove out of the manor smoothly. After picking up Guillermo, it will go straight to the beach house in Malibu. Naomi Watts was listless all the way. She was wearing a sexy little dress and leaning against Nina. The two of them were flipping through fashion magazines and whispering from time to time. Looking at the tired woman, Wayne teased, How do you feel? After returning from this promotional event, you feel like your bones have been pulled out. Are you really that tired? Maybe I just didn't rest well, huh? Naomi Watts raised her white palm, covered her mouth and yawned again. I'm not the most popular person along the way. Dozens of people in the crew are just Christian's foil. He is the big star who causes craze wherever he goes. Naomi, his performance and dedication to the film are worthy of everything he has gained now. Speaking of this, he can immediately think of the situation during the filming. Christian Bale was immersed in the role and simply couldn't distinguish between the inside and outside of the play. His efforts were seen by everyone, and he also won the respect of hundreds of people in the crew. Because of this actor's dedicated performance, Wayne had already implicitly reminded him not to take any other work for the time being. He would use him as one of the male protagonists in the next project he prepared. Of course, his performance has been recognized by fans all over the world. Speaking of this partner who was slapped dozens of times by her, Naomi Watts did not feel jealous at all. Of course, if it was a female actor, it would be another result. The first reason why no big trouble broke out during the filming of The Crew was that there were not many female actors, and only Naomi Watts was a pure female protagonist. In addition, Wayne's growing status also enabled him to suppress these people. By the way, I heard during the promotion that Warner Brothers once wanted to release Batman Across the Pacific Ocean, but it failed to pass the review there. In order to release it, they needed to cut a lot of scenes, so Warner Brothers finally gave up the plan. What a pity, that market is so vast. Listening to the gossip of the Australian girl, Wayne shook his head gently. He had known about this for a long time, but he had never expressed his opinion to Warner Brothers. That market would sooner or later become the second largest box office in the world. No one knew the fans there better than him. It was too early to consider these things now. Moreover, the type of film he shot was destined to be a banned film there. Even if the review standards were set 20 years later, it would not be possible to appear in theaters smoothly from all aspects. Black films were too special. Even if they could be released, they might not be well received in that market. He had known this for a long time, and had never had any illusions. Unless it takes another decade or so, there is some possibility for superheroes, but no one can guarantee that the funny style of Marvel movies will be popular, and his dark and serious style of DC movies will also be popular. Nina heard about the conversation on the other side, and suddenly remembered something. Boss, Warner Brothers has done a survey there. The market potential there is too big, just like North America. Also, according to their survey, you are very famous among fans there. Unfortunately, they know you all through pirated videotapes. What confuses Warner Brothers is that the media has never promoted you, but many people do know the name Wayne Greenberg. Otherwise, Warner Brothers would not be tempted to release Batman Begins there. They want to cultivate the market in advance. As long as they are senior practitioners in the industry, they know that the viewing habits of fans are all cultivated from scratch. The same is true for North America, the world's largest vote bank. It was also slowly cultivated after the era of big studios. Everyone can imagine the market potential there. The huge population base is more than one level better than North America. But some things can't be taken for granted. Movies really have no borders, and good movie fans have no borders, but filmmakers do. So he had already made plans. As long as it was related to politics, he would definitely not touch it. After Gilmore got in the car and simply said hello, they also ended the topic. Naomi Watts returned to her listless look and leaned on Nina and whispered. Warner Brothers had already notified them in advance. This party was relatively formal. Not only did they invite many people in the circle who had good relationships to participate, but there would also be some relatively special guests. Every time such a large cocktail party is a stage for the six majors to show their muscles, it is also a large social platform. There are many opportunities contained in it. Many collaborations start from such occasions. Of course, the handsome men and beautiful women who are indispensable to this kind of party are invited by the party companies that Warner Brothers has contacted in advance, and a large part of them are those small actors who are looking for opportunities and are brought in by agents through relationships. For them, this occasion was like buying a lottery ticket. Everyone was eager to find a chance to stand out. When the car drove into the beach house, before Wayne introduced Gilmore to Zack Snyder and others, he was pulled over by Jeff Robinoff as soon as he got out of the car and introduced to this group of veteran members of the Academy. "Wayne, I like your movie Joker very much. My grandson and I have watched it more than once. However, it is obvious that young people prefer Batman." The old man who spoke had a huge hooked nose on his face and very obvious Jewish features. Hearing the other party's words, Wayne politely clinked champagne with him. "Mr. Hawkins, thank you for your support. If it weren't for the predecessors like you who paved the way, I would not have achieved what I have now. Humility and patience are very good qualities." The other party took a sip of champagne with a smile on his face. "Just like the media said, even if we only look at your contribution to the promotion of the Hollywood film industry, the Oscars should give you a little golden man. Wayne, be patient. When the time comes, our own people will definitely support you. Hollywood will always be Hollywood." Accompanied by Jeff Robinoff, Wayne chatted with him for a while, and then he breathed a sigh of relief when he looked at the empty crowd around him. He had heard a lot of such words from the other party tonight, and the CEO of Warner Brothers had been patiently introducing him to help him make more connections in the future. Especially the sentence "Hollywood will always be Hollywood." The subtext is very obvious, that is, to relax him. In the end, this place is still ruled by the Jewish boss. Facing these special visitors, Wayne has been trying his best to deal with them and leave a good impression on these old men, which is of great help to his next plan. Although these people are outdated and can't influence the theater market at all, after the awards season comes, each of them represents countless votes. Only after dealing with these old men did he turn his attention to the party, looking for crew members and preparing to start his formal nightlife. Chapter 308. Cheers to this damn successful person. These old Academy members are very important. Even though they don't appear in the media, their influence is always there. After introducing Wayne to his connections for a while, Jeff Robinoff patted him on the shoulder when he was free and said jokingly, "I know how proud you are. You have done a great job and left enough goodwill in this group of people. Listen, this group of representatives of the old school of Hollywood may not help you during the awards season because of these goodwills, but they will definitely not deliberately set obstacles for you." As a veteran who has been in Hollywood for more than 20 years, Jeff Robinoff has seen through this group of people. In fact, in the minds of these old men, brain-smelling directors like Wayne have the same impression as brain-smelling actors like Tom Cruise. These young people have gained status and wealth that others have struggled for a lifetime in just a few years, which makes it difficult for the older generation to feel comfortable. But he was much luckier than Liang Tang and others, because of his Jewish ancestry. It was difficult for those old men not to treat him as one of their own. This invisible care was not often reflected in normal times, but when it came to receiving honors, it was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Facing Jeff Robinoff's patient explanation, Wayne nodded gently. He knew that the CEO of Warner Brothers regarded him as one of his own. They were grasshoppers in the same boat, and helping him was equivalent to helping himself. The reason why he endured his impatience and pretended to be friendly with those big men he didn't know was to prepare for his future plans and not to waste the other party's intentions. "Come on, everyone is waiting for you. Let's start the most important thing today." Jeff Robinoff pointed to the beach fire and took him over. Just now, while they were talking and socializing here, Warner Brothers' own employees had built a 1-meter high ice sculpture next to the fire. A long number was carved on the whole piece of ice. 250 million. 250 million. This was specially made to celebrate the North American box office of Batman Begins exceeding 250 million. The other main creators of the crew gathered around, and they also had a share of this honor. Under the gaze of many guests at the scene, Wayne picked up the hammer and knocked it down. After the applause, the party really began. Director Greenberg, thank you for giving me this opportunity. The crowd had just dispersed, and Gary Oldman was the first to come up and raised his glass to thank him. When he decided to play Officer James Gordon in Batman, he signed a contract with Warner Brothers for many movies. There will definitely be many opportunities for them to work together in the future. Leaving a deep enough impression on the director is his most important job now. Wayne clinked his glasses with him and smiled and shook his head. Gary, your performance is very good. The role of Officer Gordon is just like it was tailor-made for you. By the way, don't rush to take other jobs for the time being. There is a role in the next project of Warner Brothers that is very suitable for you. This actor has strong plasticity, excellent acting skills, and is very down to earth. He has always left a good impression on Wayne. Moreover, Warner Brothers will soon get the copyright, and he will continue to play Sirius Black in the future, so this actor will basically cooperate with Warner Brothers for a long time. Seeing this younger face always reminds Wayne of Dr. Hannibal, which shows that his ability to shape roles has always been online. Gary Oldman nodded and asked curiously, is it The Matrix that has been rumored in the circle these days? No problem, the crew can discuss a contract with my agent at any time. Since the news of The Matrix leaked, many people in the circle have begun to get excited, but this movie was not shot by Wayne himself, which gave many actors a lot of concerns. That's right. It won't be long before the film's early preparations begin. This film also requires you to join the crew in advance. Wayne didn't hide anything. He waved to Zack Snyder while talking. After he came over, he continued, you have to be prepared. Warner Brothers will pass the review soon. I won't participate in the formation of the crew this time. Don't mess it up. Zack Snyder was excited and looked at him with gratitude. After so many years, he was finally going to officially direct a first-line big production. And he knew very well that the reason why Warner Brothers agreed to let him direct was because most of the pressure was borne by Wayne. The production company actually believed in Wayne as a major shareholder. Don't worry, as long as the funds are raised, I will start immediately. The few people chatted for a few more words. Zack Snyder and Gary Oldman took the initiative to leave his side. There were still many people waiting behind. As soon as the first two people left, Christian Bale, who was dressed in a straight suit, hurried over with a glass of wine. Wayne, thank you. Hey, Christian. Wayne waved his hand to interrupt the other party, but still raised his glass and took a big sip. No need to say thank you, damn. You definitely want to get me drunk. Anyway, you've drunk enough, haven't you? Christian Bale shrugged and teased him while looking at his flushed face. I have informed my agent that I will give up all invitations during this period. Starting tomorrow, I will start exercising to keep in shape. After carefully observing the other party's figure from top to bottom, Wayne nodded with satisfaction. This big star should not have relaxed his body management during the promotion period. It's enough to maintain your current strength. I will give you the script in a while, but you must keep it confidential. No problem. The two clinked their glasses again, and Christian Bale looked at the crowd behind him who were ready to move, and took the initiative to leave his side. Wayne was undoubtedly the absolute center of the party. When he himself couldn't remember how much he drank, he found that the whole crew had chatted with him more or less. If you really feel uncomfortable, I'll go to the bathroom with you to vomit. Just when his head felt fuzzy, a woman supported him on the right side, and Naomi Watts' caring words rang in his ears at the same time. Your face is very red. I suggest you find a place to rest. I feel fine. I just drank too much. Wayne raised his left hand and rubbed his temple and walked to the rest area with her and sat down. Since entering this beach villa, he has lost count of how much wine he has drunk. Although each time is just a small sip, the accumulation still makes him feel drunk. They just sat down and didn't have time to say a few words. An agent came over with a beautiful client in this direction, and it was obvious that the target was them. However, seeing Wayne's state, Nina stopped him in advance, chatted with the other party for a few words, took a business card and turned back. To be honest, I really don't like this kind of social occasion. Wayne picked up a bottle of water and sipped it, staring at the crew behind the scenes, each hugging a beautiful woman and reveling. Naomi Watts knew that he was not being pretentious. Although this man was not very old, he never liked wild parties, so she suggested, then let's go back now? Well, it seems that we can't go back. The Australian girl looked up and found that another woman was coming over. This beautiful woman with a plump figure was like two extremes of women compared to herself. She had seen the scandal between Wayne and this woman named Angelina Jolie in the media before. When she saw the other party coming, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at the man next to her. Wayne, I remember that your aesthetic is not like this, right? What? Now you are also obsessed with bombshell bodies? Naomi, you have always been my favorite. Facing this shameless man, Naomi Watts never had any way to deal with it. She simply turned a blind eye to him and got up and took Nina to find the main creators of the crew. "Hi, honey, I hope I didn't disturb you." Angelina Jolie was wearing a tight black evening dress, which outlined her plump figure sexy and hot enough. Her thick lips were painted in bright red. Every time he saw her lips, Wayne always thought of her superb skills. "I haven't seen you for a long time. When did you come?" The moist sea breeze brought the perfume of the woman next to him into Wayne's nostrils. His already slightly tipsy brain, coupled with the perfume, made him even more confused. Angelina Jolie hugged one of his arms, put her red lips close to his ear, and said, "You are surrounded by those big shots. I can't squeeze in. It's been a long time since we last met, honey. Let's go to another place to chat." As she spoke, she stretched out her snow-white fingers and gently scratched Wayne's palm twice. They were all adults, and such hints were already very obvious. Angelina Jolie also found that this man had obviously drunk a little too much. In addition to alcohol, the only thing that can excite a man is women. But she was not the only one who had this plan. Just as the American girl was cheesing, Charlize Theron came up from behind with a mocking and sneering look on her face. "You see, this circle has always been like this. People are indeed divided into different levels. Only the top bosses can fully enjoy the spiritual pleasure brought by power." Not far from the rest area, a pair of good friends who had auditioned for the role of Batman looked at Wayne surrounded by two women, and one of the young men couldn't help but sigh. "Matt, we will also succeed." Another young man took a big sip of beer and said with some envy at the scene, "Hey, Ben, how great it would be if I could get the role of Bruce Wayne." Matt Damon did envy the women surrounding Wayne, but he envied the center of another crowd, Batman Christian Bale, who was surrounded by many people. "My agent got the news that Wayne's new film will be prepared soon. Do you want to try again?" Ben Affleck was stunned by his friend's words. He asked curiously, "What about Good Will Hunting?" "Hey, Matt, don't be impulsive. Let's find out the news first. If I can join Wayne Greenberg's new project, I will postpone the plan of Good Will Hunting. You must know that his project is the fastest way to success." "Okay." Ben Affleck watched Wayne hugging two women and walking towards the main building of the villa and nodded. "Okay, I'll let my agent go to Warner to find out the news. Cheers to this damn successful man. He is so happy." Chapter 309 You Might Be a Father. The party was still full of revelry, just like a large-scale hunting activity. Handsome men and beautiful women kept analyzing possible targets, and they would attack without hesitation when they saw the target. The relationship between prey and hunter was constantly changing. There would always be men and women who were attracted to each other and walked towards the main building of the villa, hugging each other to find more primitive happiness. When Wayne, who was in a daze, left the party with two beauties of different figures, not only those who had been staring at him saw it, but also Naomi Watts, who was with the actors of the Batman crew. "Should I remind the boss? His mind is not very clear now." Nina looked at the Australian girl worriedly and asked softly. With a pop, Naomi Watts threw the beer bottle away, not hiding her bad mood. "Damn it, let him go. His mind is the clearest right now. F***K. This man is an animal that will turn blue at any time." As she continued to curse in annoyance, Ralph Fiennes and Liam Neeson looked at each other and quietly left the place. "What's wrong with Naomi?" Ralph Fiennes looked gossipy and poked Liam Neeson with his elbow. "I remember she shouldn't be like this normally, right? There are many women who have had relationships with the boss, and there are also many rumors about them, but Naomi has never expressed jealousy. Only other women will be jealous of Naomi. As long as they don't commit suicide, she and the boss will at least be another pair of Hepburn and Givenchy. The relationship between them is too special." Liam Neeson shook his head gently. In his opinion, Naomi Watts was obviously unbalanced in her heart, which was definitely a sign of committing suicide. It is difficult to get a man's special feelings, let alone the object is a Hollywood tycoon, but it is very simple to destroy this special feeling. Looking back again, Ralph Fiennes suddenly smiled and said, "Liam, be careful, I'll tell the boss that you compared him to that old guy from Givenchy." Seeing the two people walking further and further away, Nina patted the Australian girl's hand with some worry. After making sure that there was no one else around, she carefully observed her face and said softly, "I suggest you tell the boss about the possible pregnancy. In your current state, he will find out sooner or later." Hearing the assistant's words, Naomi Watts' face became even uglier. In fact, in the middle of the global promotional activities, she suspected that there was something wrong with her body. She was in her 20s and was full of energy, but she suddenly began to feel tired and always couldn't wake up. In addition, the relatives who were always punctual did not come, which made the Australian girl even more entangled. She was afraid that it was really what she feared the most, that she had a child at the critical period of her career. She had never been prepared for such an unexpected situation, so she didn't even dare to test it. These days, she kept struggling whether to tell Wayne or to check secretly and get rid of the child. Naomi Watts reached out to grab a bottle of beer, sighed softly, and retracted her hand. "Do you think that career is more important, or being a mother is more important?" This question has been bothering her, but there is no one to talk to. If the assistant hadn't guessed it, she might have continued to struggle. What made her even more uncertain was Wayne's opinion on the matter. Naomi Watts was the person who knew him best, and she knew very well in her heart that, if she still wanted to pursue fame and fortune in this circle, even if the child was born, the man would not allow her to raise it alone. She had thought about this issue more than once. With Wayne's domineering style of doing things, he might keep the child at the first opportunity, and she was also very likely to end her path to stardom. Gently pushing her glasses, Nina's eyes flashed with absolute rationality. "I think you'd better not keep it a secret. Even if you don't want to keep the child, you should discuss it with your boss in advance. Otherwise, there will be big problems in your relationship in the future." She shut up after saying that. In the end, the other party had to make the decision on his own. As one of the women who knew Wayne best, Nina believed that it would be difficult for her boss to change his code of conduct given his nature. Naomi Watts' decision was indeed difficult to make. Even if she really gave birth to the child, she had to accept helplessly that the father of the child had other women. Moreover, the assistant never told the other party that Wayne had prepared a big project for her in the second half of the year, and the investment for this project was ready. Telling the other party about this would only make her fall into deeper entanglement. Hey. Naomi Watts looked at the carnival crowd around her. Everyone was trying to get drunk. Successful people were hugging beautiful women and drinking continuously. Some people were sharing leaf tobacco in the corner. All of this suddenly made her feel sick and wanted to leave here as soon as possible. "I've made up my mind. You go with me to find him. I need to talk to him. I don't want to wait any longer." The Australian girl gritted her teeth. Her expression changed several times, and finally she walked towards the villa. As for whether it would disturb the other party's interest, she didn't want to think about it at all now. She just wanted to throw all the problems to the man as soon as possible. She had been tortured enough these days. "Calm down, Nami." Nina trotted after her and suggested, "How about I go find the boss and you wait outside?" At this stage, the woman's emotions are completely uncontrollable. If she sees some exciting pictures, the assistant lady can't tell what she will do. "No, I'm very sober. Why should I worry about these problems myself?" Naomi Watts hated her more and more. If he hadn't left those shitty things on me like an animal, how could this happen? Damn it. After asking the two adapters and confirming which room Wayne was in, the Australian girl turned the door knob without any hesitation and opened the door. Just as she imagined, the three drunk people didn't bother to lock the door. They pushed it open with a little effort. When they walked into the room, the scene that came into their eyes was definitely exciting enough. One was plump and hot, and the other was tall and thin. The two white backs were kneeling on the ground. The man sitting by the bed saw her suddenly come in, and his face was full of surprise for a moment. "Holy shit. Naomi, what are you doing? We need to talk now." Naomi Watts had thought of this scene a long time ago, and completely ignored the two surprised women who turned their heads, looking at him firmly. "You go out first." Although Wayne's mind was still a little confused, he still noticed the other party's abnormality after being shocked. This kind of firm look, in his memory, only appeared when they first met, and the other party yearned for Beverly. Yes, put on your clothes, and go out first, I'll call you later. The two women looked at each other, both a little bit unbelievable about the situation they encountered, but they still put on their clothes generously, and each kissed the man's face before leaving. In the villa room tonight, there were many people who played crazier than them. When the two of them opened the door in disheveled clothes and muttered words starting with B, the adapter was no longer surprised. Tell me, what happened? Wayne shook his head vigorously, still feeling a little dizzy, and simply gave up the idea of getting dressed and pulled the quilt over himself. Naomi, give me a reason for your willfulness. You should understand that I have my own social freedom and private life. Nodding to Nina outside the door, Naomi Watts closed the door, sat on the bed, reached out to pick up his cigarette, took out a cigarette, lit it, and smoked it one after another. There was silence for about 2 minutes. When the man's face showed an impatient expression, she bit her lip, raised her head, and looked into his eyes, and said, Wayne, you may be a father. After saying that, it was as if she was relieved, and the uneasy mood disappeared, just staring at his reaction. What the F **K? He suddenly remembered that this woman had been acting listless since she came back. She not only liked to hide in her room to sleep, but also had complicated expressions on her face from time to time. While trying to recall the time when they had sex before, he tried to calm himself down. The moment he heard the news, the alcohol and the unvented annoyance on his body all disappeared in an instant. During this period, you had sex with me, right? He regretted it after saying this, and wanted to slap himself in the face. Sure enough, the woman's face turned blue-black visibly. Get out of here. Naomi Watts never thought he would ask this question, and tried hard to suppress his anger. Since I met you in 1990, I have only had sex with you. I'm different from you, understand? Okay, I understand. Give me some time to think about it. Let's both calm down, okay? Wayne put on his pants while talking. He didn't care whether his shirt was tucked in or not. He put his tie directly into his pocket, put on his suit jacket, and walked out with her in his arms. He opened the door and said to Nina, notify Sergi, we will return to the manor immediately and let Hella call the family doctor. Yes, right now, I want to confirm the result tonight. From the moment she got in the car, Naomi Watts hugged his arm and leaned her head on his shoulder in silence. Wayne was also thinking about how to deal with it. He had been asking himself in his heart whether he was ready to be a father and how to be a qualified father. Yes, since he heard the news, he had no intention of letting this unexpected little life disappear. All the doubts he had always had about his body gradually disappeared with the woman's pregnancy, but he had to hear the doctor's confirmation in person. He just remembered that Naomi Watts was very self-indulgent and there was no safety measures between them in the past 2 years. He also trusted the Australian girl very much and never suspected that she would have ulterior motives, so he was never as cautious and defensive as he was with other women. However, all this came too suddenly. Neither of them had thought about this and had never made any preparations for it. Beverly Hills outside the car window was full of lights and wine. Looking at the scenery that kept passing by, Wayne put everything about work behind his mind, gently stroked the woman's hair with his left hand, and quietly waited for the result of the matter. Chapter 310 I will not be Mrs. Greenberg. How is it? After returning to the manor, Wayne did not bother to change his clothes. He sat in the living room smoking and waiting for the result. When he saw Nina coming down from upstairs, he could not wait to ask. The assistant nodded gently. Mary talked to her for a while. For the time being, from the test results of HCG and the urine test, it can be basically confirmed that she is pregnant. Mary will be down soon. We have to wait for her to tell us the details. Although he was mentally prepared for this result, Wayne still felt all kinds of emotions when he heard the assistant's words. He was not particularly excited, but suddenly felt that the world was much more real. After all, this body contains a soul with oriental characteristics. Even if it is completely westernized, some things cannot be changed. And the offspring, for the oriental soul, is like a root, proving the meaning of its existence. In fact, after so many years, Wayne has always hinted to himself in his heart that this world is absolutely an extremely real existence. Whether it is what he hears and sees, or his parents who give him infinite love, he tries not to regard this as a game. But the doubt about his body is one of the biggest secrets in his heart. Since he was a child, he has discovered that he is much smarter than his peers. He can easily complete the huge study plan that normal people cannot understand. Although his body has never been the type of big muscular man, he can only be considered strong at most, but he can withstand the collision of rugby. All this made him doubt his body, but the unexpected arrival of his offspring dispelled all his worries. It seems that God only favors this body and gives him some more talents than ordinary people. There is no difference in other aspects. Mr. Greenberg. Wayne didn't wait too long. Mary Elizabeth, a female doctor specially found by the housekeeper Hella, came down from the second floor. She works in a private hospital in Beverly and has signed a confidentiality agreement before coming. These 2 points guarantee that the privacy of celebrities will not be disclosed at will. After extending his hand and shaking hers and inviting her to sit down, Wayne asked, "Dr. Elizabeth, how is the situation?" It can only be preliminarily confirmed now that Ms. Watts is very likely pregnant. Facing a super rich man who can live in such a place, and a world-class director who is famous all over the United States, Mary Elizabeth followed the convention and did not say anything completely final. Countless predecessors in their industry had proved it with facts. Unless you get a detailed examination report in the hospital, you must not give a definite answer. This is the center of Hollywood with chaotic private lives, and all kinds of strange diseases are always emerging. Wayne's eyes suddenly became sharp, looking at this young female doctor. "Can't be sure. You misunderstood, Mr. Greenberg." Mary Elizabeth saw that he was in a bad mood, and hurried to explain. "Because of the conditions at home, we can only do urine HCG test through urine, but the accuracy of this method is not 100%. Now we have only made a preliminary confirmation. For the specific and detailed test results, we need to go to the hospital tomorrow to do blood HCG test. If the blood HCG is greater than 10 mlu/ml, it can be 100% confirmed that the pregnancy is already there. In clinical practice, whether it is intrauterine pregnancy, ectopic pregnancy or biochemical pregnancy, further examination is needed." Seeing the impatient look on the other party's face, the female doctor swallowed her saliva, quickened her speech and continued, "Of course, we can also do the ultrasound examination in the hospital. Well, the fastest and most convenient one is of course the urine HCG test, and the results can be seen in a few minutes, but this result is not 100% accurate, so I can only say that it is preliminarily confirmed that Ms. Watts does have the symptoms of pregnancy." After going around in circles, there were a few words she never dared to say. These female stars have extremely chaotic private lives. According to what she learned, taking contraband, taking drugs, promiscuous sex, etc. are very common. This kind of overly chaotic private life greatly affects the results of urine HCG test. In addition, these bad living habits and the strange female diseases caused by them may create the illusion of pregnancy. "Okay, I understand." Wayne nodded gently. In fact, he understood from the doctor's subtext that, if nothing unexpected happened, there would be no problem for Naomi Watts to get pregnant. "Well, Dr. Elizabeth, I will take Naomi to your hospital for a specific examination before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Please help me make an appointment. Hella, help me send Dr. Elizabeth back." "No problem, Mr. Greenberg." The female doctor quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The man opposite looked very young and sunny, but when she really faced the serious man, she knew how much pressure she had. In her heart, she knew very well that all this might be an illusion caused by the other party's terrifying wealth, but it made her feel really uncomfortable. Before leaving, Mary Elizabeth hesitated for a while and still reminded her, "It's best to keep Ms. Watts away from alcohol. It's not good for her body or the baby in her belly." "Thank you, I will pay attention." Wayne rarely smiled and nodded to her. When the female doctor left the living room, he turned to look at the assistant. "Did Naomi drink tonight?" "Only a little, not much," Nina answered softly, while carefully watching his face. "I see, you should go to bed early. Let's go with Naomi for a blood test tomorrow." I'll go and have a good chat with her. After that, he went up the stairs to the second floor and came to the Australian girl's room. The first thing he saw when he opened the door was Naomi Watts holding a golden retriever and talking to herself in a low voice. At this moment, Wayne was also entangled in his heart. The sudden arrival of this child was indeed a surprise and joyful gift, but this did not match the plan he had customized for himself in the first half of his life. You know, God's gift is not just a little life, but also comes with the responsibility to the child's mother. He turned around and gently closed the door. After walking to the bed and sitting next to her, he reached out and slowly stroked the golden retriever in her arms, looked up at her eyes and said, "Naomi, I think we need to talk. This is very important for the unborn baby." "I understand, Wayne. You promised to love him, right?" Naomi Watts let go of the golden retriever in her arms, touched her belly, and asked uncertainly, "Or are you really ready? Ready to welcome the arrival of your own child?" The Australian girl knew the other party and knew that in his life plan, there was absolutely no option to have a child in his 20s. All his energy would be invested in work. From the few words revealed in their usual chats, it can be found that this man's future work plan is huge. Although he has achieved great success now, he has never stopped pursuing a film career. Now that he suddenly has a child, it will obviously involve a lot of his energy and even affect the other party's life plan. "I think I'm ready. This is the greatest gift God has given me. There is no reason not to cherish it." Wayne had a gentle look on his face and spoke in a firm tone. "What about you, Naomi? Are you ready to be a mother? If you want a guarantee, I can even give you a wedding." "No, Wayne, please." Hearing his words, Naomi Watts' pupils instantly dilated a lot, and she rejected his proposal at the first time. "I know you. Is being Mrs. Greenberg a guarantee?" "No, absolutely not. I thought about this question a few years ago, and the answer is that I can't accept that you have to guess which biscuits you kissed outside every day after you go home. And as long as I marry you, it means that my career and pursuits are all meaningless. Ask yourself, will you allow Mrs. Greenberg to go out to act and pursue fame and fortune? You won't allow me to do this." Although she refused firmly, Naomi Watts felt happy in her heart when she heard that the man was willing to give her a wedding, but she would not agree. She had considered this issue countless times before she got pregnant. She knew best how good this man was. She saw him step by step to his current position and possessed terrifying wealth. Then no matter how successful a man's career is, there are some personalities that he will not deliberately suppress. Just like she just said, as long as he continues to be successful in this circle, the women who want to climb into Wayne's bed may line up from Beverly to Burbank. As long as he is a normal man, no one can withstand such temptation, not to mention that he is an energetic playboy. Since she knows that she can't accept such a thing, she might as well not want to get too much, so as not to cause mental imbalance. In addition, it is her pursuit all the time. Naomi Watts is very clear. She likes the feeling of being chased by the media and fans. Being a big star is her goal in the first half of her life. She doesn't allow herself to give up. Becoming Mrs. Greenberg can indeed easily get everything, but what she needs to pay is something she can't accept. Wayne was stunned for a moment and was silent for a full 2 minutes before he straightened his face. "Naomi, this is the only chance. Are you sure you don't regret it?" "No regrets." Naomi Watts' eyes became more and more determined. She stretched out her white fingers and gently stroked the sunny and handsome face in front of her. "You always know what I'm thinking, right? Listen, Wayne, I love you very much, but I will never become Mrs. Greenberg. I can feel your feelings for me. We don't need to change the way we get along for the appearance of the child. I'm very sure of this." The Australian girl believes that not changing the way the two sides get along easily is the best way to maintain the tacit understanding between the two sides. She just needs to be sure that Wayne will love their children very much, which is good for both parties. "I hope you can always think so." Reaching out to hug the woman beside him, Wayne looked at her deeply. "Go to sleep. We will get up early tomorrow morning to check the health of the baby." Although he didn't want to admit it, he was secretly relieved when he heard the other party's decision. Sometimes Wayne feels that he is quite hypocritical. If it were 20 years later, he would probably be beaten to death, right? Exclamation mark. Maybe Naomi Watts knows him better than he does. Not changing the way he gets along for the time being is indeed the most fortunate thing for him now, and it also reduces a lot of trouble. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311. The Pathfinder is here. The next morning, Naomi Watts put on a cap, sunglasses and a mask, and accompanied by Wayne, went to Beverly Private Hospital for a low-key blood test. The result was ideal. The Australian girl was about 6.5 weeks pregnant, and her physical condition has been good. As long as she gets through the reaction period, she will no longer be as sleepy as she is now. Therefore, the new project King Kong, that was originally prepared to be submitted to Warner Brothers, was also postponed by Wayne. This project will always be kept for Naomi Watts until she is willing to return to filming. Regarding some publicity tasks for Batman Begins later, he personally called the distribution department of Warner Brothers. The Australian girl will suspend all work and rest in peace in the manor until the child is born smoothly. The new project The Matrix successfully passed the review, and the first $20 million of funds were deposited into the account of the third-party guarantee company. As usual, Warner Brothers prepared a press conference specifically for the signing of this project. Wayne only showed up for a short while before the press conference. After the official signing, he gave the stage to Zack Snyder, Luke Simmons and others in a low-key manner. Even during the crew's preparatory meeting, he did not say a word, but just sat aside and observed silently. The Matrix is expected to invest about $70 million, jointly invested by Greenberg Studio and Warner Brothers Production Company, each contributing 50%, to set up a hacker studio together. Warner Brothers is responsible for the distribution of the film. According to Hollywood industry rules, it will extract normal distribution fees. Similarly, the copyright of the film also belongs to Warner Brothers. The contract between the two parties clearly stipulates that Greenberg Studio enjoys 50% of the normal income of The Matrix, including box office, film peripherals, offline copyright operations, videotape rental and sales, etc. However, this kind of omni-channel income is stipulated to be 15 years after the film is released. All income generated thereafter has nothing to do with Greenberg Studio and all belongs to Warner Brothers. This is the first time that Wayne has been involved in channel income, a field that is like a private reserve for a production company. If it weren't for his increasing importance and participation as the owner of a film company, it would be difficult for Warner Brothers to give up this part of the income. The most important point is that Warner Brothers' investment in this part was made under the name of Wayne Greenberg Productions, and it was pulled from the Korean Film Fund, and it didn't contribute a penny. This is the resource influence of industry giants. In simple terms, it is a free-for-all. If The Matrix is a big hit, Warner Brothers will not make a penny less. Most of the investment in the film's publicity and distribution funds is transferred from one hand to the other. Even the publicity channels are its own subsidiaries. The projects involved cannot be checked at all. Basically, money is taken out from this side and put into the pocket of the other side. The box office revenue of subsequent films will also be collected by the distribution department first, and then it can be transferred to the account of the hacker studio, and the two investors will share it according to the contract ratio. Finally, there is the most profitable peripheral, copyright trading authorization, videotape rental, trading, etc. This part is also unrelated to the investment fund, and is the territory of Warner Brothers and Greenberg Studio. So, investing in a hit movie is indeed a huge profit, but these profits have nothing to do with outsiders. Now is the mid to late 1990s, which is also the most mythical period for Hollywood movies to make money. Many foreign film foundations have become the targets of being fleeced by production companies during this period. Until more than 20 years later, although such things have decreased, they still happen constantly. There are always rich people who feel good about themselves and plunge into this circle to pay tuition. For the project of the Matrix, if Warner Brothers had done it more ruthlessly, they could even have discussed with Wayne in advance, so that the final project would still incur losses, after deducting the box office revenue. In this way, investors will not only not get the income they deserve, but also cannot get back the initial investment in production. This kind of thing is simply a piece of cake for Hollywood production companies. If they want a film to incur losses, outsiders will not be able to find clues from the messy financial transactions, even if they invite an entire accounting firm, let alone go to the Delaware Court of Equalization to sue. Of course, all these methods are only aimed at outsiders. This is why production companies are unwilling to accept funds from insiders. Everyone knows what is going on, so there is less room for maneuver. For the project of the Matrix, Wayne's Greenberg studio will definitely not be an obstacle to Warner Brothers. His status as a major shareholder has been confirmed. Regardless of whether the film is in loss in the final accounts, his share of the profit will not be reduced. Not only will the profit that Greenberg studio should have not be reduced, but his interests on the side of Warner Brothers will not be reduced either. Business is business, but he can indeed benefit from both sides. No one thinks that this is wrong. Even the shareholders of Warner Brothers are the same. This is the principle of the business society. Everyone is part of capital, and the rules have always been like this. Moreover, the executives and most shareholders of Warner Brothers and Time Warner do not actually pay much attention to the project of the Matrix. What they have been focusing on is the second part of Batman. Wayne has basically proven that the profits that superheroes can create can indeed be compared with successful animated feature films. If we analyze carefully, the profits of the Disney Animation Studios masterpiece Pocahontas, that is currently in theaters, and the Batman Begins that has always had a stable box office performance are very similar. Walt Disney's various channels are frantically selling derivatives such as dolls, clothes, and skirts, and children's stationery. Warner Brothers also frantically sells derivatives such as bat armor, masks, darts, capes, and car models through its channels during the release of the movie. It can be said that Warner Brothers is just copying homework in this way. They are learning from what Walt Disney did before. This is what makes other giants in the industry jealous. Everyone knows how much profit those low-cost peripherals can generate, provided that you have a platform to display them and make fans willing to pay for the work. In the past, this kind of work was exclusive to Disney, but now Wayne has opened up another direction, reminding all Hollywood companies. Warner Brothers is the first to try it out, and it's so exciting. Just when Warner Brothers was looking forward to Wayne's quick recovery and continuing to make DC superhero movies, Universal Pictures couldn't wait any longer and announced the official launch of the new project, The Incredible Hulk. The Hulk is expected to invest $120 million, which is the benchmark for the first Batman movie. Universal Pictures did not hide its ambitions and almost told the media and fans that this big guy who no one can control is a person of the same level as Bruce Wayne. They invited back Billy Becker, the director of The Trial of the Hulk in 1989 and The Incredible Hulk in 1990, and announced to the media in advance that this would also be an epic masterpiece with a dark and serious theme. Imitators will eventually appear. Don't worry too much. Hollywood has always been like this. At the door of the Warner Brothers conference room, Zack Snyder was arranging the preparations. Wayne sat on a lounge chair outside the door, reading the news in the newspaper with interest. Jeff Robinoff sat next to him quietly, glanced at the newspaper in his hand and said, "Universal Pictures is burning with profit. Superhero movies are not so easy to copy." Wayne tilted his head and glanced at him. The corners of his mouth also curled up with a sarcastic smile. He shook his head and said, "There are many companies that own superhero copyrights. Everyone is waiting for a beacon. Universal Pictures jumped out by itself. It's really. The Hollywood giants who own superheroes have all seen the horrible profits created by Batman. Why didn't anyone rush to announce the production? Because they all know that compared with the investment of hundreds of millions of dollars in superhero movies, there are too many risks. These companies would rather continue to wait and invest funds in safer projects, rather than take such a big risk. If the same type of movie is to be produced, Sony Columbia's success rate will be the highest except for Warner Brothers. The popularity of Spider-Man in North America can be compared with Bruce Wayne and Clark Kent. But even the original company can suppress its eagerness, continue to wait for the opportunity, and observe the market. But Universal Pictures is the first to give up. Just looking at the news published in the media, Wayne understood that they must have studied Batman specifically, tried to extract all the successful element, and then added them to their own film. He sneered and ridiculed the other party's self-righteousness. Everyone was blinded by Batman's success. They all ignored the most important point. Superheroes in this era not only require hundreds of millions of dollars to be invested to produce, but this kind of film is also an out-and-out genre film. This is not the post-2000 era, when superheroes were rampant. The audience group of this era assumes that this kind of movie is a niche genre film, which may not be as mainstream as shit, piss and fart comedies. Why is Wayne not in a hurry and preparing to shoot one by one slowly? It is because, even if you have a trump card in your hand, you have to slowly cultivate the fans' viewing habits. You can't throw the bomb out at the beginning, otherwise it will only waste the trump card and blow up the air. Zach, is it okay? Jeff Robinoff shook his head in the direction of the conference room. Although the crew he has assembled now are all veterans in the industry, I'm afraid that Zach can't control them. The director's authority is too important. You should let your team join this project. How does the director's authority come from? To put it bluntly, it is exchanged for success. No one can help Zack Snyder pass this level. This is the most challenging part for his coordination ability. No. Wayne shook his head without hesitation. Steve and Robert need to pay attention. The behind the scenes team has also been busy for several years in a row. Moreover, I have other plans for the follow-up. Building his own production team is something Zack must do. He needs such an opportunity to prove himself. Okay. Jeff Robinoff shrugged. They have cooperated with each other more than once or twice. Out of trust in him, he didn't ask much about the arrangements afterwards. I heard that Nami is pregnant. Congratulations. Having a child can make a man mature quickly. Thank you. Talking about this, Wayne unconsciously put on a warm smile. This feeling of anticipation is very strange. Maybe it will last until the baby is born. It's too early to talk about this now. Let's go to your office. Regarding my future work plan, there are some things that require your and the company's assistance. Okay, no problem. Jeff Robinoff was very curious about what kind of project could make this young man give up directing The Matrix and postpone the second Batman movie. Chapter 312 You Want an Oscar? The preparatory meeting for The Matrix was still going on. Wayne didn't want to interfere too much with Zack Snyder. Since he chose to trust him, he had to maintain the authority of his crew from the beginning. That was why he didn't stay in the meeting room to observe. As long as the main behind the scenes workers saw him appear, they would naturally focus their attention on him. Since he would not be deeply involved in this project, there was no need for him to make Zack Snyder's work more difficult. While walking into the elevator with the CEO of Warner Brothers, Wayne was also thinking about the changes in his plan. Now, because of the sudden pregnancy of the Australian girl, this project will be postponed for at least 1 year, and it still has to be done when Naomi Watts does not have other ideas. After deducting the funds that need to be invested in the Matrix, there will be about $20 million left in the account of Greenberg Studio. This part of the money originally intended to be used to start King Kong can now be used elsewhere. Thinking about the rationality of the subsequent plan, he did not rush to speak. After arriving at Jeff Robinoff's office, the preparatory meeting downstairs will last for a long time, which means that he will definitely stay in the Warner Brothers building for a long time today. Thank you. After taking the coffee from his secretary, Wayne took a sip and put it on the table. He walked to a small golf turf in the lounge area with interest, squatted down and touched it, only to find out that it was just a fake, not real turf. Jeff Robinoff was also in no hurry to talk about business. He took out a golf club from the rack and swung it twice while standing there. I'm too busy with my work. I only have these two hobbies. I can't spare much time to go to the golf course, so I got this thing. I can swing it a few times when I have time, and I can also look out the window to give my eyes a rest. Every time they talked, it was almost all about work. In addition, Wayne was well known for his workaholic personality. Jeff Robinoff was also willing to have the opportunity to talk about other things and deepen the relationship between the two sides. The scenery here is really beautiful. Following the words of the CEO of Warner Brothers, Wayne cast his eyes from the large French window to the downstairs, looking at the prosperity of Burbank, the media capital. There are high-rise buildings rarely seen in Los Angeles. In a small area, countless media practitioners and companies are stationed. The crowds of people who hurried downstairs, regardless of whether they were men or women, were mostly dressed in suits and walked hurriedly, looking down at those little people leisurely from a high position. It really gave people a great sense of accomplishment. Here, try this. Jeff Robinoff cut a large cigar with his own hands, lit it carefully with a blowtorch, walked to the window, and handed it to him, pointing to the one he was holding in his mouth. Besides golf, cigar time is my favorite. Try it. This thing is much more comfortable than your cigarette. Retracting his gaze from the downstairs outside the window, Wayne took the unnamed cigar, imitated the other person, and took a long puff slowly, then resisted the desire to pass through the lungs. Let the cigar smoke stay in the mouth for a while, and then slowly exhaled from the nose. This feeling makes people who are used to smoking very uncomfortable. Cigarettes and cigars are completely two different things. Yes, Wayne, calm your mind, put all the problems at work behind you, and enjoy the fruity aroma of the cigar in your mouth, which can relax your mind. The two stood side by side in front of the window, puffing smoke and looking down at the noisy Burbank. Have you heard of the theory of the cigar? Jeff Robinoff blew out a cloud of green smoke and chatted with him with his head tilted. The 80/20 rule. Hearing this term, his eyes slowly narrowed, and he immediately thought of the famous 80/20 rule. Not much different. The CEO of Warner Brothers pointed downstairs and said, "It is said that this theory was proposed by former National Security Assistant Zbigniew Brzezinski, and it is considered one of the solutions to the Pareto principle. We all know that with the continuous development of society, there will be 20% of elites in the future world, occupying 80% of the world's wealth and resources, or even a larger proportion. The remaining 80% of people will definitely be marginalized. So the question is, if this is the case, there will inevitably be social conflicts. How to solve this problem? This is how the nature theory came about. That is, among the 80% of people, give them a pacifier, increase investment in the entertainment industry, and make more low-cost products to get happiness." Looking at the expressions of the young people around him, Jeff Robinoff continued, "So, those hard-working people in front of us can be said to be all in the 80% category." Nodding, Wayne knew clearly that this was one of the truths of capitalism, and he was destined to be an exploiter, a minority who controlled most of the wealth. So, the entertainment industry pie will only get bigger and bigger. Whether Warner Brothers can always occupy an advantageous position and always eat the biggest piece has a lot to do with you as a major shareholder. In fact, even in casual conversation, Jeff Robinoff kept reminding the other party implicitly that the superhero plan he produced and led was the most important work for the company and himself. This huge blank market has a scale of tens of billions of dollars now. If everything goes well, 10 or 20 years later, relying solely on the status of the market leader, Warner Brothers will become a Hollywood giant. As the major shareholder of this giant and the main planner and executor of the entire universe plan, Wayne is undoubtedly one of the people who benefited the most. Shaking his head slightly, he held a thick cigar in his hand, looked out the window, and said, "Increase their desires, reduce their income, and then lend them money, and then keep them busy and unable to stop, and create a lot of entertainment and games to comfort them, but not to collapse." The elite people in society have always been designed and done in this way. This completely solidified social form, coupled with this closed-loop design, basically the lower class people can only continue to be the lower class, and the hope of breaking it is close to zero. That's a good summary. Jeff Robinoff patted him on the shoulder, and was amazed at his clarity. When he was his age, he didn't see things so clearly. So, no matter when, the market size of the entertainment industry will only get bigger and bigger. If you pay attention, you will understand that, whether it is the Great Depression in the 1930s and 1940s or the subsequent economic crisis, the development of Hollywood has never been affected, and this industry chain is still expanding. They didn't communicate much except for work. But just from Wayne's newly awakened cognition, the CEO of Warner Brothers was sure that this young man with a tenacious mind could also succeed in other industries, even if he didn't work as a producer or director. With such cognition and wealth, if the other party wanted to go into politics, he would soon be able to climb to the position of leader. This young man kept giving him surprises. They could be said to be tied together. The better the other party was, the happier he would be. Considering Wayne's importance to the group now, as long as he had the other party's support, he would probably be able to work as CEO until retirement. In the future, whenever someone mentioned the glory of Warner Brothers in the 1990s, he would definitely not be able to avoid him as the leader of the company. Okay, let's talk business. After taking a deep look at the busy traffic outside the window, Wayne retracted his attention and turned to sit on the sofa in the lounge. This feeling of being high above and giving orders is very pleasant and addictive, but it contradicts some of his deep cognition, so he is unwilling to continue this topic. In the second half of the year, I will pay a little attention to the matrix to control the direction of the film. I should not care too much about other work. Hearing that he still arranged it this way, Jeff Robinoff sat opposite him and said in surprise, "Then what are the other plans you mentioned?" Wayne put out the cigar directly in the ashtray. He got used to it for a long time, but still felt that it was not as pleasant as cigarettes. "My core team behind the scenes also needs a break. You should understand, Jeff. Movies are never something that can be made by one person. No matter how big the investment of a movie is, if you want to produce a good quality film, it is inseparable from the tacit cooperation of various types of work. Therefore, sober people in the circle understand that successful movies are all the products of cooperation among a large number of different types of work. No matter how powerful the director and the star are, they can't do without these." Seeing that the other party listened patiently, he continued, "About November to New Year's Day, I will submit a new project plan to Warner Brothers, and then start preparing for filming. Compared with the works of the previous 2 years, the investment in this film is not high, and it will only cost about 40 to 50 million US. Hearing the specific investment figures, Jeff Robinoff's slightly frowned brows immediately relaxed. Yes, an investment of 40 to 50 million US is considered a medium to high level production in the industry now, but if the leader of the project is a super director, it is another situation. The young man in front of him is one of the recognized top directors, and he is also a top director who continues to succeed. As an industry executive, he knows very well that with the other party's box office appeal, this scale of production can be invested with eyes closed. Regardless of the final quality of the film, Wayne Greenberg can guarantee a return of tens of millions of dollars by making this gimmick, and even generate profits. Small production? What type of film? The CEO of Warner Brothers has already determined that for such a not so large investment, the company may not need to pass audits, market research, etc., and will immediately deposit the money into the crew's insurance account. Scratching the stubble on his chin with one hand, Wayne looked at the other person and said, "A gangster movie, well, or a black gangster movie. You want an Oscar?" Jeff Robinoff exclaimed immediately when he heard it was a reality movie. Chapter 313, Gangster Film, Summary of Learning Career. When Wayne just mentioned the gangster film, Jeff Robinoff immediately shuddered. There was no need to guess too much. This young man's goal is definitely an Oscar. When Wayne Greenberg's name is mentioned, the media, film critics, ordinary audiences, and even his peers in the industry, the first type of film that comes to mind is noir. Counting his works after his debut, except for the first Happy Death Day which looks a bit immature due to investment scale and shooting techniques, his personal style has gradually taken shape since the second Get Out. The absurd and unruly plot setting, based on real problems, the protagonist who is both good and evil, the bold exposure and discussion of social problems, the dark and twisted story core, and the film ending guided by death or destruction. These labels can be said to be unique to Greenberg-style films. Every movie he shoots has made great strides in his personal style. Now many film critics have begun to call him the master of noir films. It stands to reason that Wayne's shooting style should be relatively insulated from the market, and especially pleasing to academic awards. Ironically, the opposite is true. Unrealism has brought him unparalleled commercial success, but he has become isolated from the Academy Awards. More than once, film critics have carefully analyzed that, if the production of Joker was postponed for 2 years, even if it was a comic character, it could still win a small golden man with its terrifying commercial performance and contribution to the promotion of the Hollywood film industry worldwide. But the opportunity is missed after all. If Wayne wants to achieve that achievement in his 20s, the possibility is still too low. Unless he can make greater progress on the basis of maintaining his own style, this is obviously unlikely. He is already a master in the category of black films, so where is there any huge room for improvement? Moreover, even the public fans know that he has devoted himself to DC comic adaptations in the past 2 years. It is too difficult for such comic character movies to impress the old men in the Academy. Todd McCarthy once expressed such a view in his newspaper column. The biggest problem for Wayne Greenberg to get Oscar recognition is that his films are too popular and the box office is too high. Such irony may seem like a joke, but if you think about it carefully, it is absolutely reasonable. The Academy Awards talk about art, and in the perception of film critics and Academy members, art is ultimately a truth that only a few people can grasp, and has nothing to do with the movies that the public likes. However, Jeff Robinoff suddenly discovered that all of them had overlooked a very important point in Wayne's continuous box office success. What if he used his master-level black film style to make a low-cost realistic film? Exclamation mark. With just a little thought, the CEO of Warner Brothers found that this would indeed have a great chance of breaking through the blockade of age. Without the age issue, he has been a runner-up 3 times. Even if he was accumulating points, he had accumulated some qualifications. After a long silence, Jeff Robinoff couldn't help but remind him. In fact, among the Academy representatives, everyone agrees that, when you are older, the little golden man will be given to you naturally. You don't need to take risks to win the award now. Don't forget what the old men at the party said. Hollywood is Hollywood after all. Nodding, Wayne agreed with the other party's point of view. He himself had thought about this. I'm afraid that even his predecessors like Spielberg and George Lucas have the same idea. It's not entirely for the award, Jeff. He took out his cigarette from his pocket, lit it and took a deep breath. He then explained, although I don't deny the idea of getting recognition from the Academy in advance, it is definitely not just for the little golden man. My work plan for the next 10 years is probably related to the DC universe. Jeff, have you ever thought about what kind of results this will produce? What kind of results? Jeff Robinoff blurted out, success. Keep on being successful, your wealth will grow. As long as you dominate this market, not to mention how much money you can get from filming and production. I'm afraid that the shares of Warner Brothers can make you replace George Lucas and become the richest man in the industry. There are some things he is not embarrassed to say. In this country, wealth represents power. This is a rule that everyone tacitly accepts. Even the so-called laws are amended to protect a few people. Wayne shook his head and looked at the other party helplessly. What the CEO of Warner Brothers said was not wrong, but they were not on the same channel. Jeff, I'm talking about movies. In order to become a film director, I started studying film and television since elementary school and persisted until I graduated from college. Maybe you are all confused by the popularity of Batman Begins. The most suitable for me is always the unscrupulous restricted level movies, that is, the so-called R-rated movies. This is what I have studied since I was a child, not the PG-13 produced by suppressing my shooting instinct to expand the audience. But in order for the DC universe to continue to succeed, I must try to limit my own desires in the production of each film. With the increasing investment in the subsequent films, only a large enough audience can guarantee the recovery of costs and even profits. This can never be changed. With Wayne's low voice, Jeff Robinoff kept nodding his head while smoking a cigar to show his agreement. Just look at how successful Batman is now. No one wants the subsequent works to become R-rated. The movie is covered with the so-called artistic coat, but the inside cannot change that it is a commercial product. If Batman is an R-rated movie, regardless of whether the box office will break through $250 million as quickly as it is now, those terrifying peripheral sales will be the biggest loss point. Teenagers and family moviegoers are the biggest consumer force of movie peripherals. If Wayne insists on making a narrated film for the next Batman, I'm afraid that with his current prestige in the company, he will be opposed by most shareholders. You can't let a wolf pack that has eaten meat survive on dog food. The result can only be torn apart. Capital is always naked and realistic. No matter how it is packaged, it is full of smelly blood. Get it? Looking at the other party's thoughtful expression, Wayne exhaled a large cloud of green smoke and asked with a sneer. Although he didn't want to admit it, in fact, he had become the skepticism of capital since the day he invested in Warner Brothers. You get wealth, power, and success from capital, and then when you look back, you are actually assimilated with capital and become a part of them, and perhaps the largest part. Now when he wants to be willful again, he finds that doing so will contradict his own interests. Jeff Robinov narrowed his eyes, put the cigar in the ashtray, and said, "So you want to, right?" Wayne nodded, his face tense and serious. "This gangster film will be R-rated, and it will be the culmination of my personal style. You can regard it as my last madness, but I regard it as a summary of my learning career over the years." Of course, all of what he said was sincere, but inevitably, there were some reasons that he didn't say. That is, there was a persimmon that was the easiest to squeeze at that Oscars. No one can be omniscient and omnipotent. Wayne's plan has been constantly adjusted over time. In addition, his bottom line is not high under the cover of the appearance of a great director. He picked the most reliable time to start, so that he didn't feel the slightest bit of shame. "Okay, go do it." Jeff Robinov looked into his eyes, nodded in the same serious manner, and said, "It seems that introducing those old men to you before was a blessing in disguise. Don't worry, Warner Brothers will concentrate all its resources to cooperate with you. I will notify the public relations department to prepare a detailed award-winning plan in advance. I will also make arrangements with the media resources under Time Warner in advance." That's right. The reason why Wayne said this in advance was to get the other party's attitude. In the past few years, whether it was for the company or for his performance as the CEO, he had contributed too much. It was time for the company to help him. It would be best to persuade Kevin Tsujihara, the leader of Time Warner, a media group fully mobilized media resources, and the effect would be absolutely earth-shaking. Either don't do it, or go all out and catch the opponent off guard with the overwhelming power of Mount Tay. Oh my god. How much did you two smoke? The office door was knocked gently, and Zack Snyder and Luke Simmons walked in side by side. Looking at the two people sitting on the sofa in the smoke, Zack exclaimed in disbelief. "The preparations will start tomorrow. Regarding the main work of the Matrix, I still want to discuss with you." "No, Zack." After the two of them sat down, Wayne immediately waved his hand to interrupt the topic. "You are in charge of all the work, including the shooting plan, etc. I will not interfere with your crew. I have already told you the requirements for the finished film, and I will not care how you make it. In terms of actors." Zack Snyder knew that, although the other party gave him a lot of control over the shooting, he had the final say in terms of directing. But he was very clear-headed. In addition to the work of director, he would never dream of interfering with the rights of the producer. The second producer was Luke Simmons, which could already explain too many problems. As for the actors, Wayne stretched out his hand and tapped the table gently. The assassin Jane Reno in the movie Alien, that was released last year, the role of Agent Smith, sent him an audition invitation. You and Luke will host the audition. Chapter 314, you can't suppress them without big stars. I will invite that Lian, but there is one more question. Looking at Luke Simmons beside him, and the CEO of Warner Brothers opposite, Zack Snyder hesitated for a moment, but decided to speak out his thoughts. This was the first Hollywood science fiction production he led, and he wanted to do it perfectly. "It's about the selection of actors, Wayne. You should know my working style. I don't want to deliberately challenge your authority. I just..." "Okay, Zack." Wayne raised his hand and knocked on the table twice, interrupting him. "Tell me all your ideas. I will seriously consider it. It's better than you shooting with emotions. Don't worry, just say it directly." Luke Simmons looked at Zack Snyder worriedly. He understood what the other party wanted to say. Every director has different views on actors, but he, a novice director, questioned the producer, which was indeed a big risk. As soon as the meeting was over, the other party discussed with him on the way here. His advice was to give up those unrealistic ideas and make this film safely and steadily. Unexpectedly, his partner couldn't help but speak. Regarding the selection of the male lead, I have received calls from the agents of several big stars. Zack Snyder knew that most of these people came for Wayne, even though he was just a producer this time. Ewan McGregor and Will Smith, who you have a good relationship with, their agents have informed me in advance and want to audition for the male lead Nia. And Tim, he recommended Johnny Depp to me. I think using these famous actors will be of great benefit to the box office of the film. These actors have good box office appeal. After saying that, he looked at the other party anxiously. In Zack Snyder's heart, he still hoped to use celebrity actors. Although Brandon Lee has also gained some fame through it, he is definitely not as good as the ones he mentioned in the mainstream audience group. Wait. Jeff Robinoff, who had been listening in silence, suddenly spoke before Wayne. Since we want to use celebrity actors, why don't we consider Brad Pitt or Val Kilmer? Both of them have worked with the company many times. Of course, I'm just making a suggestion. Don't think too much. The best candidate for the male lead is Brandon Lee. I've made an appointment with him this afternoon, and we'll have a good talk with him. Feeling that his tone was a bit stiff, Wayne was still patiently preparing to explain in the puzzled eyes of several people. All directors and investors like to use charismatic stars. He understands this very well. After all, this will bring great guarantees to the box office when the film is released. But this film has its own special features, and it may not be suitable for doing so, so he pointed to Zack Snyder. Zack, I need you to make a simple preparation and shoot the film as soon as possible. It would be best if all the work can be completed before May next year to ensure that it will be released during the summer. You should note that we don't have a few months to let the male lead slowly learn the basics of Kung Fu. To meet the basic performance requirements, believe me, ordinary people may not be able to meet the requirements after a few months of training. But Brandon Lee is different. You all know who his father is. He is the Kung Fu superstar who slapped the entire Hollywood in the face. He has been trained in Kung Fu since he was a child, which has an unparalleled advantage. What's more rare is that he has a fairly pleasing face. The most successful actor with a hint of Chinese ancestry is undoubtedly Keanu Reeves, but Wayne can't leave his own people with the basics unused and go to great lengths to find a Kung Fu rookie to train for a few months before filming. He remembers this science fiction film that has left its name in film history very clearly. The Wachowski brothers, sisters, invited the team of Yuan Hepping, the first martial arts instructor in Hong Kong, to conduct special training for Keanu Reeves, the Kung Fu rookie. Without training, the punches and kicks during the performance would be very ugly. Yuan Hepping had no choice but to start from the basics. Every day was like hell. He trained Keanu Reeves for 4 months, which led to the action scenes that amazed the audience. However, by choosing Brandon Lee to play this role, the above months of time can be saved, and there is no need to start from leg stretching, horse riding, punching, etc. He can even be a part-time martial arts instructor. I understand. Zack Snyder nodded and finally accepted this statement. The black martial arts instructor of Batman seems to be called Jess. I hope to invite him again. Okay, he is not expensive anyway, you decide. Wayne stood up, stretched his arms, winked at Luke Simmons, and prepared to leave the Warner Brothers building. Zack, let me remind you one last time. Put away the idea of using big stars. No matter which big star enters the crew, it may become an obstacle to your work. The candidates I have decided are the most suitable. Even if they are famous, they will not cause trouble for you at work, understand? After saying that, he nodded to Jeff Robinoff, greeted him, and was the first to open the door and walk out. Now Zack Snyder only wants to become famous, but he ignores a very important point. Which of those famous actors and stars is not a troublemaker? As a novice director, how can he suppress them? The leading actors he chose are different. Gary Oldman and others are indeed famous, but they are familiar with Zack Snyder, and their personalities are not the kind of people who fight for power. Whether it is Charlize Theron or Brandon Lee, these people have a close relationship with him, and it is even more impossible for them to deliberately cause trouble and make the work more difficult. Not to mention Zack Snyder now. Even Wayne himself has always tried not to cooperate with those big stars, although there are many benefits to using big stars, but troubles will also come with it. Luke Simmons followed him silently, walked out of the building, got in the car and drove for a while before saying, "Why do you want me to be a producer? Someone at Warner Brothers wanted this job. In this case, I might miss your next project." Luke. Looking at the scenery outside the window, Wayne smiled. "I invested a lot of money in this film, and I must have someone to control the direction of the film. In addition to doing a good job of financial communication in the crew, you must also pay attention to observation. If you find any problems, you can use the rights of the producer." At this point, Wayne turned his head sharply and stared into his senior's eyes. "Okay, I understand." Luke Simmons shrugged and asked expressionlessly, "If I think Zack's work is not up to standard and the direction of the film is different from what you designed, can I fire him? You are the producer, you decide what to do." Wayne looked out the window again, but the words he said were still clearly heard by his senior. Luke Simmons reached out and tapped the isolation board gently. "Well, okay, put me here. The film preparation work still needs me. I will call you if there is anything." They have been working together since 1990 and can almost completely trust each other, so with just a few simple words from Wayne, he understood his job content. The but determines the head. This sentence is applicable at any time. In this project, Wayne's role is a pure investor or a film company boss. No matter how his personal relationship with Zack Snyder is, he needs Luke Simmons, his own person, to grasp the direction of the crew at any time. This is tens of millions of dollars invested in real money. Even if he doesn't care about money, it is impossible that there is no supervision at all. "Boss, shall we go back to the manor directly?" After Luke Simmons got off the car, Sergey did not start the car in a hurry, but asked through the isolation window. Speaking of this, Wayne sighed. "Go back. Naomi's mood has been very up and down these 2 days. Otherwise there is no need to leave Nina to accompany her." The Australian girl's unexpected pregnancy affected not only herself. When her agent Jenny persuaded her to get rid of the child and focus on her career, she fired the other party immediately. Perhaps in some ways, the agent's proposal is indeed correct. A beautiful female star has a shelf life of only a few years. Most people's first choice is to prioritize their rising career. The impact is not only that. Naomi Watts also gave up the early renewal of Dyer. This contract, which is very important for female stars to maintain their status, was also rejected by her without hesitation. So these days, women's emotions are always a little abnormal, and even she herself may have some doubts about whether it is worth doing so. In order not to irritate this woman too much, Wayne specifically called all the women who had relationships with him and warned them not to suddenly appear in the manor in the next 2 months to avoid any unpleasant scenes. It happened that during this period, he could enjoy his vacation while accompanying Naomi Watts through this sensitive period, and the script of the new project could be slowly sorted out. The car drove smoothly in Beverly Hills. Seeing that he didn't think about work, Sergey simply chatted while driving. "Boss, Rolls-Royce has contacted Nina. As your social influence grows, the Silverthorne Extended Edition has almost become your symbol. They asked if we are willing to change to a new model." After thinking about it for a while, he understood what was going on. Rolls-Royce has not had a good time in recent years. This kind of overly high-end car company seems to have a hard time. Rolls-Royce seemed to have not been able to hold on in the end. After being acquired by BMW, it once again rejuvenated through the Phantom series. But that should be a few years later. Now their most comfortable car should be his Silverthorne. Did they tell me what type it was? Sergey thought for a moment. It seems to be called Phantom. The Brunei government ordered a few of them a while ago. Tell Nina later that we should order 2 as well. We want the extended version. You and Nina can discuss the specific interior. Okay, no problem. In fact, as long as the ride is comfortable enough, he doesn't really have high requirements for the appearance of the car. The only 2 requirements are comfort and large space, so that he can work on the road. Chapter 315 Return to Blood. The preparations for the Matrix were proceeding in an orderly manner. Almost every other day, Luke Simmons would call Wayne to talk about the progress of the crew. In mid-July, when the North American summer movie season was in full swing, Tom Hanks returned with a heavyweight movie, Apollo 13, after a year. The movie swept the entire theater market on the day of its release. It seemed that the North American audience's recognition of Tom's face had reached an unprecedented level. As soon as the movie was released, it caused people's craze, and it was hard to get a ticket on Friday. However, something unexpected happened again. Apollo 13, which earned $60 million in the first weekend, did not occupy the front page of the entertainment media on Monday. On this day, both film critics and the media were singing praises for another movie. Batman Begins has won the box office championship for 4 consecutive weeks since its release. Since then, regardless of whether there are other big productions released, the film has maintained a surprisingly steady box office trend. Finally, after this weekend, it once again earned $11.03 million, becoming the only film this year to reach a box office of $300 million. So far, the cumulative box office has reached $301 million, and the competition for the annual box office champion has been announced in advance, and there is no suspense at all. Wayne Greenberg's DC blockbuster is far ahead of the $130 million of Pocahontas, which ranks second on the box office list. So far, it is also the only film this year to exceed $200 million. Premiere Wayne Greenberg's new work returning to the summer season. Batman Begins has officially exceeded $300 million yesterday. The box office trend of this dark and serious blockbuster has been steady since its release. The decline in the second weekend has never exceeded 30%. Many well-known film critics have asserted that filming Joker took up too much of his talent, and such a hit work would be difficult to appear again in 10 years. However, only 2 years have passed, and another box office bomb has been thrown in front of hundreds of millions of fans around the world in the hands of Wayne Greenberg. Los Angeles Times on this day, no matter what type of media, radio, or television stations, almost all put the achievements of Batman Begins on the front page headlines or morning shows. Just 2 years ago, Jurassic Park and Joker came out of nowhere and pushed the box office height of a movie to a terrifying $300 million for the first time. Both the media and the general public thought that this would become a normal situation and that the Hollywood film and theater market would make great strides. However, this was just an illusion of people. After these 2 films, only Forrest Gump barely reached $300 million. But Forrest Gump is just a white moonlight in the hearts of North Americans. Its performance overseas can only be said to be neither hot nor cold. It did not create the same results as the previous 2 films, nor did it cause the so-called global viewing trend. Until then, everyone woke up. It turned out that the North American box office exceeded $300 million, which was still an unattainable peak. Even in this world's largest film market, it is not as easy as people imagined. There are not many films that surprise movie fans throughout the summer this year. Compared with last year's chaos, this year even has a sense of monotony. Fortunately, at the beginning of the summer, there was a box office bomb like Batman Begins, which injected a shot of adrenaline into the theater market. When the scale of the film continued to shrink, and the popularity gradually faded, Tom Hanks was still as reliable as ever. Apollo 13 took over smoothly, and continued to bring a good viewing feast to movie fans. However, people in the industry and most media knew that this film could not be like Forrest Gump. The potential could not reach $200 million at most. This is why the media announced the annual box office champion in advance. If we only look at the release schedule for the second half of this year, we can hardly find a film that can compete with Batman Begins. The 2 films that critics say have the greatest chance, Ace Ventura 3 and 7, are also produced by Warner Brothers. No matter how the outside media sings praises, Wayne did not accept any interviews. Usually, the Los Angeles Times can get some things to publish through Bella Grant, but in this special period, the beautiful editor did not go to the manor to feel uncomfortable. During this period, Wayne has been taking a peaceful vacation in the manor, except for taking Naomi Waters to the hospital for a checkup every once in a while. Except for occasionally caring about Zack Snyder, he has basically lost his workaholic status. In early August, The Matrix entered the stage of formal group building. The main actors Brandon Lee, Charlize Theron, Gary Oldman, Jane Reno and others also joined the crew. After a short training, the film will officially start shooting before the end of September. Unlike Wayne's habit, he is used to filming any scene at Warner Brothers studio as much as possible. If it is not necessary, he is not willing to go too far to shoot. After careful investigation, Zack Snyder decided to shoot in Australia, where the tax refund is relatively high, and the local government can provide free help when shooting large scenes such as helicopters. The only thing to consider is to hire some local staff. Because this project is named after Greenberg's work, it is also the focus of media pursuit. During the preparation period, the film started the unhurried publicity work under the guidance of Warner Brothers. Is this your new project? On the balcony on the third floor of Greenberg Manor, Naomi Watts was holding a golden retriever and lazily watching Wayne modify the script, and asked curiously, "Yes, a small production with low cost." Looking back at the Australian girl, Wayne handed the script to her. "Want to see it? Tell me what you think after you finish watching it." This familiar scene gave Naomi Watts a very strange feeling. She still clearly remembered that the other party handed her the script of Happy Death Day in the same way in that small apartment. It was because of that script that this pair of good friends and partners started to achieve continuous success in Hollywood from a pair of small figures. She suddenly showed a warm smile, glanced at the man, took the script, and read the story introduction softly. In the south of Boston, Frank Castro, a gangster who is at the peak of his power, dominates the area. The shrewd Frank Castro decides to train Colin, who is only 14 years old, to pave the way for his own future. At the same time, Billy, a teenager born in the neighborhood, hopes to get rid of the life of poverty and crime through his own efforts. Time flies. Colin and Billy have grown up, and both have been admitted to the police academy and become police officers of the state police department. Colin, who is smart and ambitious, was quickly promoted to the superintendent of the special investigation team after his meritorious service in annihilating the gang. He has his own power in the police station, but he still obeys Castro. Billy, who grew up on the streets and has a somewhat violent personality, although he wanted to be a good policeman, was assigned the task of secretly infiltrating the gang organization and became Castro's right-hand man. Castro's Mafia crime group is becoming increasingly powerful, and the police decided to start secretly preparing to eradicate it. The confrontation is becoming more and more tense, and the failure of a series of cat-and-mouse operations has also made the police and the sensitive Costello aware of the presence of spies inside. The police and the Mafia's big cleansing operation is about to begin, and the two undercovers who have suffered physical and mental torture have also begun to embark on the road of infernal affairs. At first, it was okay. Naomi Watts still had curiosity on her face, but when she saw the specific storyline, especially the character lines, she immediately had the urge to throw the script away. This story is full of brutal violence and blood, which is the type she dislikes the most. Damn it. About half an hour later, the Australian girl touched the script on the table, stretched out her white fingers, and gently pressed her forehead. "I thought you changed your gender because of Batman Begins, but I didn't expect to shoot this kind of movie again." Aha. Wayne shrugged and gently stroked Fender's head. "Tell me, what do you feel after watching it?" Recalling the entire plot setting, Naomi Watts kept simulating the scenes of the film in her mind, then frowned and said, "First of all, I have to say that I really don't like this kind of film. It is not friendly enough to women and teenagers." Seeing that the older boy didn't care about her evaluation, she continued to talk about her feelings. "You have set up a little less drama in the film. The whole story gives me the feeling that it is full of straightforward blood and violence, showing darkness and filth without any scruples. A lot of fights made me shudder. Now when I think about it carefully, I actually have a perverted feeling of fullness. This is not like Greenberg's work. It lacks the drama that you are best at, or it is to say that it lacks your ability to tell stories in multiple lines. And those lines, my god, your film will definitely be rated as the film with the most swear words. Don't those men know how to talk without FXXK?" Listening to the woman's constant complaints, Wayne didn't care too much. To put it bluntly, this movie is not made for girls and teenagers, and it is naturally not very friendly to them. He clearly remembers that the production cost of this film is about $90 million US. After all, for various reasons, this film is too famous. Unlike the actor requirements of Martin's version, it is very simple to save money in filming now. Just don't invite two Hollywood A-listers to play the leading roles, and the production cost will immediately shrink by more than half. According to the opinions of ordinary movie fans in the past life, this film is definitely one of the most different aesthetics between the East and the West. Perhaps 90% of Eastern movie fans cannot understand this filming method without poetry, which is simply destroying the classics. However, such a brutal, violent, bloody, and rough film not only achieved good box office success, but also achieved considerable results in the Oscars. Chapter 316, Oscars Compensation Psychology. In fact, Wayne knew very well that it was not certain that Martin Scorsese could win the award for this film if someone else had taken the film. If another director had taken the film, he would not only miss the Oscar, but it would also be hard to say what the box office would be like. To put it bluntly, with two Hollywood A-list male stars joining the film, it is questionable whether a general director can keep up with their status. The box office problem is also easy to explain. In the original time and space, if these two big stars were missing, the appeal of the film would at least drop by several levels. No one can tell how much of the Oscar compensation factor was involved in Martin Scorsese's winning the award for this film. Francis Ford Coppola, one of the four major directors in the golden age of Hollywood, has representative works such as The Godfather trilogy, Apocalypse Now, and The Conversation, and he received the honors he deserved very early. Speaking of Steven Spielberg, there are also well-known works such as It, Jaws, Jurassic Park, and Schindler's List, which cannot be ignored. He also won the Little Golden Man early. George Lucas is a little special. For some reasons in his early years, he took the initiative to withdraw from the Directors Guild, so he has never pursued the Academy Award. But if you look at the Star Wars series, which has become a symbol of North American culture, no one can bypass this mountain. The reason why this Jewish director is respected is that in addition to opening the Hollywood commercial era with the Star Wars and Indiana Jones series, he also likes to support newcomers. Steven Spielberg was promoted by him, and many good people also like to do this for many years. It is hard to say whether he was influenced by the father of Star Wars. Of course, the most respected thing about him is definitely because of his other identity, that is, the richest man in Hollywood. Money means everything in this country. The only one left among the four major directors is the famous old Martin, who represents countless works. No matter Taxi Driver, Raging Bull, or Goodfellas, it seems that he is always very close to the little golden man, but he passes by again and again. After 2000, this old Italian man rushed for awards again and again, but returned disappointed again and again. The reason why the Academy finally gave him the coveted Little Golden Man is probably that even many members of the Academy feel that it would be unreasonable not to give him the award. That's why there was a grand occasion of four major directors on the same stage to accompany Leo Ding to receive the award. This movie is very special. If it weren't for the influence of his previous life, Wayne probably wouldn't have chosen this. Only if he was born and raised in this land can he understand why there are so many differences in movies. There are many reasons that drive him to do this. The biggest reason is that he, a young man, has a little similarity with the old Martin in his memory. If you put aside the issue of age, he has indeed been a runner-up 3 times, which is definitely a silent proof of qualifications. There is also a recognized recognition among people in the industry that Wayne, with Joker, has smashed the markets of many overseas countries and regions in advance, and has effectively promoted the popularity of the Hollywood film industry. This is a real contribution. Every practitioner in the industry must admit this, and thank him for his contribution. If it is said that before The Big Ship appeared, the only film that could impress the Oscars with commercial performance, Joker is definitely ranked first. No one can tell how many people are thinking about compensating Wayne, but he believes that, as long as the opportunity arises, many people will not mind giving it a push. Wayne, hey, honey. Seeing the man lost in thought, Naomi Watts reached out and poked him. Your old habit has come back again. Damn it, you are not allowed to smoke around me. After being woken up, Wayne habitually prepared to touch the cigarette, but when he heard the woman's words, he smiled bitterly and shook his head, temporarily giving up this unrealistic plan. Where were you just talking about? He glanced at the finalized script. Well, I was distracted and didn't hear the rest. Naomi Watts raised her eyebrows playfully, as if she wanted to give her own opinion and change some of his ideas. I think there are too few literary scenes in this film, and it is impossible to bring out your characteristics. Or you can moderately reduce some violent element and increase some exploration of human nature. No, if nothing unexpected happens, this is the final version. Wayne reached out and gently tapped the script and teased with some surprise. In your eyes, or in the eyes of the media and the public, what do you think are my characteristics? The woman thought for a while, stretched out her white fingers, and began to summarize one by one. The works all have a dark core, like to use protagonists who are both good and evil, and are good at exposing social problems and character analysis. By the way, there are also traditional academic multi-line narratives. Don't think that I'm just an actor and don't have these professional cognitions. This narrative technique seems traditional, but there are not many directors who can use it well. So those film critics have always said that you are a genius. You are good at using multi-line narratives, creating emotional points that resonate with the audience at the beginning of the film, and are used to pulling the audience into the story of the film, so that everyone can find similarities with a part of themselves in the protagonist. This is the main reason why your films are always popular. Pa. Wayne clapped his hands lightly a few times and looked at the woman who claimed to know him best with a playful look. He felt amused. He never thought that one day she would be brainwashed by film critics and media reports. It seemed that she had completely forgotten how she started out and was completely blinded by the high-profile reports that packaged her. Am I wrong? Naomi Watts was furious when she saw the mockery on the man's lips. Every time she saw the comments of celebrities about him, she would remember them firmly in her heart. Now she repeated them and praised him desperately, but it seemed that she didn't get any recognition at all. When others saw Wayne's expression, they would definitely think that what he said was right. The other party was clapping and agreeing with what he said, and they might even feel a little happy. But the Australian girl knew that if she didn't ask clearly, he would definitely not tell her the reason for his applause. After being in contact with this man for a long time, you will know that he never argues with others, nor does he like to explain others' perception of him. Even the bottom level temporary workers in the crew can get his smile. But the fact is that he never argues with others because he thinks it is unnecessary. Don't think that it is because he is tolerant or Buddhist, because he doesn't look down on you at all. In fact, it is good for yourself. The reality is like this. If Wayne looks up to you, he will talk to you more. If he looks down on you, he will give you the greatest tolerance and won't even have perfunctory words, which is equivalent to having no mercy on you. Seeing that the woman's eyes were getting more and more wrong, Wayne suddenly laughed, as if he was laughing at everything. Remember what I said to you? Naomi, don't believe the so-called summary of the media, film critics, and film critics. They are just a group of pure laymen. I have said this to you more than once, but you still act like a stupid woman. Naomi Watts rolled her eyes and wanted to pounce on him and bite him. Am I wrong? Or are those people praising you wrong? Wayne turned his head to the window and looked at the gardener mowing the grass in the garden. Of course, your views are all correct, but they are just repeating a lot of media views. Those techniques or production styles are indeed my characteristics. But you yourself have forgotten what we relied on in the beginning, using Happy Death Day and Get Out to attract attention and audiences. Yes, it is the violent element, the bloody element, and the large-scale restricted shots. It seems very tacky to say it out loud, right? But this is the fact. Why did those people start to be interested in my film? Is it because of a good story? Is it because of the big action scenes? None of them. It is because of the use of large-scale shots. It seems that this kind of shot is very common, and many directors like to use it, but the degree of it is different for everyone. In my film, this is the most important point for the audience to release their emotions. The other stories, character analysis, and social issues are all formed slowly after training. This gangster film can be regarded as a return to my original intention. This is the film I have always wanted to make. I'm afraid that in the future, I will take the initiative to give up the use of those restricted shots for many years. Everything is for market considerations, you know. This is another story of a dragon slayer who eventually becomes a dragon. He made his debut with black and bloody movies, relying on these to attract people's attention and achieve great success. When one day he has a better choice and no longer needs to use those frequently, for the sake of the market and for the sake of profit, he will not hesitate to suppress his own desires and temporarily abandon those 18+ things. People's plans always change with time, and no one can escape this. Naomi Watts looked angry. She didn't expect Wayne to strip off his artistic coat with his own hands, and he looked like he disliked others saying good things about him. "Hi, boss, Naomi, I hope I didn't disturb you." The assistant appeared on the third floor, pushed her glasses, and looked at the two people. "What's wrong?" Wayne turned and looked at her. Nina pointed downstairs. "Gilmore is here, and there is another guest, who is said to be from New Zealand, named Peter Jackson. They are all waiting in the living room. Do you want to meet them now? Or send them away?" "Damn it." Wayne raised his hand and slapped his forehead. Since that party, he has ignored Gilmore. He must have been anxious waiting in the hotel, so he couldn't help but run over. And the New Zealand director, who also came here unexpectedly. King Kong must not be produced for the time being, and the heroine is about to give birth to his child. Apart from Naomi Watts, he doesn't have the spare money to support other women. Chapter 317, The Lord of the Rings script adaptation. The leisurely life during this period did make Wayne ignore many things, such as the two directors downstairs. "I'll change my clothes." Looking at his home clothes, he shook his head gently. "Nina, I remember there is a Lord of the Rings in the study. Help me take it down. I may need it later." "I'll go with you." Naomi Watts hugged the assistant's arm, and the two went downstairs to the study together. After leaving the bedroom on the third floor, Nina carefully observed the figure of the Australian girl and found that there was basically no change. She was still so tall and sexy, but she still said worriedly, "Your belly will get bigger soon. I'm afraid you won't be able to cover it up if you want to go shopping. It will take a few months for that to happen." Naomi Watts had obviously thought about this problem and smiled with a relaxed face. "At worst, I won't leave the manor. In fact, even if I'm photographed by reporters, I don't care. Or do you think your playboy boss will care about the public's opinion?" She said it very practically, with the understanding of the two women about the man. "I'm afraid he really doesn't care about the media or the public's opinion. This man looks calm and handsome, but in fact, he is too thick-skinned. In addition, this matter does not touch the moral bottom line. It is estimated that the public will only treat it as a topic of conversation after dinner and discuss with envy how the big director managed to get the Australian star." Opening the study on the second floor, Nina let go of Naomi Watts and skillfully pulled out a thick tome from the bookshelf. "This is The Lord of the Rings, that they have already held the copyright. Okay, let's go down." As the two walked out, the assistant lady couldn't help but be curious. She glanced at the delicate face of the woman next to her and asked, "Have you really never thought about marrying the boss? This will be much better for the children." In fact, in her heart, she always felt that this woman might be the most suitable partner for Wayne. Apart from this woman, she had never seen her boss have such feelings and indulgence for other women. And Nina has long been very clear that the purpose of other women is very clear. "I give my young and sexy body to give you pleasant physical and spiritual enjoyment in exchange for the resources I want." In essence, this is still an equal exchange. Maybe Naomi Watts also had this meaning in mind, but the feeling between them was not that of a naked transaction, but more like a friend who had surpassed the boundaries of friendship. Perhaps, the only woman who could pose a threat to the Australian girl was the editor-in-chief with a sexy figure, Bella Grant. "Nina, you don't understand my thoughts." Naomi Watts held the assistant's arm with one hand and gently stroked her belly with the other hand, walking downstairs while chatting. "Wayne actually told me that he could give me a wedding and let me become Mrs. Greenberg, but I refused. Oh my gee." Nina suddenly widened her eyes, pushed her glasses, turned her head, and looked at her, and exclaimed in a low voice, "You're crazy. Don't you know what you've missed?" In her opinion, this big star was simply crazy. Women who wanted to become Mrs. Greenberg, live in this manor, and become the hostess of this manor would definitely line up from Beverly to downtown Los Angeles. Hey, don't look at me like that. Naomi Watts rolled her eyes at her, shrugged and continued, maybe a simple girl would want a prince-like husband. He would pour you a cup of hot water when you feel uncomfortable in the middle of the night, and he would hug you to comfort you when you are sad, etc. But the reality in my eyes is that this low-cost contribution will definitely not move me to death. The real scarce resources are the other party's conversation, the other party's knowledge, the other party's business vision, the other party's ability to control the situation, and the other party's emotional stability. Don't underestimate these characteristics. To cultivate these advantages, the cost is extremely high, and it is very rare. Wayne has all these advantages, but he is not my best spouse. He is my ally and partner in the battlefield of life. In my eyes, a fragile relationship between husband and wife is really not as reliable as our current way of getting along in feelings. Maybe you are right. Whatever she does is her personal freedom. Nina doesn't understand her thoughts, but she is willing to respect her choice. But she kept muttering in her heart, isn't it her boss? Has she brainwashed this Australian woman? When Wayne changed his clothes and went downstairs to the living room, he was almost amused by the two men sitting side by side on the sofa. The two men looked very funny together, wearing the same dark casual suits, the same unruly hair, and the same beards. Hello, Mr. Greenberg, I'm Peter Jackson. Nice to meet you. The bearded New Zealander on the left saw him coming and stood up first, stretched out his right hand, and introduced himself nervously. Your achievements in black films are amazing. I have watched the movie Joker over a dozen times. Hello, Peter, you can just call me Wayne. He shook hands with the other party and was amazed in his heart. Sure enough, successful people can at least brag about business with each other. Let's sit down and talk. I'm afraid there will be some changes to the plan that Jimmy briefly told you. He waved to the assistant lady, took the thick book, and before the other party could react, he put it directly on the coffee table, pointed at the book, and asked him to take a look first. Since the King Kong project was bound to be delayed, he decided to let the New Zealand bearded man start adapting his favorite series. In Wayne's heart, he always believed that only in the hands of this fat man could The Lord of the Rings be adapted into a film and television series so successfully. Even if he were to do it, he might not be as good as the other party. Seeing him open the book with a puzzled expression, Wayne turned his head and looked at the other bearded man. Gilmore, it was my negligence. I forgot to inform you and made you wait for so long in vain. Sure enough, hearing his words, Gilmore smiled bitterly in his heart. The other party really forgot about him. If he hadn't been waiting in the hotel and couldn't bear it anymore, he would come to the manor to visit again. I'm afraid that when a new project comes, he will remember him as the assistant director. It doesn't matter. Although he was helpless, Gilmore still smiled and spread his hands. I want to ask, when will our new project start? Do you need my help to prepare in advance? After looking at Naomi Watts, Wayne gave up the idea of smoking, took a big sip of coffee, gently touched his chin and thought for a while, then said, preparations will probably start in mid-November, so if you still have unfinished work, you can go back to Mexico to deal with it first, as long as you rush back to join the group in November. Of course, it's no problem to wait in Los Angeles. You can come to the manor in a while and help me draw the storyboard and do some preliminary camera planning. Through the information provided by Jimmy and the other party, he knew that Guillermo was not short of money. This Mexican had his own company a long time ago, and he would not worry about the expenses if he waited in Los Angeles. Hearing the specific time, Guillermo breathed a sigh of relief. Since he gave up his career in Mexico and came here, he was most afraid of accidents. Okay, I'll stay in Los Angeles. If you need me, feel free to call me. Okay, you can take a look at the script later, but you can't take it out or disclose it to anyone. After saying this, he looked at the bearded New Zealander. The other party must have read this masterpiece more than once and was excited to say something. Mr. Greenberg, okay, Wayne. Peter Jackson paused, trying to control the expectation in his heart. Do you want to make this masterpiece into a film and television and put it on the big screen? Yes. He nodded gently, directly dispelling some of the other party's worries. I bought the copyright for the film and television adaptation a long time ago, but I have never acted easily. There are too many aspects involved. So. Peter Jackson widened his eyes and stared at him blankly. Wayne pointed at the big book on the coffee table and said cheerfully, "So, the original King Kong project has been postponed for the time being. I need you to adapt the script of The Lord of the Rings first." Looking at the other party's face, that turned red with excitement in an instant, he shook his head and poured cold water on the New Zealand bearded man. "This can be regarded as an exam. If the script effect meets my expectations, I will recommend you to direct this project. But the script does not meet the requirements. I understand. Where it came from is where it came from." Peter Jackson nodded excitedly. As a diehard fan of The Lord of the Rings, it has always been his dream to bring Middle-earth to the big screen. Now this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is in front of him. The surprise of this moment is simply unbelievable to him. "Mr. Greenberg, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I will start adapting the script as soon as possible. I have read this series many times. Believe me, no one is more suitable for adapting this series than me." Seeing that he was so excited that he was incoherent, Wayne nodded and said to Nina, "Say hello to Jimmy, make an office for him, and then sign the agreement that needs to be signed. This project cannot be started in a short time. It should take at least several months for the New Zealand bearded man to adapt the script. Even if the film is approved by Warner Brothers, the preparation time will be calculated in years. Thinking about the tens of thousands of props, costumes, weapons, armor, model special effects, etc., he had a headache. This kind of movie requires the director to participate in the preparation of every detail, which is equivalent to locking a person completely for several years. This is also the reason why he never thought about shooting it himself. Wayne roughly estimated in his mind that, even if it started in 1996, the preparation and shooting time would probably exceed 2 to 3 years. The most suitable director is undoubtedly this New Zealand bearded man. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, Global's Old Tricks Again. Peter Jackson seemed to be in a state of hyperactivity. After Nina called Jimmy, he asked for the address of the agency and rushed to the simple suburban building. It would take a long time to make this movie, and that was when everything was prepared smoothly. Wayne remembered very clearly that in his previous life, many behind-the-scenes news were exposed because of the popularity of the movie. The first person to collect the film and television rights of The Lord of the Rings was actually the fat man Harvey Weinstein, but there were many unexpected situations, and finally the investment and distribution became New Line Cinema. But there was indeed an interview with Harvey Weinstein reported by the media. He himself said that it was because he was annoyed by Peter Jackson that he let the New Zealanders find investment channels themselves. No matter how great the brilliant achievements of New Line Cinema in the previous life were because of this series, it has nothing to do with the other party now, which will become the capital for Wayne to deepen his status and influence in Warner Brothers. If a director directs a film that grosses hundreds of millions of dollars at the North American box office, even if the director is a novice, he will become famous because of it. If you want to invite him to direct a film of the same type again, the price to pay will be much higher. Even in this era, if you want a director to direct a film of the same type again, the salary will quickly rise from hundreds of thousands of dollars to more than millions of dollars, and it may even involve a share of the profits in the later period. This is just a film of the same type. If it is a sequel, it will become a standard money-making carnival for the director. So for the Lord of the Rings series, he plans to let Peter Jackson make all the preparations, even if it takes a long time to prepare, and directly sign a trilogy contract to shoot all 3 at once. In this way, even if the film becomes a big hit afterwards, at most he will only give the other party some bonus cash. Wayne cannot provide the copyright and other things to Warner Brothers for nothing, which will inevitably involve investment issues. As the boss of a film company, he has considered all these in advance. Not only Peter Jackson, the director, but also all the actors involved in the project will receive the same treatment. If they are unwilling to sign a trilogy contract in advance, he will not hesitate to choose a young actor who has not made any progress. Wayne has a clear distinction between the two aspects of career planning. After picking up the camera, he is a pure film director, whose main job is to shoot good films and be responsible for the investment of the production company. But after putting down the camera, he will immediately switch to the state of producer and film company boss and strive to use the projects invested in his hands to win more benefits for himself, even if the process is full of exploitation and oppression. This is the natural instinct of capitalists. Such examples are common in this circle. Good old Steven Spielberg is like this, George Lucas is like this, and even Tom Hanks, who has always been honest, and handsome Tom Cruise, all have their own film companies. Strip off the coat of a superstar, they are actually a group of film businessmen. How is it? If you have any opinions, you can directly raise them. Gilmore has been reading the script since the New Zealander left, but he reads it very slowly, or reads it very carefully, thinking from the perspective of work while reading. More than an hour passed unknowingly, and Wayne spoke only after he finished reading the entire script and drank the cold coffee in one gulp. The ultimate in violent aesthetics. Guillermo closed his eyes and thought about it for a while, constantly simulating the entire film in his mind, and subconsciously gave his own evaluation. This is the ultimate romance in the eyes of men. Of course, this story is not friendly to other moviegoers besides men. What? Is it really that good? Before Wayne could speak, Naomi Watts looked at the Mexican director with a surprised expression. She had just read this story not long ago, but she didn't feel the aesthetics at all. In her opinion, this story has nothing but the ugliness of the nakedness, countless swear words throughout, and the bloody violence that broke out at the slightest disagreement. Ms. Watts, this kind of realistic genre film has always been a carnival for a certain group of male fans. Guillermo shrugged, glanced at Wayne, and explained patiently. The Maltese Falcon is like this, and so is this story. But I believe that after Mr. Greenberg's directing, the audience of the film will be greatly improved. He is good at this, isn't he? Moreover, the Academy will like this kind of violent aesthetics full of art. Gilmore knew very well that, even if the film was well made, it would be difficult to escape the category of R-rated gangster films, which would make the already small audience even smaller. As long as you think about it carefully, you will understand that this typical realistic type of film is definitely aimed at the Academy Awards, and the original intention is not for commercial interests. If the goal is more box office, why don't the other party directly make superheroes? You are right. Wayne smiled and nodded, and the other party almost saw through his intention at a glance. This type of movie will be very regional. Perhaps except for North America, it will be difficult to get overseas movie fans to buy it. It is difficult for this movie to lose money. He has already had an idea in his mind. Through his continuous success over the years, he has gradually possessed the brand effect recognized by movie fans. These basic bases can guarantee that this kind of investment can be made blindly, and the investment will definitely be recovered. But at the same time, it is difficult for this film to make a lot of money like the previous ones. His first goal is still the little golden man. Do you need me to help you draw the storyboard? Guillermo was excited when he thought about the first Hollywood project he participated in, which was to compete for the highest award of the Academy. Wayne shook his head. Wait a while. Don't worry now. You can still spend a vacation. It will be very busy after the project is officially launched. As the script will basically not be changed, there is still a long time before the shooting, and he can't guarantee that he will not suddenly have a whim and add some other element. He has seen 4 versions of this story: the original Hong Kong version, the Japanese version, the Korean version and the North American version. If it is for the white moonlight in my heart, then the Hong Kong version must be the most poetic. The Korean version is actually not bad. Unfortunately, this is North America, and the purpose of the film means that he is destined to have no other choice. Holy shit. The 2 women who were reading newspapers and magazines were whispering to each other, but Naomi Watts suddenly exclaimed with an incredible expression on her face. Even Nina looked amused. The assistant pursed her lips, stood up and handed over a newspaper. "Boss, something interesting is coming." "What is it?" Wayne took the newspaper and saw the huge headline on it at first glance. "Missing person notice. 3 female college students from Princeton University have lost contact with their friends and families for 2 weeks because of exploring the secrets of witches. Please pay attention to those around you." Seeing this, he was also amused. It's really interesting. Universal Pictures really doesn't miss any successful experience. It's going to completely copy that marketing plan. As long as he saw this thing, he could be sure that The Witches 2 shot by the original director would probably be released very soon. There is nothing wrong with Universal Pictures doing this. The essence of Hollywood is to copy success, summarize all the successful element, and continue to copy like an assembly line. But the result may not be what they want to see. The interval between the release of the first film is too short. In such a short time, it is impossible for movie fans to forget the anger of being deceived. Wayne is very pessimistic about this marketing plan. Even if Paranormal Activity did copy Blair Witch and once again made a lot of profits through viral marketing, it was done after several years, when the public had forgotten the feeling of being deceived. This inconspicuous report is just the beginning. At the same time, executives of Universal Pictures are also looking at this newspaper. They spent tens of millions of dollars in real money to purchase all the copyrights of Blair Witch. Now they hope that this film can be released smoothly and achieve the expected effect to recover the company as soon as possible. Relevant personnel from the distribution department of Universal Pictures and the film and television production director in charge of Blair Witch 2 gathered in a conference room to discuss the distribution of the film. Sitting in this conference room are all professionals in the industry, and they have watched this film more than once. Frankly speaking, this film, whether in terms of storyline, production techniques, shooting level or actor performance, is just as rubbish as the first one. In their eyes, it is completely worthless. If it weren't for the huge success of the previous film, no one would be willing to believe that this kind of film would have any commercial value. But what they bought back with this rubbish was a marketing plan of astonishing value. This marketing plan detailed the measures to be taken at each step, just like teaching you how to make money. After watching it, the professionals in the conference room had a strange illusion that this was a chef in a Michelin 3-star restaurant making a bowl of shit-like food. What do you think? It doesn't matter. Just say it directly. CEO Ron Mayer, who was sitting at the head of the conference table, looked at everyone and said, "There is no need to discuss the quality of the film. Isn't it this marketing plan that we value?" The film's producer, Kletzinger, looked around and took the lead in pointing out the key point. "This marketing plan has proven its value. I learned from that fat guy Harvey that this thing was indeed created by Wayne Greenberg. I have to say, he is indeed a production genius." Chapter 319 The 7 Deadly Sins. Producer Kletzinger's words were agreed by almost everyone. When they heard him mention the young director, everyone nodded subconsciously. In the past, it was only from Townsend Rothman of 20th Century Fox that Wayne Greenberg was praised, saying that he and Jerry Bruckheimer were air producer geniuses. However, in Hollywood, where commercial hype is everywhere, few people take this kind of publicity seriously. If Wayne Greenberg is a director genius, perhaps no one can refute it. He has proved his ability as a director with his unparalleled achievements. The sudden appearance of Blair Witch and the fact that it raked in more than $100 million in the theater market in a few weeks surprised all the production companies in the circle. Suddenly, they realized that marketing can be played like this. When Universal Pictures found the original director to buy all the copyrights of the film, they found that the representative who negotiated with them was actually Wayne's agent Jimmy. Only then did they realize that in addition to Harvey Weinstein, there was a stronger hungry wolf hiding in the depths of the manipulator behind the scenes. The sales of the first videotape of Blair Witch were very poor, and the performance in the rental market was also average. If we want to recover the money invested in buying the copyright, the second film must be guaranteed to be successful. Ron Mayer's face was cold, and he felt heartbroken when he mentioned the videotape and the surrounding copyright. The offline performance of this film was completely unworthy of the volume it should have, nor was it worthy of the box office performance it created. Logically speaking, this type of high-grossing horror film should be an absolute hit in the videotape market, but it just went against the market rules and performed mediocrely. If we only rely on offline copyright operations to recover the investment costs, it may take more than 10 or 20 years. I suggest that we simply don't change anything and just do it again according to this marketing plan. Justin, an executive of the distribution department, looked at the CEO and said, "I have carefully analyzed this document. Not only did Blair Witch achieve success with it, but the benchmark horror film The Clown also used this method. It seems that Wayne Greenberg has tried this plan twice and achieved the desired results both times." Seeing that no one around him objected, Ron Mayer nodded, then promoted as planned. The company has allocated tens of millions of marketing expenses for this project. You have to spend them all within 2 weeks to create social discussion as quickly as possible. In order to replicate the success of the first film, Universal Pictures only gave the young director $400,000 just to make him shoot something close to the effect of the first film. This is indeed the case. The finished film is no different from the first film. The shaking long shots fill the entire film, and even the rough editing effects are deliberately imitating the first film. It can be said that Universal Pictures chose the safest production method to avoid accidents. After the meeting, Kletzinger followed the CEO and waited until he entered the elevator before observing his expression for a while and saying, "The offline performance of the first part of Blair Witch did not meet our expectations at all. I suspect that this was also designed by Wayne Greenberg, otherwise how could he be willing to sell the copyright of the box office of over 100 million? Whether he had expected it or not, it's meaningless to say these now." Ron Mayer sighed and looked at the floor numbers that kept jumping in front of him. "You have to keep a close eye on that little director and several actors, and don't let any news that shouldn't appear before the film is released." "I will." Nodding, Kletzinger paused, lowered his voice and said, "What I mean is, should we leak the news that Wayne Greenberg is the planner of Blair Witch through our media and cause him some trouble? As long as the other party has a movie released, it will definitely become a box office bomb. This has almost become an industry rule. This is very bad, and no one wants to see this continue. As long as this success continues, when faced with Wayne's works, production companies will subconsciously choose to avoid them, especially in the summer season when every inch of land is valuable. After all, no one wants to use their own big investment and big production to collide with that dark madman. In this regard, Sony Columbia, which is miserable, has already conducted 2 experiments for all production companies, and each time they were ruthlessly crushed. The experience of Brotherhood this year is still in front of us. Many people feel that the potential of this film has not yet been fully realized, and it was squeezed out of the mainstream market by Batman Begins. It cannot be said that this is not a different kind of sadness. Regardless of whether it is because of Warner Brothers, through other off-site means, the root cause is the high-quality works of Wayne Greenberg and the blind trust of movie fans in the brand of Greenberg production. Forget it. Faced with this proposal that would ruin the other party's reputation, Ron Mayer thought for a long time, until the elevator door opened with a ding. He frowned and said as he walked out, "The screening of Batman Begins has entered a stable period. Even if we present evidence and release the news now, it will not affect the film's box office of over 300 million. We will also offend that young man for nothing. Warner Brothers might even come and bite us for him. It's not worth it." Universal Pictures is not afraid of Warner Brothers. As Hollywood giants, they all have media groups behind them. It's not a question of who is afraid of whom among the 6 major companies. But it is totally unnecessary to provoke unnecessary competition between each other for something that has no benefits. And the CEO of Universal Pictures looked at Kletzinger with a deep look. "Don't be fooled by Wayne Greenberg's appearance. What tolerance, sympathy for minorities, etc., are just packaged by the media. Do you think there are kind people who can stand firm in this circle?" He didn't know whether the other party was narrow-minded or not, and he couldn't be sure, but since he could successfully succeed in this chaotic circle, it was absolutely impossible for him to have a high bottom line. Moreover, in his eyes, this young man was a disaster star. How many people were unlucky because of him? If you look closely, you will find that in the end, this tempting proposal was still rejected by Ron Mayer. or doing so can indeed affect some fans' trust in Wayne Greenberg and shake their support for his subsequent films, but what can Universal Pictures get? It is not worth it at all. Universal Pictures was very fast. Starting from the next day, just like Harvey Weinstein did, various local radio stations in North America, second and third rate newspapers and magazines, and blockbuster video stores were full of various missing person notices. Just like a replica, the evening science exploration program once again appeared a clip about witches. In a trance, most people remembered the disgusting deception, and the anger in their hearts returned again. Shit, this again. In a blockbuster store, two young people were holding the selected videotapes and were queuing up to register and pay when they saw the missing person notice posted on the wall. Frank, it must be that whore director again. He cheated us once, and it wasn't enough. He actually wants to do it again. F***K. The young man wearing a baseball cap pointed at the missing person notice on the wall and cursed with his companion without any scruples. Jason, I want to kill that director. When I mentioned this, the white boy named Frank also gritted his teeth. I called on many friends to promote it together, but who knew it was a fake documentary movie? My friends called me a liar for a month. Almost at the same time, the two people remembered the stupid things they had done before, and also recalled the anger when they found out that they were cheated. Looking at the two videotapes in his hand, Jason tried hard to suppress his negative emotions and swore to his friends while paying the bill. I must remind my friends this time, no one should be fooled by this again. When I think of the smug look of that liar director, I feel sick and want to vomit. Yes. Frank nodded. I'll go with you. Let's go back and promote it in the school to prevent more people from being deceived. The two of them walked out of the store angrily with a videotape. The good mood they had agreed to watch a movie together on the weekend was also ruined by this incident. When they walked to the parking lot, opened the car door, and were about to go back, a white boy in a volunteer jacket came over with a large stack of color printing paper. Hey, can I bother you for 2 minutes? He took out two prepared missing person notices from his arms and handed them to the two. These are 3 female college students from Princeton. They disappeared because of chasing the traces of witches. Please, if you see them, please call the number above. Their families are very anxious now. Please help spread the information. Fuck you, motherfucker. Before he could finish, 2 swear words came from the other side. Under his stunned expression, the 2 boys ignored him, opened the door of the pickup truck, and drove out of the parking lot cursing all the way. Did I say something wrong? The boy sat on a bench by the roadside, looking at the missing person notice in his hand, and talking to himself. Damn, I said the same thing last time. Why did people's attitudes change? This situation was not the first time. In the whole morning, almost no one took his missing person notice. Most people looked at him coldly and turned away. There were also a few people, like the 2 boys just now, cursing. The last time he did this job, people were obviously still very enthusiastic and would spontaneously help him post these things. But he never thought that this situation was not only encountered by him, but also happened all over North America. Regardless of the effect of the publicity, within 2 weeks, Universal Pictures completely copied what Harvey Weinstein did, and then the film was eager to open in 2098 theaters. Unfortunately, in October, when the summer season had just passed and the Christmas season had not yet arrived, Warner Bros. Released the rescheduled 7 Deadly Sins, and it was also released on the same weekend. Wayne was invited by Warner Bros. To attend the premiere of the film. The reason why he readily agreed to support 7 was because the film schedule was changed due to the influence of Batman Begins, which took the initiative to make way for him. He also wanted to watch this classic film live again, meet David Fincher, and inspect Brad Pitt and chat with him. Chapter 320 Reception from the father of Star Wars. In front of the Dolby Theater in Beverly, a red carpet was surrounded by a large number of media reporters and fans. After the Rolls-Royce Silver Thor stopped smoothly, Wayne opened the door and helped Naomi Watts, who was wearing a black evening dress, down. Facing the white flashlights, the two walked forward with smiles on their faces. Hey, Wayne, look here. Director Greenberg, please cooperate with us and take a photo. Ms. Watts, this way. The media reporters saw the two of them walking on the red carpet and shouted loudly, hoping that the two would slow down, pose in some simple poses, and cooperate with them to take more photos. However, the two obviously did not have this idea. Although they kept smiling, after getting off the car, their steps were very fast. Wayne directly ignored the media reporters and the screams of the fans on one side, and walked straight to the theater door with Naomi Watts. "Dear." The Australian girl kept smiling and waved to the fans from time to time, causing a burst of shouts. "There are quite a few of your fans there. They even have Vanity Fair with your cover. Are you sure you don't want to go over and get an autograph? This isn't the opening of my film. There's no need to steal the spotlight and steal the limelight." Wayne spoke softly without slowing down his pace, as if he hadn't seen his fans. "Remember to remind Nina later to ask her to contact Daisy from the fan organization. I'll give out some autographs to diehard fans." He hasn't done this since the chaos caused by signing autographs for fans at the premiere a few years ago. Compared to the problems that might arise, putting on a show and getting close to fans is less important. He's not a star standing on stage. On this occasion today, it's even more impossible to interact with fans. This isn't the premiere of his film. He's just here to support the show. There's no need to steal the limelight and cause unpleasantness with David Fincher. Compared to the celebrities who walked on the red carpet before, Wayne and the others were much faster. When they walked to the interview area, they could see that the reporters in front of them had hurriedly ended the interview and turned their attention to them. The two took the signature pen handed over by the staff and signed it. Then several reporters immediately surrounded them. Microphones and recorders were also extended to them. Director Greenberg, "Can you tell me what you think of David Fincher?" A female reporter with a copy of the Hollywood Chronicle hanging on her chest asked impatiently. "A great director." Wayne understood the significance of his coming. Since he was here to show his support for the other party, he would never be stingy with his praise. After watching Seven, you will find that David Fincher is definitely the contemporary director closest to Hitchcock, although their styles are completely different. But the same thing is that they use the language of the lens very tastefully. They really use audio-visual thinking to express suspense, rather than using the same way of reciting lines to say some suspenseful words through lines. This reflects his pure audio-visual, pure film thinking. Naomi Watts smiled, holding the man's arm, watching him face the reporter's questions, and played the role of a perfect foil very well. She knew in her heart what her position was on this kind of stage. Even if she spent more than 2 hours putting on makeup before going out, she could not become the center of the media. But when she turned her eyes, the smile on her face suddenly froze. Behind the group of reporters, a professional beauty in a white shirt and a hip skirt was looking at her up and down with a curious look. It was Bella Grant. Naomi Watts recognized her immediately when she saw her majestic peaks that almost broke through her white shirt and her delicate face with her hair tied up. During this period, Wayne was very honest, which was rare. He did not let any woman come to the manor, nor did he go out overnight without telling her, giving the Australian girl an illusion that this man was the kind of illusion that she was alone. The moment she saw the beautiful editor-in-chief, she woke up in a trance. The reason why the man next to her was so honest was to take her mood into consideration. Some things, after all, could not be changed. "Wayne, what do you think of the box office of SE7N? Wayne smiled and said to the recorder with confidence, "There is no doubt that this is an outstanding work. It will be the box office champion this weekend. No other film can threaten SE7N. Wayne, last question." A male reporter raised the microphone and asked loudly, "Do you think this masterpiece of David Fincher has the hope of surpassing your previous work Batman and threatening your position as the annual box office champion?" "Hey, brother, this is a difficult question for me." Wayne smiled bitterly and shook his head, raised his arm, and pointed at the theater and said, "I can only tell you that David Fincher is a good director. Some great films do not need to be measured by box office. As for whether it will threaten Batman's position as the annual champion, fans need to go to the theater to find the answer." After speaking, he gently patted Naomi Watts' waist and prepared to leave the interview area. He had seen someone else coming on the red carpet and was ready to make room for the next guest. Where to look? The Australian girl took his arm, pointed to the back of several reporters, and reminded them in a low voice, "Your little cow lover didn't come to interview you today. Nammy, that's because she doesn't want any unpleasantness." After being reminded by her, Wayne looked up and saw Bella Grant in a professional suit. He nodded gently to her and turned to walk into the theater with the Australian girl. It is difficult to guess the emotions of a pregnant woman. Obviously, Bella Grant also knows this. They are all decent people. If there is unpleasantness in such an occasion, the names of the three of them will probably appear on the front pages of many media tomorrow morning. "Wayne, thank you for coming." As soon as they entered the theater, David Fincher, the host, came up and extended his hand with a smile. "Good evening, Ms. Watts." Wayne shook hands with the other party and said politely, "It's nice to meet you, David. Seven Deadly Sins is a masterpiece and will definitely be a great success." Looking at this director who is nearly 10 years older than him, he sighed in his heart. It was the movie directed by this person in front of him that made him appreciate the charm of black movies for the first time. "Hi, Wayne." Before they could exchange a few pleasantries, an old Jewish man came out of the theater and waved to him with a smile on his face. "Let's go. David will be very busy tonight. We'll have a chance to chat later. Let's go in first." "Good evening, George." The one who came out was George Lucas, the father of Star Wars. Wayne hugged him and turned to David Fincher and nodded politely. "No need to greet me. You continue to be busy. George and I will go in first." "Okay, see you in the theater later." David Fincher didn't retract his gaze until the backs of the three people disappeared on the stairs. If he said whose shooting style he liked the most, it would undoubtedly be this young man. Although he entered this circle nearly 10 years earlier than the other person, the speed of development was very different. When he finally took up the director's baton in 1992 and started to make his first movie Alien 3, the young man had already achieved amazing box office success. The two people with the same black style had completely different destinies. Now he only hopes that this Seven Deadly Sins can be as successful as the other one and never repeat the collapse of reputation that occurred in Alien 3. "George, are you familiar with David?" Wayne asked curiously as he led Naomi Watts to the second floor lounge beside the father of Star Wars. Not only could he invite George Lucas, but he could also help to take care of the guests. The relationship between them aroused Wayne's curiosity. "Okay." George Lucas patted his forehead and explained. David was not a director at first. He was a special effects artist at Industrial Light and Magic. As early as 1980, he participated in the special effects work of Star Wars, so it was another welcome promotion of the younger generation. He instantly understood the general situation. From this point of view, I'm afraid that David Fincher was able to direct Alien because of the face of the father of Star Wars. The three walked into the lounge with a formal smile, nodded and greeted people along the way, and came to the lounge and sat down. "I heard that Steven has approached you several times." Looking at this young junior, George Lucas immediately thought of his old friend. DreamWorks is not doing well now. Here. As he spoke, Nina, who had been waiting from the back door, walked towards them. "Yes, he has approached me several times." Wayne shrugged and said without hesitation, "But I asked my agent to reject them all. George, I can't direct projects for other companies, not even Steven's DreamWorks. Besides, my work schedule has been scheduled until 2000 years later, so I don't have time. It doesn't matter. We all understand some things." George Lucas sighed in his heart. His old friend knew that the chances were slim, but he kept trying to ask this young man to help, just to make DreamWorks have better development. But as long as you think about it carefully, you will know that the possibility of asking him is zero. I'm afraid Wayne would rather make movies for other giants than accept the invitation from DreamWorks. Their positions are naturally opposite. As one of the major shareholders of Warner Brothers, it is good enough that he does not suppress DreamWorks himself. This is the most basic business sense. As long as DreamWorks still has the ambition to become bigger, this sense of opposition will only become more and more obvious. There is no other solution. While Wayne and George Lucas were chatting, two pairs of eyes not far from them were also observing him seriously. "Kevin, is that the young man? You want to take him to visit our company?" An old man with silver hair attracted his gaze and looked at his companion in confusion and asked. From his tone, you can hear that he does not agree. In fact, he also thinks so. It is simply a fantasy to want to rely on a movie director to save the company, not to mention a young chicken in his early 20s? Exclamation mark. Kevin Feige did not care about his companion's words and stared at the young Hollywood tycoon intently. My target today is him. No matter what, I have to find a chance to talk to him. Chapter 321. Just for Brad Pitt's handsome face. Boss, those two people have been watching you. Left front. Wayne was chatting with George Lucas, and he heard Nina's whispered reminder from behind him, and looked in the direction she said. George Lucas didn't notice his action, and suddenly remembered something, and invited him. There will be a USC alumni meeting in November. If you have time, come together. No problem. The other party's invitation made him instantly remember that the father of Star Wars has always been proud of his identity as a USC alumnus. He seems to donate a lot of money to the school every year. He is definitely a generous local alumnus. I haven't been back for a long time. The busy work almost made me forget about it. Talking about this, Wayne sighed in his heart, thinking of his teacher who has always supported him unconditionally, Professor Anderson Horowitz. During those years in college, all teachers thought he was a freak. He obviously had excellent professional learning ability, but every time he shot a test short film or homework, it was a bloody thing. Only Professor Anderson Horowitz has been encouraging him to stick to his personal style, and has seen through the things behind the short film. Those are just pure experimental tools, and have nothing to do with what he wants to express. Looking at the young man opposite, with a look of reminiscence in his eyes, George Lucas guessed that the other party was probably recalling his wonderful college life. It is said that this guy was very popular with cheerleaders when he was in school. The party is at USC. I will let you know the specific time later. Seeing that he recovered from his distracted state, George Lucas continued, I suggest that you go back more often, when you have time, and don't forget the wonderful college life. Okay, let's go downstairs. The movie should start soon. Several people stood up together and walked towards the screening room under the leadership of George Lucas. Before going downstairs, Wayne glanced at the two people with his peripheral vision and found that one of them was still observing him. The old man with silver hair is Stan Lee, the father of Marvel Comics. Nina came close to him and explained the origins of the two people in a voice that the two of them could just hear. Most of the superheroes in Marvel Comics were designed by this old man. The young man next to her should be called Kevin Feige, and he seems to be a senior executive of Marvel Comics. After explaining the other party's origins in a low voice, Nina hugged Naomi Watts' arm again and walked away from the boss, who was thinking while walking, until he sat in the reserved seat under the guidance of the staff. Wayne was still brainstorming. Now he could be sure that the purpose of the other party coming here was definitely to get close to him, but just now in the lounge, they didn't rush to say hello and get to know each other. Then there was only one possibility left, that they were going to talk to him at the party later. There was no need to think too much about the purpose of coming to find him. It must be related to superhero movies. Marvel is not having a good time now. The characters created by Stan Lee, the father of superheroes, have almost been sold out by the company. In addition, it is the cold winter of the comic industry, and their eyes will inevitably look at other profit directions. Wayne will definitely not direct a Marvel movie. He is very sure of this. Marvel is now a quagmire. Just getting close to it makes you feel pungent, let alone jumping in. He has all the copyrights of DC comic characters at his disposal, and he doesn't want to play a thankless game like saving Marvel. What he is considering now is which first-line heroes or famous second-line hero copyrights the other party has, and whether he can think of a way to buy some of them. Even if he doesn't shoot and produce, it's good to make money by using the studio and Warner Brothers as a partnership. Now he is not afraid that the other party will not sell. Marvel's life is so miserable. At worst he can add fuel to the fire and make them even more miserable. Selling his son is something that will become addictive once it starts. In theory, DC and Marvel are not as opposed to each other as the public imagines. Maybe there are some small conflicts between the two companies, but they are not absolutely hostile. If you look through the comics carefully, you will understand that the settings of many heroes are very similar, and there are many borrowings from each other. The reason why the two companies make people feel hostile is that 2000 years later, Marvel, which is in a lower position, completely suppressed DC Comics because of the rise of superhero movies. Marvel fans themselves think so. This can be regarded as a desperate effort that has finally paid off. After all, in the years before the turn of the century, when people mentioned superheroes, the first thing they thought of was almost all DC Comics, and Marvel has always been presented as a small transparent image. Dear Naomi Watts reached out and poked his waist. After seeing that he came back to his senses, she leaned on his shoulder and reminded him softly, "The movie is about to start. You have to pay attention, and you are getting distracted more and more frequently now." The lights in the theater also began to go out one by one at this time. Wayne glanced at George Lucas beside him and smiled apologetically. "I'm fine." He shook his head at Naomi Watts, squeezed her hand twice, and whispered, "I'm just thinking about some issues. Let's go watch the movie. It will be a masterpiece." The pre-screening advertisement began to play on the big screen. He smiled bitterly. It is estimated that the Australian girl would not be able to watch a movie like Seven Deadly Sins and would not like it. What she really likes is the kind of happy commercial movies or the bloody and touching love movies. The movie started soon, and the theater gradually became quiet. Wayne had watched this movie more than once. Except for some details that were blurred, he still remembered the general context very clearly. This is a movie with a strong religious color. In fact, as long as he saw the title, he would think of the classic The Seventh Seal. If Bergman questioned and explored the roots of faith and the existence of God in The Seventh Seal, then Seven Deadly Sins showed what the world would be like if faith was lost. The New York in the movie is gray, damp, dirty, and chaotic. The continuous murders are simply hell on earth. How is it? Are you a little uncomfortable? After the movie started, Naomi Watts leaned on Wayne's shoulder to watch. Halfway through the movie, when he noticed that the woman frowned from time to time, he tilted his head and whispered in her ear, "You should like this kind of movie very much, right?" The Australian girl looked at him, rolled her eyes at a close distance, and said, "No wonder you praise the director of the movie to the media. You must be able to talk about this kind of story core and expression." Although Naomi Watts doesn't like this type of movie, as an insider, she can still understand what the director wants to express. The movie seems to be just showing the world the depravity of human nature, and the guilty will be punished. This kind of movie has a kind of moral admonition and warning meaning, which makes people reflect on whether they are guilty after watching it. In other words, it is also an analysis and warning of the dark side of society. Think about some things in Wayne's works again. In addition to different expression methods, they do have the same ideas. When the film ended, several people stood up together, and along with the large audience, they applauded the creative team in front of the big screen. George Lucas waited for the applause to stop, and did not rush to congratulate. After sitting down again, he tilted his head, and looked at Wayne. "How is it? What do you think after watching it? A cold and desperate film." Wayne raised one hand and gently scratched his chin, looking at the creative team surrounded by guests under the big screen. David did a great job. Without lacking a story, he showed people the evil and indifference of the world, but did not tell people how to avoid this situation and deterioration. He talked about his own opinions, but he didn't say some things. This film did not have any special impact after Morgan Freeman was missing. In addition, Brad Pitt in it was so handsome that he was about to fall off. Just for Brad Pitt's face, the box office of the film was basically guaranteed. It must be said that David Fincher must have considered the market audience when selecting actors. After the audience left, and most of the people had left, Wayne and his friends stood up and came to the main creators, giving them a formal blessing. Then, while they were attending the film press conference, they left the theater and went to the hotel banquet hall where they had booked a date and started socializing again. "Is it Brad Pitt?" George Lucas confirmed with him, and seeing the other party nod, he continued, "I'll introduce you to each other after the main creators attend the press conference. Do you need to find a quiet lounge?" Wayne held a glass of champagne and raised his glass to the familiar faces around him from time to time. "No, just a few simple chats to see if he is suitable for a role in my next project. I should be back soon after that." George, Nami is pregnant, and this kind of occasion is not suitable for her. He stretched out his hand and gently patted the hand of the woman next to him, showing an aunt's smile that was looking forward to the arrival of a new life. Shit, you lucky boy. George Lucas raised his glass. The two of them clinked their glasses and drank a big sip at the same time. Having a child will make you a man faster. What a lucky boy. The two were chatting. When he looked up, the father of Star Wars was stunned for a moment and saw a man walking towards them. His target was obviously them. Wayne, the man coming over is Shay, your father's former good friend. Do you need my help? Looking at the man who was about the same age as his father, staring at him, and walking towards him, Wayne shook his head slightly. Forget it, I have no conflict with him. Let's see what he wants to do. Chapter 322, Terrifying Dividends. George, let me talk to this kid alone, how about that? Not only Wayne and the others were watching the newcomer, but many other people in the banquet hall were also looking at him. Just from the way he spoke, when he came over, Wayne could tell that he was a middle-aged man who was a domineering CEO. George Lucas looked at him deeply, nodded, and prepared to get up and leave. When he walked to the other side, he couldn't help but whisper a reminder to him. Bob. While speaking, he glanced at Wayne behind him and sighed in his heart. If I were you, I wouldn't treat him as a child. After saying that, he shook his head and left with the champagne without caring what would happen here. Since Bob Shay sat down, Wayne and him have been observing each other. The corner of the rest area was extremely dull, as if it was cut off from the atmosphere of the banquet hall. After about 5 minutes, the newcomer suddenly raised his glass, clinked it with him lightly, and then raised his neck to drink the champagne in the glass. Wayne Greenberg, right? I'm Bob Shay. Few people call me Bob. They're used to calling me Shay. Looking at the young man in front of him, Bob Shay always felt a sense of familiarity. You look a lot like Reuben when he was young. I mean in appearance. Your father wasn't as patient as you when he was young. Mr. Shay. Wayne waved to the assistant with an indifferent expression, took the cigarette, and waved to let the two women leave. Click, click. After 2 slight lighter sounds, he tilted his head, lit the cigarette in his mouth, took a deep breath, and exhaled a large cloud of green mist. If you have anything to say, just say it. I don't think you're so idle that you just want to talk to someone, right? Wayne was still quite curious about this person. From a normal perspective, New Line Cinema was never a top Hollywood production company, but since it produced 7 Deadly Sins, Lord of the Rings series and Rush Hour series, this company has quietly become the most influential independent production and distribution company in Hollywood together with DreamWorks. Because of his early interception, New Line Cinema will definitely deviate from the original route, but no one knows better than him how powerful Bob Shay is. Relax a little, kid, just chatting casually. Bob Shay took a sip from time to time. Seeing you reminds me of when Reuben and I were young. At this moment, Wayne saw the 2 people from Marvel Comics and found the assistant lady probably communicating something. Excuse me, Mr. Shay. Wayne shook his head, raised his glass to indicate, drank the remaining champagne in one gulp, and pointed in the direction of Nina. I have other things to do. Let's talk again when we have time. Bob Shay saw him getting up to leave, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. Don't you want to hear about your father's youth? That has nothing to do with me. Wayne waved his hand and turned to leave. Since the other party just saw that he wanted to chat for a few words, he didn't want to continue listening. Just as he said, he was not curious about his father and the other party's youth. From Shay's mouth to repeat it again, it was nothing more than a competition of different ideas, which meant nothing to him. And New Line Cinema, a company, will be swallowed up by Warner Brothers sooner or later, and no one can change this. Seeing that Wayne had ended the communication with the other party, Naomi Watts came over immediately, stretched out her hand and gently pointed behind her, and whispered, "Those 2 people seem to want to ask you to talk. Go and see first." This occasion is at most a contact, and it is obviously not appropriate to talk about things in depth. He plans to make an appointment with the other party to have a good chat and see what they think. Boss. Nina saw the 2 of them coming over and took the initiative to introduce them. This is Mr. Kevin Feige of Marvel Comics, and this is Stan Lee. Hello, Director Greenberg. Kevin Feige was the first to extend his hand. "We have sent you an invitation through your agent Jimmy before. I hope you can visit Marvel when you have time. Hello, nice to meet you." Wayne shook hands with the other party with a formal and reserved smile. "Sorry, I'm always busy with work and I can't always spare the time." His attention was not on the future CEO of Marvel, but on the contrary, he was curiously observing the silent Stan Lee, the father of superheroes. For this old man who loves to show off, fans who like Marvel movies must be very familiar with him. He has made cameos in many movies. Compared with the other party, Joe Kubert, the father of DC superheroes, is obviously much more low-key. Kevin Feige noticed his gaze and smiled and extended the invitation again. "Mr. Greenberg, I wonder what you think of our superheroes? I hope we can find time to sit down and talk." "No problem." Wayne nodded. "I'm also a fan of Marvel Comics." Seeing that he agreed, Kevin Feige stopped when he saw that he was ahead, politely shook hands with him again, and said, "Okay, we will contact Ms. Nina later, and we won't bother you anymore." After that, he took Stan Lee and turned to the lounge area. The reason they came to this premiere today was to make an appointment with each other. This kind of thing can't be done overnight. Being able to make an appointment with each other is a good start. From the moment Kevin Feige greeted the other party, Stan Lee was observing silently. Until now, he still doubted whether this would work. "Are you sure this young man can change the current situation of the company?" Stan Lee asked, looking at the young director behind him. "It's very difficult for us to continue operating now. Even if we can hire him, I'm afraid we don't have the money to shoot a movie, and we don't know what it will cost to hire him. No matter what it takes." Kevin Feige frowned and sighed softly. "Do we have anything to lose? Perhaps this is Marvel's biggest hope now. It's still unknown how long the cold winter of the comics industry will last, but at least the company has to find new revenue points to survive this endless cold winter." The superhero movies produced by Wayne Greenberg opened another window for them. If Marvel's superheroes can also be put on the big screen and succeed, the company can get out of the dead and alive situation just by selling peripherals and authorizations. Look at the current DC comics. Through the more influential way of images, it has driven greater sales of Batman comics, as well as those authorizations for character images. Just thinking about it makes Kevin Feige jealous. The two men had just left when George Lucas came over with Brad Pitt. Before they greeted each other, Wayne vaguely heard the assistant lady whispering with the Australian girl behind him. "He is really sexy, much more handsome than in the movie." Yeah. It must be said that Brad Pitt at this time has both tough guy temperament and handsome attributes. Even he thought this actor was so handsome when he saw him. "Good evening, Director Greenberg, Ms. Watts. Thank you for coming to the premiere of the movie." Without waiting for the father of Star Wars to introduce, Brad Pitt took the initiative to greet them. The big stars who can succeed in this circle know how important it is to make friends with a big director. "I'm your die-hard fan. From the earliest Happy Death Day to the current Batman Begins, I have watched them more than once." "Good evening." Wayne didn't care whether the other party was a real fan or not. This kind of smart man would probably say these words to any director he met. He looked at the big star from top to bottom, carefully looking at his figure and face. The most important thing is the temperament of the other party and whether it matches the role he wants him to play. "I don't know if you have time next year. So, there will be an audition for my new project before December. If you are willing to give it a try, remember to ask your agent to sign you up." It was very uncomfortable to be observed like a commodity, but Brad Pitt knew it was a good thing and tried to keep smiling. Of course. Hearing this news suddenly, a look of surprise flashed across his face. "Director Greenberg, I mean of course there is time. I will ask my agent to sign me up. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Okay, I will ask Warner Brothers to send you an invitation in a while." Wayne nodded with satisfaction and smiled at George Lucas. "That's it, George, I'll go back first." In his eyes, Brad Pitt is indeed a good candidate now. But the two sides have never cooperated before, and he still has doubts about the other party's acting ability in his heart. Everything depends on the audition performance. There is still some time before the film begins to be prepared, and he is not sure if there will be a more suitable candidate by then. but in terms of image and temperament, Brad Pitt has a great advantage. Although this big star has always been an artistic person, her face can guarantee that she will have some female appeal when shooting commercial films. The premiere of Seven here was very lively and received a lot of media attention. Another film that also opened on Friday has been quiet and did not hold such a huge opening party. The second part of Blair Witch seems to copy the first part in all publicity and marketing methods. Although Universal Pictures received unsatisfactory feedback before the release of the film, it did not change its plan. After 3 days of the first weekend, the results were not as expected by Universal Pictures. On Monday morning, CEO Ron Mayer tore up the statistics. Blair Witch Part 2, like the first part, received a lot of criticism as soon as it was released, but this is the only similarity. When the first movie was released, amid the overwhelming criticism, fans were angry and walked into the theater in groups, all curious about how bad this movie was. When this film was released, Universal Pictures negotiated with the Theater Alliance to screen in more than 2,000 theaters, but it was extremely quiet on Friday. After 3 days of the first weekend, it only earned a pitiful box office of less than $4 million. As soon as he got to work early in the morning, Ron Mayer received a call from the 3 major theater companies headed by Emperor Cinemas. The screening scale of this film would be reduced to the minimum in the contract starting from Monday. Needless to say, the vacated screen must have been given to Seven Deadly Sins. In comparison, Seven Deadly Sins was well received as soon as it was released. Whether it was the professional reputation of the film or the reputation of the general fans, it showed an explosive trend. It was particularly evident at the box office. In the first 3 days of the weekend, Seven Deadly Sins closed at $55.08 million, suppressing Tom Hanks' Apollo 13 and topping the box office champion this weekend. The popularity of this film also made David Fincher famous, and the leading actor Brad Pitt in the film became the ideal lover of North American women for a while. However, there is one film that has been the focus of media attention, even though it has been released for more than 10 weeks. The screening scale of Batman Begins has been reduced again and again, and now there are less than 700 theaters that are still scheduling screenings every day. This film has already locked in the annual box office champion in advance, and the North American box office is still growing slowly, reaching $307 million. The film has gradually been withdrawn from many overseas regions, and only a few remote areas are still showing it. Batman Begins has been screened in more than 70 countries and regions, not counting the regions where it is still being shown, and the overseas box office has made a total of $380 million. There is basically no hope of hitting $400 million. Warner Brothers also knows that, although the box office of this film is surprising, and the peripheral sales during the release period are very amazing, the most important role is to lay a solid foundation for the serialization of its subsequent films. Time slowly moved forward to October, and Wayne submitted his new project that departed to the film and television production department of Warner Brothers through Jimmy. His mind also began to slowly change from vacation status to more consideration of work issues. After the new project was submitted, it quickly passed the review of Warner Brothers, and the agent Jimmy was notified immediately to start negotiations on the film's investment, production, and the director's personal treatment. Wayne was not in a hurry about the result of the negotiation. The two sides had the most basic tacit understanding. Normally, there would be no breakdown in the negotiations, but only a matter of time to reach an agreement. The reason why the project was submitted for review so early was to leave enough time for Jimmy's negotiations. Warner Brothers has no objection to our 50% investment. With the example of The Matrix, this relatively low-cost project will have no problem. There will be no problem with the investment. This has been determined after the first contact. After the first negotiation, after a simple mutual test, Jimmy ran to the manor as soon as possible to report his work to Wayne. Jimmy looked at Wayne's face and found that he didn't say anything. He continued, "The first time we just tested each other's bottom line, but I found that, as soon as your personal treatment was mentioned, Bruce Rosenblum, who was in charge of the negotiation, would immediately change the subject. This shows that Warner Brothers has some concerns about your personal treatment and wants to leave this issue to the end." There must be some special situation, otherwise your salary is very easy to determine, and this part should be close to transparency. In fact, Jimmy and Wayne have already reached a tacit understanding on the issue of salary. As long as Warner Brothers gives Batman the same treatment, they will not ask for more. This treatment is basically the highest salary in Hollywood, and it is unrealistic to want more share. The basic salary and share are just like this at the top, and it is very difficult for a director or producer to involve the income of the film's peripherals and channels. I know, Nina suddenly said. She pushed the glasses on her face, and her eyes flashed behind the lenses. Is it time for the first box office share of Batman Begins? Wayne nodded gently, and there should be reasons in this regard. I'm afraid that the amount of the share in the later period will surprise the company's senior management and many shareholders. Just from the current box office figures, he can roughly calculate that his total share in the later period must exceed $100 million. I believe that Warner Brothers will not default on this aspect, but this terrifying figure has also shocked many shareholders and senior management, making these people have concerns about the salary of his new project. Pa. Jimmy slapped his thigh hard, with a look of sudden enlightenment. Damn, this is a huge amount of money. I will go to Warner Brothers to urge them tomorrow. They will not default on this part of the money. It doesn't matter whether they urge or not. Wayne waved his hand, indicating that there is no need to rush. Keep the pace of negotiation. I want to be able to start the preparations for the new project around mid-November. Given his current importance to Warner Brothers, the other party will only transfer the share to the studio account in advance, and there will be absolutely no other situation. Even if it is the treatment of this new project, he believes that in the end, Warner Brothers will pinch their noses and agree. Just looking at Wayne's share of the box office, it is indeed very scary, but compared with the profits he created for the company, this aspect will not be a problem. I understand, don't worry, the negotiation will be completed before mid-November. Jimmy nodded, and suddenly remembered something, looking like he wanted to say something but stopped. Wayne asked curiously, what's wrong? Is there anything else? It's that Peter Jackson. When mentioning the New Zealand bearded man, Jimmy was worried. That man is simply crazy. Except for the necessary food and toilet, he lived directly in the office. The intern at the front desk told me that he was already rotten. Other things don't matter. Although this kind of workaholic is not liked, it is not annoying. But Peter Jackson's state scared Jimmy, afraid that he would die suddenly in his new company. Tell him to go back and rest after get off work. Wayne was a little amused. He knew why the other party worked so crazy, and it was all his big cake. If he doesn't want to, tell him that I will replace him for this project. No problem. The adaptation of The Lord of the Rings could not be completed in a short time. The production cycle is in years. After Jimmy went back, he went to the Warner Brothers building again the next day. This time his purpose was not to negotiate, but to simply urge his clients to share the profits later. He left with satisfaction, only after he got the guarantee of payment on time. The whole month of October was spent in negotiations between Jimmy and Warner Brothers. At the same time, SE7N earned more than $130 million in the theater market and achieved great success. In early November, when the popularity of SE7N had just passed, Warner Brothers had another box office bomb. Ace Ventura, Pet Detective took over the dominance of the theater market. With the appeal of Jim Carrey and others, as well as the good audience reputation of the previous work, it earned $62 million in the first 3 days of the weekend. As the year is about to pass, the media is reporting that this year can be said to be a bumper year for Warner Brothers, and all the big productions released have achieved huge success. At the same time, Jimmy also concluded the negotiations for the new project with Warner Brothers, and the two sides finally reached an agreement. Warner Brothers immediately announced the news of Wayne's new project through the media. As usual, a media meeting will be held, and more inside information about The Departed will be revealed at that time. Chapter 323, the last R-rated movie. At 9 o'clock in the morning on November 10th, on the 7th floor of the Warner Brothers building in Burbank, the media capital, a flash of light lit up in the huge conference room as bright as snow in the daytime. Behind a long table at one end of the conference room, Bruce Rosenblum and Wayne signed the contract for the new project in the presence of the media, then held up the contract and displayed it in front of a crowd of cameras. The photo session lasted for 2 minutes before they handed the contract to the staff and sat down on the chairs behind the table. The press conference was about to begin. In fact, this contract was just for show. The real contracts had been signed long ago. Not to mention the project agreement, the director and producer salary contract alone was thicker than the average tome, with more than 1,000 pages of various liability clauses, which was not as simple as shown to the media. In the production of The Departed, Wayne once again served as a director and producer, but compared to the previous Batman Begins, the salary he could get was not much higher. The main improvements were all about his treatment during filming. For example, the contract clearly stipulated that during filming, the director had his own rest trailer, and the standard of food, clothing, housing and transportation was based on the local 5-star hotel. For example, the director's personal assistant's personal salary during filming would be borne by the crew, and the director's personal bodyguard expenses would also be borne by the crew. As everything in Hollywood entered the commercialization in the 1990s, the various treatments of directors and producers were marked more and more detailed in the contract. Even the brand of cigarettes that Wayne usually smoked would appear in the contract without a single letter difference. In the tacit negotiations between Jimmy and Warner Brothers gave the highest conditions for these issues regarding Wayne's personal treatment, and no one thought there was anything wrong with this. His personal salary was the main factor that caused the two sides to engage in a tug-of-war for a while. Because the investment in this film was not high, the total production cost was only $40 million, and it was unrealistic to expect Wayne to get too much basic salary. Jimmy's initial proposal was to give up all the basic upfront salary and not take a penny of upfront income from the work of producer, director, project initiator and screenwriter, so that all the production funds could be invested in the filming of the film to the maximum extent. But this plan was rejected by Bruce Rosenblum at the moment the agent said it, even before he finished speaking, without any room for negotiation. Without Jimmy's words, they guessed the conditions later. Since Wayne gave up all the upfront income, this part of the salary must be included in the later share. As long as they think of the sky-high share that will be distributed to the other party for the project Batman Begins, many senior executives and shareholders of the company will feel painful. It is a huge sum of over $100 million, a huge sum that cannot be denied, even if they want to. In the end, Wayne couldn't help but let Jimmy suppress some conditions before reaching a consensus with the other party. As the director, producer and other persons in charge of a series of work in the film, the package salary is a symbolic $3 million. After the film is released, no matter how the performance is, he will get 20% of the global total box office. This kind of contract is not in line with Wayne's current worth, and it is a bargain. But he notes that the main purpose of this film is to win an Oscar, so a pay cut is inevitable. Moreover, the resources needed for the film to win an award still depend on Warner Brothers, so it is normal to make appropriate concessions. In fact, it is not only Wayne who does this. As long as the project is for the purpose of winning an award, the main participants will basically cut their own salaries, and the investment in such a project is destined to be small. That's right, Hollywood A-listers will never easily lower their own prices when participating in a film, but if their fundamental purpose is not for business, but for the Academy Awards, then everything can be discussed. Not to mention cutting salaries to act or direct. It is not uncommon to have no pay or even pay to join the crew. Many superstars and directors have participated in such films. In fact, Wayne also planned to do this. Although he personally invited Brad Pitt, he would tell the other party the goal of the film before the audition, but if the other party did not lower his own price, he would change the candidate without hesitation. Brad Pitt's popularity is very strange now. Why do I say that? This big star's acting skills have never been a problem, but he is an arty guy and has only a limited number of commercial films. If you look through his resume carefully, you will find that few of the films he starred in had high box office sales. SE7N is definitely a particularly good performance. Whether it is Interview with the Vampire, that has won him great acclaim in the past 2 years, or Legends of the Fallen that was nominated for the Golden Globe Award for Best Actor, the box office performance of the films is very average. If it weren't for the box office explosion of SE7N, it would be difficult to define Brad Pitt's popularity. Not only is it like this now, the films he starred in later have never been famous for their high box office sales. Even the commercial film Mr. and Mrs. Smith, that movie fans talk about the most, has only a global box office of more than $400 million US. Wayne, can we start? Bruce Rosenblum found that he was in a trance, raised his arm, and gently poked him. Shaking his head gently, Wayne glanced at the dozens of reporters in front of him, nodded to the staff of Warner Brothers, and signaled, "No problem, let's get started." Director Greenberg, a reporter with a copy of the Los Angeles Times, stood up and asked, "Can you talk about the type of film you are working on? What kind of story is this?" "It's a realistic gangster film." Wayne leaned forward slightly, leaning into the microphone, and said, "As for the specific story, I can only briefly talk about it. It takes place in Boston, and the main content is the confrontation between the police and the gangs." "Wayne, what made you choose to shoot a realistic gangster film?" the reporter asked immediately. "All fans want to know when the second Batman movie will be released." Wayne shrugged at everyone and laughed. "The reason is simple. Hey, you should have guessed it. That's right, it's because this will be an R-rated film, a 18+ film. Maybe without those large-scale things, I might really not make a film." Many reporters laughed kindly when they heard what he said. There was a period of time before, when it was released, many media published a viewpoint whether Wayne Greenberg would not be able to make movies without large-scale shots. Then, in less than a year, the PG-13 rated Batman Begins swept the North American theater market, starting from the summer season in May this year, and was firmly screened until now in November. There was less than a month left in 1995, and there was no other film that could threaten the box office performance of Batman Begins. With a box office of over $300 million US, this film firmly occupied the annual box office champion. As for the second part of Batman, Wayne deliberately pondered for 2 seconds in front of the microphone, and after seeing that he had attracted everyone's attention, he continued, "The second part of Batman will meet you in the summer of 1997. The specific month is not yet determined, but I will start shooting the second part of Batman immediately after completing this project." But no one expected that the release of Batman would actually be announced, not even the reporter who asked the question. In fact, this was a coincidence. Wayne had briefly mentioned this when discussing the promotion with Bruce Rosenblum. Whether it was the type of film or the scale of investment, The Departed could not be compared with DC superheroes. In order to promote it early, expand the already small audience group, and let more adult fans go to the theater, it was inevitable to take advantage of the popularity of Batman during the promotion. "Wayne, why don't you just shoot the second Batman movie instead of spending several months making a gangster movie?" a reporter from the Los Angeles Daily Entertainment asked impatiently. "Okay, I want to answer this question seriously." Wayne straightened his face and returned to a serious and tense expression. "Here, I can tell the media and fans in advance that my future work will definitely be centered around DC Comics. So, there is more than just Batman. There are many superheroes that will appear on the big screen. But as a director who has been studying black films since school, I'm always a little unwilling in my heart. It keeps telling me that, even if I have to shoot PG-13 for many years, I must make a reasonable summary of my previous studies. So, there is The Departed. In this film, I will put all my understanding of black films into it to satisfy the call of my heart. Of course, all this is thanks to the support of Warner Brothers. When I told Jeff about this idea, he said to me, "Let go and do it, young man. Warner Brothers will give you the greatest support." Pa. The reporters who asked the questions applauded him. No matter what these reporters thought in their hearts, they applauded him on the surface. A reporter immediately asked, "So, Director Greenberg, will this be your last R-rated film?" "In a sense, it is." Wayne shrugged and gave a positive answer. "Because I can't always be willful, right? After this film, I will temporarily give up making R-rated movies and concentrate on making DC Comics superheroes." He didn't even believe what he said, but what does it matter? As long as there are enough publicity stunts, it will be enough. There are many directors who take advantage of the film, and he is not the only one. In his memory, Quentin has done this more than once. Chapter 324, A Hungry Wolf That Eats Carrion. At this media meeting, Wayne answered more questions than usual, and provided enough information. After the press conference, the reporters hurried out without any prior arrangement, ready to go back and write articles immediately. The information they obtained this time was too much for the public to be interested in. Warner Brothers has to send me a producer. Wayne sat there without moving, watching the reporters swarming out, and he tilted his head to look at Bruce Rosenblum. Luke, as the producer of The Matrix, will have to work in Australia for a long time, and he will definitely not be able to catch up with the preparations for The Departed. You can't expect me to take care of the financial and logistical issues of the crew while filming. There is a candidate, but he is a newcomer. After thinking for a while, Bruce Rosenblum suddenly smiled, looked at him playfully and said, "This person has great potential, and is now working in the distribution department. Of course, the premise is that you are willing to let him try." Your smile is wrong, Bruce. The two had worked closely together before, and Wayne knew this Warner Brothers executive well. It doesn't matter whether he is a novice or not. As long as he can ensure smooth financial communication between the crew and the insurance company, it's enough. Guillermo and Robert can assist with other work of the crew. In fact, not only Guillermo, the assistant director, and Robert and other old employees, he also plans to let Schwartz Bob, the casting director, join the crew as the second or third assistant director, to assist in handling logistics outside of filming. So now he is lacking a second producer that he can trust. Trust is the most important word. He doesn't care if Warner Brothers is willing to train newcomers. On the contrary, people who are willing to be trained by such companies can generally be trusted. From the earliest John Gray to Bruce Rosenblum with a deep background, as long as they are talents that the company is optimistic about, normally, they are all for the purpose of being able to take up management positions. Jim. Bruce Rosenblum waved to his secretary, and when he came over, he smiled and said, "Go and find Hector Henry. We'll wait for him here." Seeing the secretary walk out in a hurry, the smile on his face became even stronger. "Wayne, this person is your diehard fan. Don't look at me like that. The diehard fans I'm talking about are not those people in the circle who flatter you in front of you. They are real diehard fans." Strange. Wayne directly picked up Nina's handbag, took out a cigarette from it and lit it. As the curling green smoke rose, he kept muttering, "Why do I seem to have heard of this name? I feel very familiar, but I can't remember it." "Boss, he is Daisy's boyfriend." Nina sat in the back and remained silent. Seeing that he was still struggling with this name, the assistant raised her eyebrows and reminded him in a low voice, "Daisy? Daisy, the organizer of the fan organization?" "That's right." Bruce Rosenblum said in amazement. "She is the organizer of your Die Hard Fan Association. The company's public relations department has contacted her twice. She is a very smart woman. Fan organization, this kind of large-scale fan-oriented organization, among all Hollywood directors, only this man next to him has it. Compared with many superstars, this is a unique product. According to the company, this organization is still growing slowly. I'm afraid that Wayne himself does not know how much energy this organization can explode. Even half a year ago, the fans near Burbank alone could book an entire movie theater to watch Batman Begins. Now there are probably more such die-hard fans. This is one of the reasons why Warner Brothers dares to invest in any of his films with their eyes closed. The characteristics of those die-hard fans are that they are not very rational. As long as Wayne's new film is released, no matter what type it is, these people will pay for it. And this huge potential consumer, there are more than 10,000 people around the greater Los Angeles area alone. The next step for the Warner Brothers public relations department is to contact Jimmy and organize the loose fans in more cities in North America. I'm afraid that by next year, after Wayne's new film is released, even if there is not much publicity, it will be easy to spread the word of mouth under the leadership of various fan organizations across the United States. As long as it continues to develop like this, and the quality of the films he shoots is guaranteed, it will be difficult to lose money in the future. Nina, are those videotapes that Jimmy asked me to sign for Daisy and the others? Wayne suddenly remembered that Jimmy had asked him to sign many videotapes some time ago. The assistant nodded. Yes, they are for Daisy's activities. The main purpose is to increase the cohesion of fans. They booked the entire movie studio last time. Occasionally giving out some special gifts will only attract more and more people to join. As they were talking, the door of the conference room was knocked, and then Secretary Jim walked in with a young man. Director Greenberg, hello, I'm Hector Henry, and I was your fan when I was in college. Unlike the fans that everyone imagined, this young man did not show too much excitement. Hello, Hector. Wayne shook hands with him. The young man gave a good first impression. He was dressed in a well-fitting suit and his hair was neatly combed behind his head. The big nose that is unique to white people makes him naturally trustworthy. I need a second producer for my new project. Bruce recommended you. I trust Bruce's vision, so you have to prepare for it. We will be here again on the 15th to start the new project preparation meeting. Hector Henry nodded, finally showing a look of surprise. No problem, I will hand over the work to my colleagues when I go back. Okay, that's it for today. We will have plenty of time to communicate in the future. Wayne stood up, hugged him, raised his hand to his ear, and made a gesture to Bruce Rosenblum to call him if he had anything. Early the next morning, various reports about Wayne's new project appeared in prominent positions in various media. Authoritative large print media such as the New York Times, the New Yorker, the Los Angeles Times, and the Washington Post all gave a lot of space to report on this matter in the entertainment section. Wayne Greenberg said it himself that this will be a realistic gangster film. Although he didn't reveal much information about the film, you don't need to speculate too much to know that this is definitely another black type R-rated film. From the signing conference of the film, our reporter learned that this The Departed will be Wayne Greenberg's last large-scale R-rated film. After the film is finished, he will adjust all his work focus to the PG-13 level comic adapted superheroes. Looking at the report in the newspaper, Paramount CEO Shirley Lansing frowned slightly, threw the newspaper on the desk and thought for a while, revealing an inexplicable smile. You can see it too? Mel Gibson, who was sitting in front of the desk, asked with a gloomy face. I'm afraid the purpose of this child is the same as ours. Both are Oscar. The person who knows you best may not be your friends and relatives, but more likely the person who hates you. When Mel Gibson saw the news, he immediately thought of Oscar. Wayne Greenberg shooting a realistic film is itself full of incredible things. Everyone knows that his shooting of DC comic adaptations is like blowing money out of his pocket, but he chose a gangster film. Usually, the only reason that can make a big Hollywood director give up a large sum of money is to make a little golden man. Mel, the company has formulated a perfect public relations strategy. You are a little too excited. Shirley Lansing shook her head. She agreed with the other party's opinion. The young man's goal is most likely the Oscar, but what does it have to do with them? Wayne's new project is aimed at the Oscars next year. It has nothing to do with us. If there is a headache, it should be someone else's headache. With a slap, Mel Gibson slapped his thigh. Yes, he was a little too excited. There is still more than a month left this year. Even if the other party is a quick shooter, it may not be able to produce it in time. I have also contacted a lobbying company myself. I need Paramount's help in many things. Competing for awards has never been a low-cost activity. Mel Gibson is not short of money. He can invest millions of dollars for the best director. What he lacks is the media channels in Paramount's hands. Don't worry, everything has been arranged. Shirley Lansing nodded, indicating that Paramount would give the other party the support it deserved. The box office of Brotherhood was not ideal, and that little box office could not even recover the cost. Fortunately, this film was in line with the taste of the Oscars, so Paramount was willing to invest media resources to help the other party win the award. In this matter, the interests of both parties are the same. Paramount needs the film to win an award and then enter the theater to repeat the screening or take the opportunity to release videotapes. The marketing ability of the Oscars is still very useful in this era. Mel Gibson also has ambitions for the little golden man. If this film cannot bring him a professional award, he will really become a complete loser. Not only did Shirley Lansing see the news in the newspaper and judge Wayne's purpose, but many other smart people in the circle also associated it with the academic awards. In the office of the president of Miramax, Harvey Weinstein also held a newspaper and read the report about Wayne's new project. The muscles on his face were tense. Throwing down the Los Angeles Times in his hand, he stood up from his office chair, walked to the window, opened the blinds, and cast his eyes in the direction of the Warner Brothers building. I hope I guessed wrong. Only after working with Wayne, you will know that under that young and handsome face, there is another soul that is completely opposite. If it is not necessary, Harvey Weinstein is really unwilling to compete with the other party. After the cooperation of the Blair Witch Project, he knows better than anyone that the young man is actually a hungry wolf who eats carrion despite smiling at everyone. Chapter 325 Director's Cut. Honey, is what's written here true? In a 2-bedroom apartment near Burbank, Daisy held a sandwich in one hand, taking a bite from time to time, and holding a newspaper in the other hand. She suddenly exclaimed, "What?" Hector Henry had just tied his tie and took off his suit jacket to go out. Hearing his girlfriend's exclamation, he walked to the sofa and asked, pointing to the headline of the Los Angeles Daily Entertainment. Daisy looked incredulous. "Look at this, is it true? I just saw similar news in the Hollywood Reporter. The Departed will be my last large-scale R-rated movie." Wayne Greenberg, taking the newspaper from his girlfriend, the first thing he saw was this huge headline. However, he was still familiar with the ins and outs and didn't think it was strange. Seeing this, Hector Henry was not in a hurry to leave. He reached out and picked up a sandwich from the plate on the coffee table, sat down next to his girlfriend, and ate while reading the newspaper. At the press conference for Wayne Greenberg's new film The Departed, he personally answered reporters' questions, saying that this new film would be his last large-scale R-rated film, and that after the film is finished, he will focus on the PG-13 rated DC comic adaptation. We specifically interviewed several well-known film critics on this issue. Todd McCarthy said he did not believe the news. After the reporter emphasized the authenticity of the news, he said it would be a loss for the entire Hollywood, and that the PG-13 rated black film could not fully reflect Wayne's talent. Another famous film critic, Kenneth Turan, also expressed the same view. He believed that Wayne Greenberg should not have made such a decision, and called him the noble black crown outside the Hollywood assembly line. David Denby of The New Yorker had other opinions. He thought that fans of R-rated movies need not worry. Wayne Greenberg will not leave large-scale R-rated movies, because if he leaves large-scale shots, he will fall into a state of not being able to make movies. Even if he made the annual box office champion Batman Begins, David Denby still reserved his opinion. Hector Henry shook his head and had no desire to continue watching. He was very familiar with this thing. The distribution department of Warner Brothers often played this way. Daisy, don't believe this thing. Even if there are some controversies, it should be arranged by the company to promote Wayne's new film in advance. After saying that, he glanced at the remaining newspapers and stood up to go out to work. Today he will hand over his work to his colleagues and then get ready to participate in the preparations for The Departed. He has not told his girlfriend about this great news, but he has made his own plans in his heart. He is ready to give his girlfriend a huge surprise according to the plan after the filming of the movie officially starts. Before leaving, Hector Henry noticed the videotapes filled with videotapes in the storage room and turned back to ask again with concern. "Honey, are you sure you don't need my help?" "Hey, this is my job. Of course I don't need your help." Daisy raised her arm and made a threatening gesture to him. "Don't worry about me here. There will be other people to help me. They are eager to get these good things in advance. Okay, call me if you have any questions." The door made a bang sound, and Daisy was the only one left in the apartment. While enjoying her breakfast slowly, she picked up another newspaper. These newspapers were bought by her early in the morning because there will be an event organized by fans soon, so she must know more about the new movie. Well, this one is good. Daisy stopped flipping her hands while talking to herself and stared at the Los Angeles Times in her hand. Batman 2nd will meet you in the summer of 1997. At Wayne Greenberg's new project press conference, he announced that, after finishing his new film The Departed, he would immediately start filming the second Batman movie, which will also be released in the summer of 1997. Ding, 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 the door was knocked from outside. Daisy raised her hand to check the time, put down the unfinished sandwich, and walked to the door of the apartment while muttering softly, "Did I say the wrong time? No, why are you here so early? Hi, good morning, Daisy. Good morning, Bowman. Why are you here so early?" He opened the door and prepared to let a few people in. There were 4 or 5 young people standing at the door, and the one who greeted them was a white girl. The only one who was more conspicuous was the black boy who walked at the end, showing his white teeth and a sunny smile. Everyone wants to see the surprise in advance. The black boy, dressed in a security uniform, explained to Daisy with an embarrassed look on his face. "We heard that this videotape is a collector's edition, much longer than the normal release version, right? Come on. Okay, it's all there." Daisy pointed to the storage room, and regardless of what the others did, she shook her head and nestled back on the sofa, picking up her unfinished breakfast and continuing, "Schroeder, did you switch shifts with your colleagues today?" The black boy always had a warm smile on his face, no matter what time it was. He held a videotape gift box in his hand and flipped through it lovingly. "Yes, it's just right to leave it for you to help. Can I open it now?" Nodding, Daisy pointed to the VCR and said, "Of course, the car I arranged won't come until 10 o'clock, so there's still plenty of time. Maybe we can take a look at the so-called Easter eggs first." This batch of videotapes was specially made by Warner Brothers, and except for Wayne's signature on the box, it looked no different from the ordinary collector's edition. However, the main film in the videotape was nearly twice as long as the version released in theaters. This was the so-called director's cut, but the director responsible for the second edit was not Wayne, but editor Dawn Scott. This version of the videotape was prepared to be bundled and sold after Batman Begins was off the shelves, taking advantage of the popularity. It was another way to reap the fans' money. In order to distinguish it from the ordinary version sold before, Warner Brothers not only asked Wayne Scott to add more than an hour of content, but also added some Easter eggs and special shots during the filming and promotion. "It's not enough time to watch it all. Let's just watch the end." The white girl Bowman turned on the VCR, asked while taking Schroeder's videotape and stuffing it into the old VCR. Okay, keep the main film and enjoy it slowly when you go back." Several young people sat around on the sofa, staring at the TV. When the filming highlights appeared on the screen, they would occasionally cause a burst of laughter. There were actors such as Nicolas Cage, who played pranks on the staff during the filming intervals, and Wayne's icy face when he was angry, and even recorded the process of the clown's makeup. "Oh my god. Oh my god." Daisy and the others suddenly exclaimed together, and everyone turned their eyes to the black boy. "Schroeder, is that you? You actually attended the premiere of Joker." This is a video clip from the premiere red carpet. Wayne is using his body to protect a black girl, while Schroeder is constantly explaining something. This clip also pulls a black boy outside the screen into his past memories. His lips tremble, and the warm smile on his face disappears. "Yes, I attended that premiere. That was my girlfriend, but we broke up later. Sorry, that's a pity." The sentimental Bowman shook his head, sat next to the black boy, and gave him a comforting hug. "No, that premiere means a new life for me." The infectious smile climbed onto his face again, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Perhaps no one would have thought that this boy who gave a warm smile to everyone he met had such a dark and decadent life. At the end of the videotape, the unexpected scene appeared again. It can be seen that this is a street in New York, and the iconic steps have appeared in the film. It's Wayne. What is he going to do? The close-up shot was given to Wayne's face, and his somewhat soothing and neurotic smile was captured very clearly. Then came the dance recorded by Zack Snyder. At that moment, Wayne seemed to have traveled through time and space and was possessed by Joaquin Phoenix. The dance of just a few dozen seconds after Wayne Scott added the post-production soundtrack actually had a strange charm. Everyone's eyes widened, and Daisy murmured to herself, "Why do I feel that this scene should be like this?" Nicolas Cage's performance is not as shocking as Wayne's. I feel the same way. That's right. It was not until a long time after the tape ended that the few people slowly came back to their senses and pulled themselves out of the lonely mood. In fact, at a certain emotional point, the mentality of the Joker Arthur and Wayne at that time did have some commonalities, and they were both full of strangeness and loneliness about the world around them. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the apartment was knocked again. Schroeder walked over and opened the door. A middle-aged man in a blue work suit stood at the door and asked politely, "Is this Daisy's home?" "I'm a truck driver." She called a truck to help deliver the goods. Daisy in the house heard it and shouted, "Yep, wait a minute, we'll load the goods right away." Okay, friends, the entertainment time is over. Let's send the videotapes to others. Let's split up and try to finish these tasks in one day. Don't forget to remind them that these precious commemorative edition videotapes were given to them by Wayne out of his own pocket, and all of them have his signature. We understand. Borman picked up a box of videotapes and prepared to go out the door. This is a good thing that only Wayne's diehard fans in the Greenberg discussion group have. I will remind them to go together to support Wayne's new film when the time comes. Go go go. Then get moving. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.